Andrea said she.
Sorry.
Sorry.
God is like.
So Rochelle, we're recording.
All right, we are calling to order our Board of Education retreat for July 7th, 2026. We are gonna start, here's my question for you. This one thing, we'll start with a little question. 1 to 10, how you feeling today? And then favorite summer activity. We're just gonna do a quick little calm everybody down and get ready to go. So I am like a good 9 today. A couple things going, it's 9. And my favorite summer activity is being on the pontoon on Shasta Lake, hanging out with my friends. We go that way. Roger, you're not.
I don't think I reached a 10 anymore, so maybe an 8.
Okay. That sounds good.
Yeah, I love being on the water too with kayaks or whatever, so that's good to spend summers doing.
Mr. Jones.
9+. I got a ride in this morning, which is also my favorite summer activity.
Oh.
Mountain bike, road, whatever it is. Yes.
Are we rating how we're feeling?
Yeah,
Yes.
just how's your,
So I'm tired.
One
I'm
the
tired.
worst, 10 the best.
Right,
That's
so
your
I'm
rating?
about a 3 because I'm
Okay.
super tired. Because it was a very busy day and didn't get home till really late. And favorite summer activity is playing tennis outdoors. Because the sun and the wind all change everything. You know, we usually play indoors, so that would be my favorite summer activity.
I'm feeling great today. I'm not too tired. So I would say 9. I have a lot of favorite summer activities, but I'll choose going at the baseball field watching my son because time is feeling very precious. He's starting his senior year. So I'll try to make every possible game this semester. I'm a little tired, so I'll say 8.
My favorite summer activity is just sitting outside in the having to wear a jacket and pants and a coat. Anyways, I just love it. And camping. We're gonna go camping.
Let's see, so I'm think a 9-ish. I'm tired. Yeah. My favorite summer activity, I think it's probably just having friends come to town, come visit, that kind of thing. Hanging out with friends, family.
I'm probably 9.
Wait, it's Randy's turn.
Oh, okay.
Big circle.
Oh, big circle.
That's unimportant, people. You know? I think I'm an 8, and summer's my favorite time of year, hands down. Since I've started taking golf back up the last couple of years, I will say golf is my favorite summertime activity because I can actually play it. I can get out at 6:30, play till 8:30, and the rest of the year, I mean, I'll go 6-8 weeks without playing because of schedule and darkness, and so it's a treat to get out a couple nights a week and find something else to fuss at myself about.
8.25, and you said to
Yeah, you can do it 2-5, that's fine.
you said to take the soccer thing out. So
Yeah, take this off.
I do like traveling over the summer, and of course now that I'm here, so I've been in coastal towns, Torrance, Brookings, Coos Bay. Which one? Reedsport. I need to do that too.
Okay.
The next few weekends, I think I'll be doing a few. Gas prices need to come down though.
I'm gonna sneak back to the show.
8, a little tired this morning. My favorite summer activity is probably just hanging out on the river, swimming, floating on the river.
Morning, everyone. I'm a solid 9. I just got back from vacation. Today is actually my second day of having to shower before 7. So you're getting me really fresh. And my favorite summer activity is being on my hiking boots and getting on a trail. Hopefully no mosquitoes.
I'm at least a 9.5. I would be a 10, except I just had cataracts done over the last month, and you guys are all fuzzy. Favorite summertime activities. is making fresh tomato sandwiches. The next thing is be with my grandkids. And it doesn't matter what we're doing, but fresh tomato sandwiches, I just, all year long, I yearn for this. So it's coming soon. It's not here yet, but
We're getting there.
yeah, we're getting it.
All right.
Can I, a couple real quick housekeeping items? One is a reminder, with our open meetings law, this meeting is being recorded and will be posted, so I want to say that as we get into the day. Secondly, you've got printed packets with you, and these supplements are in the deck. We have very typical of RCC, we had an overachieving administrative assistant who helped us print this morning before the deck was completely finalized. So ESOM's portions are here, and we'll get to them and through them. Beyond that, I think we're ready to roll.
And then other housekeeping, bathrooms are over that way. Into that way direction. So. All right. 3 years ago, we got together as a board and we came up with some team agreements about how the board and the president were going to work together, how the board was going to work with each other. And so today we're going to just take a minute to review them, to look at them, to see if there are any adjustments that might need to be made. We've acknowledged them over the last 3 years, but we're going to take a few minutes this morning to just read through them and have Randy read through them as well to see, are these still things that we as a collective board can still be in agreement on? And is there anything that needs to change and or add or take away? So, I know you've read your board meeting materials before we got here because it's one of our agreements. So this should be a quick read for you. Open it up for discussion.
I think personally, number 10, I would have to apologize to Shallon. I've given her permission to bug me on my cell phone. Text me on that 72 hours response. I think that could be challenging. So just beg forgiveness on that. Doing my best.
I also appreciate the text message and the sometimes nudge to my work email to check my other email. But I do think it's a good practice.
Absolutely.
And I think 72 hours is a long time. And
So you're saying you give Rochelle nagging rights?
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
I
for
think-
sure.
I think-
Full nagging.
Yeah, I think that,
absolutely.
feel free with me too. And I think you already do, but
Yeah. Anything other, just go ahead. Gary.
Yeah, I was wondering, based on recent emails that come to the board, and we may not be privy to or even be able to handle a complaint or a problem, it seems that we might want to think about what happens in those instances. Does the board chair let the president know? Do individual board members respond? So it feels like that's an area that we didn't think about at that time. And I'm wondering what, Randy, you would prefer when the board receives an email that doesn't include you on a matter that
It's operational.
operational, right?
yeah.
I'll tell you what I would prefer. Send it to him.
Yeah.
Make sure it's getting done at the lowest level.
Yeah.
It should never come to us if it hasn't been someplace else. And it should come.
That's sort of where I'm going with
can't
this, is
Yeah.
what,
do
what,
anything with it
what
anyway,
does the
so.
board do? Because we don't really have a role. When I look at our complaints policy, this is a good and it's fairly lengthy. And it comes from OCCA. It does require that the person go to some of the lowest level of authority, try to work it out. Those are all good things. The board doesn't have any other than supervision of the president, any oversight.
Right.
So that's one of the missing pieces that I think we might consider.
I think that's a good point, because we have gotten a couple of them. And also what happens if they only email one board member, not necessarily the whole board? What's our response as an individual board member part of it?
And should board members, when we attend, let's say, an event, and a student comes to us with a complaint, and we listen generously, what do we do with this? Right? So that seems to be some examples of recent past that I think have caused some. So I'm wondering Randy, what would you prefer? How would you like the board to respond?
I appreciate the conversation and the question, and I'll provide some context and thoughts on probably how, because we've talked a little bit about this internally too. Rochelle and I've had a little bit of time to chat. Is a couple things for context. One, right, we do have an AP that says, that gives students due process rights and how to appeal a decision. But we acknowledge, right, the AP wasn't adopted or approved by the board. So like now we're talking about something that comes to the board. And so I think it's a fair conversation to have. And I think the AP is well constructed based on a lot of experience, especially somebody who has historically been a conduct officer. I also had the privilege of having in-house legal consultation and previous role, and they really helped form my thinking based on some challenging appellate issues that the college had at the time, which was, you think about if something were to become a legal matter, who's going to be on the stand? And so that's how they thought of it. Who's going to be on the stand representing the college? And so when you can appeal to the board as a final appellate, that means a board member or the board chair. And so are they a subject matter expert? When you can appeal to the president, then you're probably dealing with the president. And so the position there was decisions are made at the dean level, and appellate is to the VP. And in that way, most likely, you've got somebody who's a subject matter expert who would represent the institution in the worst case scenario. That is how our process is developed. Isam and I were talking a little bit about this issue because actually our accrediting agency that we both came from, Higher Learning Commission, had very specific policy on this, and they required every institution to have a formal process for complaints, because what they were experiencing was a lot of people mad at institutions who were complaining to them, and they had nowhere to send it back to. And so we have one, our AP meets that, but it's not an NWCCU expectation as it is with other accrediting agencies. So I like our process, but fully recognize it is void of what happens when it goes to the board. And so, I don't, there are no secrets here. I do, it's unfortunate that Indra's not here, because I know that some of the recent conversations came with and through her, and it's a perfect example of how they come. Right? She was at events representing the board, and people are like, oh, you're a board member. I've got something that I since you're here, type of thing. And more of the most recent concerns that have been expressed to the board, none of them had gone through the prescribed due process. So it's easy to say, oh, well, if I start at the top and see where it goes, and I think even one of them says, well, I talked to the president's office and they sent me to the dean. Yeah, guilty as charged, because that's exactly what, the process says that we should do. And unfortunately, the person didn't work with the dean on the process. They just kind of got fatigued, and then months later, next opportunity they had, they expressed to a board member their concern. And so that's often how it happens. I think historically, we used to look at situations like this and we say, wow, this person's really thought this out, and they're bringing really good logic to this conversation. I'm gonna be candid with you and say, in today's AI world, a lot of things look very well constructed. Like, wow, that maybe it may appear as though they've given it the process much more thought, time, and energy than they actually have, because of the coaching and writing that they get. And so procedurally, what I would like to see, if the board was comfortable with it, is if either way, if it comes to a board member or the full board, that we have a process, and maybe if it comes to a board member, that it would note, that individual would notify the board chair, but then Rochelle and myself. And the theory is, our thoughts are that Rochelle could respond on behalf of the board. The president's office has received the communication that you've shared with the board, and then can work with, you know, the business office, financial aid, whoever else, and say, has this person followed the due process? You know, have they exhausted? So we can kind of, we don't have the role, but it's very similar to what the student ombudsman person does typically at a lot of institutions. And I don't really want to get into a full ombuds person, you know, position, but that is, it's borrowing from that to say, here's the central place when it goes to the board, if it could go. And because Rochelle serves as assistant to both the president and the board, in her board assistant role, she could respond to the complainant. What happens when a board member does it, as tempting as it is, candidly, it gives false hope.
Yeah.
They're like, okay, now they're responding, they're taking my case, and it circumvents the entire process that's already been developed.
But the other
Puts
hard
us out
part
of
is,
line with speak with one voice. Two on our agreements here.
yeah,
We're all speaking 7 individual emails.
Yeah.
and I was gonna also say, it also conversely, if no one responds, makes them feel like, oh, the board
Nobody's listening.
nobody's listening.
Yeah.
And so I like that idea of Rochelle responding with, we've received the email, here's the process you should be following, please contact so-and-so or whatever. I think that's a great, I mean, it's extra for her, but it's the right, it gives the person, they were heard, but also here's the process you should be following.
So I think that that's half of it. I think the other thing we would owe you then is, as part of my weekly update, a response. Now, oftentimes, as you might imagine, these are complicated matters, and I fully admit there's a couple that have come in on the weekend or over the weekend, and I've given a quick reply. So if we can agree that maybe my reply initially is an acknowledgement to be followed up on further, you know, within an agreed upon time, but sometimes it's just like a perfect, like you gotta talk to somebody who's been involved in the process, who's on leave for 4 days. And
Well, and that's what I was gonna say, it can't necessarily be an agreed upon time because it takes as long as it takes to get to the bottom of the investigation or the process or the whatever. So it could just be when it's complete or when I know more, then I will.
so if we can acknowledge, yes, it's on our radar and we'll get to it and give kind of and even if maybe the happy medium is like there's that original acknowledgement and I commit to giving an update in the next weekly update, and it may be, you know, we're still looking into this. It's a complex, because some people, right, they're complaining because they've had 13 different interactions. You're like, okay, now we could go hunting back in a different world and with different resources. I literally added a position to deal with this. I said, how disruptive is it when somebody emails 2 vice presidents and 6 deans and everybody goes responding in their own way, and then they laugh and they point our own, you know, contradictions. We contradict one another by saying these things, and we aren't resourced in a way to be able to do it to that extent. But I do think that this if the board, we could commit to acknowledging it to the board and updating you, and part of my challenge in the past has been trying to respond too quickly and bringing closure. And maybe if I could just respond and say, you know, we're looking into it. If you give us some time and grace, we'll get to the bottom of it.
I think one of the challenges I get is that I'll have people that will complain, you know, be a slight complaint, and it's gonna be, well, they didn't say the Pledge of Allegiance at the commencement. And I'm not gonna give that to you, because I'm just thinking that's a casual complaint that, why even give it legs? So I'll just let it sit. I won't respond. Say, okay, I wasn't there, I can't respond. But yeah, it's you have to kind of weed out, is it worthy of even taking your time? If I got something substantive, said, why'd they get rid of this program? That's when I'll call you or whatever. I won't respond because, quite honestly, I'm not qualified to respond. And that's where the staff needs to do it. And it's taken me about 50 years to figure out I shouldn't respond. So.
But I think even the small ones,
Yeah.
it's not a bad thing to just forward it to Andy, say, hey, just FYI, this is out in the community or whatever,
Yeah.
just so that they have
Because
a.
they're talking about it, so yeah.
Doesn't mean you're asking anything to be done with it, just
Well,
the information.
And you know the sender is kind of a crank,
Correct.
and so you kind of judge that, and I'll filter it out on me.
And we had for that issue, so the issue was, said the Pledge of Allegiance, we said the Pledge of Allegiance to a flag that wasn't there.
Yeah.
And so, what, you know, don't share in the community is that the specific individual who typically responsible for that, who forgot it, nobody could feel more horrible than that person. And very, you know, like, you know, they didn't put it out the night prior because it didn't have night over, like, it was being fully responsible and just forgot. And it's kind of like notices on a pill bottle.
Yeah.
You know, unfortunately, you put those on there after the event happens. Like, we never thought, do we need to double check that the flag is on the stage? Because it was always there.
Yeah.
We never thought, do we have to ask the person leading the Pledge of Allegiance, are they going to say under God or not?
Yeah.
Until, you know, and we don't know if it was on purpose or not. The student was obviously like, we don't know, but these things now, it's like, unfortunately, you take as many precautions as you can, but you're like, I never thought that we would have to like do that due diligence until it happened, so.
Add that to the list.
But yeah, so now we can at least respond to, you know, in a way that acknowledges the complaint, but not, the beauty of it occurring kind of from the president's office with somebody with a role with less authority is it gives the complainant less hope that that responder will take action.
Yeah.
Whereas when it comes from the board, it's like, okay, now I've got an advocate with authority, and that becomes a dangerous complainant.
So we could add, under our team agreements, and I'll put wordsmith however you want, but when the board as an individual or collective receives an email of complaint, we will forward that email to both the board chair, Randy and Rochelle. Rochelle will respond on behalf of the board to the complainant with the process.
Yes. It sounds like there might be then two things. One is that, and the second is what Randy suggested earlier is, and when that happens, that Randy would then close the loop and say, here's.
Under his part of it,
Exactly.
yeah.
Yeah, so I think under both, so I put on my notes, add a process for complaint response, both board and president.
Is there any wisdom in having a policy that states that the board does not adjudicate complaints? That we believe in complainants going to the person who is responsible? And that, in other words, some broad statement. I know we talk about that, but I don't think the students know that, because each time, which is rare, that we receive it, there's some belief that we have some authority, if you will, to adjudicate or do something with that complaint.
I could go either way on that. I mean, I don't think that they know it, but in the same time, there is an AP that details it. And what we would say if a student were coming and say, I want to complain to the board, or the board could say in response is, if you refer to this AP, you can see that the final step is the appeal to the vice president. That's your appellate, that's your due process right.
I think from what I remember, it is in student rights and responsibilities, the complaints process. It is there.
I don't know that, I was gonna say, I don't know that we need another meeting, policy to say that we don't need it. Like, that doesn't seem like
Well,
a good
we have
policy.
some beliefs, and we
Yeah.
believe that every person has the right to be heard.
Yeah.
We believe that people should go to the source of the complaint. Those are sort of broad-based policy statements that we would direct the student to. I mean, I'm okay with not having that. It just was odd when we do have it. And of course, not every AP has a board policy either. It just seems that,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
yeah, it just seems that in this particular instance, we would state a broad policy statement around valuing everyone's, believing that people have good intention, believing that disagreements do occur, encouraging people to go to the source of the complaint.
Well, and I think, right, because the board does have ultimate oversight for the college, I think it's fair if somebody were to say, you know, you have authority over a college that's not following its processes. That's one complaint, right, that should be followed.
Yeah.
Versus, I followed the process and I don't like the outcome. That's what happens a lot. And it's like, well, I understand you don't like it, but there's no more consideration for you after your process. So I think it's fair if somebody wants to come and say to a board member, come into the public and say, you have a process and you're not following it, for us to respond to that appropriately. But what happens is a lot of people like, I followed the process and I don't like the outcome. And that becomes kind of a understandable but, and I have to deal with that a lot in my office because I'm not part of the appellate. I get that, but if you followed it, that's the final determination. Let's talk about a different path for success for you.
The policy would basically say, the board authorizes the president to create a process.
Right, that would be kind of the, and I don't know that we.
Yeah, I could go either way. I feel like there's some pearls of wisdom in stating what we believe. These are some beliefs that we have. But I don't, it's not a sword I'm gonna fall on either. But I think adding those two features to this process would solve what I think has been somewhat of a noise in the background that we could address in a positive way.
I think that, you know, as a governance board, we're responsible for a very, very narrow component of strategic initiatives of the organization, and financial health of the organization, and oversight of energy. Those are our three main components. I think I would caution us to be careful if we're tiptoeing into operation.
Yep.
Even at the theoretical, philosophical level around, our role really is to say to Randy, strategically, we want to reach these initiatives, we want to grow this, we want to do this, and then leave it to the team to decide how to do that, including what happens when we miss the mark from a student's perspective. So I would caution us not to over-engineer this.
I think a little bit too, and I mean, this is like kind of weird that I'm in my role and I'll say this, but I'm going to say it because I think it's the way our board policy strategy is constructed through OCCA. Is a number of you attended the orientation where Selena Grace, the president of OCCA, was presenting to the group. And I remember her saying, I think it was her in this setting, I've definitely heard it somewhere, where, you know, essentially the board's job is right to hire and fire the president. And if you don't like the way, if you don't trust the person you have in the role, or you don't like the way they're running the college, you have recourse. You know, get rid of the person in the role. And so I think it's appropriate for the board to hold me accountable to say, one, do we have processes? Are you following the processes? That's what I mean, if the accusation is we're not following our processes to the board, I think it's okay for us to respond and say, well, we understand the accusation. Here's our position on that. And there are times where like, yeah, that step was missed. We're gonna do what we can to make the student as whole as possible, or the employee, or whoever the complainant is. But so we reserve the right to say we made a mistake and we're going to do what we can to make the individual whole. In many instances, we say if they would follow the process, right, we would have handled that at the lowest. Like the next step wasn't complaining to the board. You're the first to know about the problem. That becomes the issue. It's like, and many times it's like you're the first to know about the problem. If the director of the department would have known about the problem, they would have solved it easy peasy. And so that's what, I think I would hope when you're evaluating me over time, it's like, do we have, even if it's not a board policy, it's an AP, I think you do have the ability to say, I'm concerned about these processes, that even if it says the board, the president will do a process. It's interesting, I fully admit that. You're giving a lot of trust to the administration by your board policy saying that the college will, but that gives you something to review. And if you have concern about that process, then come to us and we can have that conversation.
I like what you just said, Randy, because when I think about this work, I don't think about these agreements for you, Randy. I think about these as the president. And so I want to sort of step aside because we value so much your integrity, your honesty, your ability to sort of share information freely. But you may not be in that seat forever because, right? So we want to think about establishing and digging in some good practice for whoever happens to sit in the chair.
Well, I think I think that's, you know, that's the reason why you're president of your accrediting agency would say that. Like, you do have recourse. You may feel like we didn't much we can do. You got a lot you can do. You can remove the person who you've charged with doing that work. And so, you know, that's something I wake up every day realizing, like if you don't like the way I'm doing the job, you can send me packing. And so, but I also appreciate that it's designed in a way that administration is allowed to do the job. We fully acknowledge that even there are a lot of schools in our state that have the same board policies that I don't think have the same understanding and practice with their board and administration. And you then take very long to watch board meetings or read articles and see how disruptive to institutional operations those conversations can become.
I want to get consensus from this board on adding the email process and agreements to the team agreements. Are we good with that?
Yeah.
Both to the top part and to the part behind?
And that would be the board chair,
It'll go to the board chair
and then include
and
Randy.
include Randy and Michelle will then respond on behalf of the board.
Or Michelle. Does she agree with this? Yeah.
So any other changes or any other part of the discussion on our agreements? What I'd like to see then, if possible, maybe have that ready for us to do acknowledgement.
At the July meeting?
If you can, at the July meeting, that would be great.
And I think the only other thing I would add to that is there was the expectation of my role too.
Yes,
So
that's what I said,
we'll
both the top
do
part
that
and
too.
the bottom
Yeah,
part.
yeah,
So
yeah.
We'll let you wordsmith the bottom part with
Yeah.
Michelle on how you will respond back to us.
Yeah.
Okay?
Thank you.
And on your part, Randy, is there anything else under your agreements that you?
I don't have any parts of it that I have conflict with. I have some parts of it that I know I can do better at. Than, you know, like was shared with the board as far as, and we're gonna talk a little bit about during Jamie's portion with communications about looking at doing some communications a little bit differently with the board. I think it works for me if it continues to work for the board.
I just didn't know if there was anything else that you've been doing that isn't necessarily part of this board president agreement that you're like, oh, you know, we didn't write that in, but here's what I do.
Yeah, I think we have a lot of those things captured in the evaluation process or something like that. I think as far as like how we work together, I don't know that I have any thoughts around change. Appreciate the opportunity.
I have a question.
Yes.
So just so I'm clear, like, because I'm not sure how this conversation ended. I heard it all, but is it just gonna go, is there gonna be a statement in here in these board agreements and not a BP? Okay,
That's correct.
because I heard arguments for why a BP would be
I would
good.
say,
That was me.
Right.
And what I said was, I could go either way on
Right.
that. So it's not a sword that I want to fall on, but it's clearly, I think we all have the best intention. And so it's not something I would advocate. We are not hearing the colleagues think that is a good tool of listening.
Right,
I
right.
think that if all of a sudden we're getting 40, 50 complaints instead of 3,
That'd be a different story.
then maybe we'll talk about it in a different way around
Sure.
policy, but for now, I think just having a process is the right fit.
Okay, well, the reason I asked the question is because when I look at the board policies and the APs, it says that it's the detail developed to implement board policy for college operations. And we have an AP, but we don't have a associated BP.
Because what we said was, we don't, not every AP.
Okay,
has a
not every P has a BP, yeah.
And that's okay.
Just want to make sure.
Well, thank you for making sure. And the next part is talking about our meeting agenda format. And this came out of trying to figure out where new business, old business, where they fit on the agenda versus the action items. If we have something in new business, but our action items were before the new business, but we might need to take action on something. It just got us in having a discussion about our actual agenda and the flow and where it makes the most sense to put some of these sections. Does that make sense?
Right, the action items.
Yeah. So, my initial thought is having those action items come at the end, right, after you've had all the discussion and things, but also
Old business, new business come before.
coming before that, just so that if there is a potential action item that needs to come out of it, we could have a placeholder for it versus having two action item sections. But this is something we talked about a lot, so. And I think, Rochelle, you were gonna do a little, I can't remember, maybe you weren't, I'm just imagining, kind of to look what other colleges maybe do as far as old business, like the arrangement, and if not, I dreamed it.
I have it, but I can.
Okay. But these are things that we've talked about in a few executive committee sessions as we're developing that agenda. I just was kind of wanting to bring it to the broader board.
The only complicating factor for folks following is we could have a presentation, let's say the finance presentation, right? And if there's action, we won't take it when we're making the presentation. We wait to the end. And that's okay if there is a note, hey, presentation's over, but remember we have action that'll go to the end, so that folks were fine tracking it, but if somebody was online trying to track what the heck we're talking about, and when things were discussed and moved on because they're separated, it can feel like you all are voting on something you didn't discuss. That's the only piece that's different from other groups that I belong with. Usually we discuss an issue, there's action, we take action. But I'm okay either way, just as long as there's an understanding that if somebody is following online, we run the risk of people saying you didn't take action without.
So here, I have a follow-up question then, or whatever. So let's say we have so are you thinking more about like topic by topic? Here's the topic that we may have to take action on, do the presentation, ask the questions immediately after, take action? Versus
that's a way
or
to
just making sure we make some sort of statement that says we will be taking action on this later in the agenda. Okay, I got you. I just want to make sure I understood it.
One question I'm a little concerned about is that in Oregon public meeting laws, if you're gonna take action on this, you have to notify it first.
Right.
So if there's something that comes up in new business that would naturally lead to an action item, you can't deal with it that week anyway if it hasn't already been noticed. So there is that concern. Now that's not a real big concern because, quite frankly, we probably already have enough about the new business that would lend itself to a discussion about an action item. There is that potential, that we talk about something that leads to something else that may.
So is it more like placeholder for potential action?
I think that would probably be a better approach, and I'm not I'm not fully versed on Oregon public meeting law, should be, but I know that there
So
are
we have
people
experts in our midst.
Yeah.
No more.
So I guess we'd have to be cautious about if the discussion in new business led to something that hadn't been noticed, we can't take action on it that day. Because you might, and that's just, I guess, self-restraint on the part of the.
Well, I think it's when it was put on the new business agenda.
That's
So,
what
right, if it was noticed as part of the regular agenda, you're okay. Like, we usually like to, as a courtesy, give first reading, second
Yeah.
reading. That's not a requirement.
Right.
So if we put it on the agenda as new business, publish that agenda, that there's gonna be a decision on this, then we're okay.
Right.
But if we add it that evening, that's when we started running into conflict, is we've got this item. And so rare is it, right, that a new
Yeah.
business item would come between Friday and Tuesday, but it could happen. where we would have to say, okay, what kind of guidance could we get? Because there's, and that fall under true emergency. But there are some times where something happened since the last board meeting where we didn't notice you, it became new business. We put it on the agenda as new business, and there's an associated action item, whether it's then or later in the agenda. But as long as it's posted on, it's published as posted with the agenda, we can take action.
And what you guys all, if you see Linda Smith, tell her I asked that question.
I think also, we talked a little bit about separating information from action.
Yeah.
So having information being its own section, and then action being its own section. So there's not that, like, okay, it's are we doing something with the information, or are we just taking it in? It's more like a communication to the board on information versus here are the action items. So I think we talked about that too, right?
We did, the board received the first reading. So we don't vote that we received the first reading, we received the first reading. We're going to act on the second reading.
And we could ask questions on the first reading if we had ever.
But to Pat's point, I just wanted to also, and I stand corrected, in a special meeting, we can't take action.
Right.
Unless we specifically state that.
Is emergency or?
Right, so, and we do have that feature of having back-to-back meetings.
I think we have taken action like that on some purchases, timely purchases, if I remember right.
Yeah, but those are typically, almost always are on the agenda. We just rushed it, versus, hey, we're gonna tell you this month and ask you to purchase it next month. So it would, like I said, rare is a Friday to Tuesday. It might be a $200,000 plumbing issue that happened over the weekend where it's like, we're gonna have to, at that point in time, we just notice you that we're spending the money and ask for apology later versus letting a $200,000 problem become a $400,000 problem.
So in an example, just to give an example, we might have a discussion item in the special meeting on maintenance and operations. And that's just a discussion, but then in the regular meeting, we could have an action item under new business. Right? And so what I think Vanessa is suggesting is that we potentially move the new business section early.
Right after make actions last.
And theoretically, like if we went new business, old business, part of what we're looking at is, right, there's new business. We could put first readings in new business because it's new and it's informational, it's not an action. I think the question that you brought up, Maria, is like, does the associated action when appropriate fit there, or does it fit at the action section as something we'd love to land with the board? But we could put that there. What I was going to say is, part of today's discussion is going to be about telling our story and different people we talked to in the community, right? The feasibility study that Cass's team is doing. We continue to hear, I understand you're doing great things at RCC, but you're not doing a really good job at telling your story. And I accept full responsibility for that for 100 reasons. One, it doesn't come naturally to me. I'm a big proponent of let your work speak for itself. Historically, it doesn't matter. My job is to not be the case. So I need to do better at that, at leading it. I don't need to do it alone, but at leading it and making sure it's happening. And one of those methods for doing so is in the board meetings. And we've had media essentially quit attending or watching our meetings. And we know that they can go now that they're on Zoom and watch it at their own pace or whenever, but they quit paying much attention to our meetings because they're very action-oriented and not much update-oriented. So we might understand that if the media is one of our tools, if we gave in new business or as part of reports, some meaningful updates that they might pick up and say, hey, here's some wonderful things. So we went from maybe overly extended board meetings to overly efficient board meetings. We might be looking for something in the medium where maybe it's not board taking action, but it's a college update like that we recognize that's one of the few instances where media, who needs to be a partner in our storytelling, has access to us telling that story.
And somehow, because we get such great information during our special sessions, our work sessions, somehow tying back into that during the regular meeting when the media might be on there too, just to acknowledge the good stuff we got to tell the story.
That is a good point. When they attend, they rarely attend workshops and attend regular
But
meetings.
we get amazing information from folks during that time that tell a great story about all the good things happening. So So,
Student stories.
yeah,
There's some of us that pick up data and other people, but I think most people will remember a story, not what's connected to it, and not.
So Vanessa?
Yes.
We're setting Jonathan up for success.
correct. This is what we're doing right here.
Yeah.
For next week, when, at the very beginning, I
Yeah.
take, knock it off.
So I think
So
what
it's a
I'm
matter of
hearing is,
Highway things?
yeah, there might be an opportunity we have two ways we can approach this. We can try to come to some kind of agreement today and try it before we buy it kind of thing. Or we could take an approach to allow Rochelle some time to do some research, make some recommendations, or here's some ways we could consider it, and work with the board on, is there a preference on style A versus B or C kind of thing? And if we did that, maybe give ourselves a timeline for that.
Let the expert do some expertise. Bring it to us.
Would the board be amenable to letting that conversation continue through the exec committee? Because it won't be decision, the full board could make the decision, but as a conversation continues, and where Rochelle might be looking for feedback from the board, if you remember, just feedback from members of the board and exec committee, whoever it is that month.
I think we are all kind of on agreement on what we would like to see, and having her bring it to the exec committee sounds like
I'd be
a
happy
great idea.
if the I don't feel like I need to approve it. If the exec committee comes up with that format at the next meeting and we just gave feedback, I think.
So maybe, I want to give us just a little bit of window of time, so maybe we'll shoot for something that might be an adjustment to the agenda by October, November, September, October, maybe.
Yeah. I wouldn't go too much further than that, though. We're not talking about huge major structural changes.
No,
We're
but
just
part of the
talking
mercy is how quick if she's
Yeah, I
asking
don't wanna
others
give
for
her-
information or something,
Yeah.
but yeah, hopefully it's not that big of a project, to your
Right.
point, yeah.
My hope would be like, it's not gonna take till November to move one.
I would even think realistically, because like July is a shortened meeting, so it's
Yeah.
not a regular meeting agenda anyway. So like I could aim for by August to at least have it
And-
together and present to you,
Yeah.
what our future agendas could look like.
The draft of something to the exec committee by August, and that doesn't mean it needs to be implemented until it gets fleshed out a little better.
And my counterparts are always really good at responding, so if I emailed them to ask them for their agendas, they'd send them to me really quickly from the other colleges.
Her counterparts are good at responding, their bosses aren't so.
That's why you have Rochelle's in the
Yeah.
world. Anything else on our meeting format? Any other structural changes or? I don't foresee it being like some big giant overhaul. I just see a little tweak or two. Okay. Well, we're already ahead of.
We are, and we promise to consume that. I will tell you, our goal behind the scenes has been to actually get through the administrative approach to 26, 27 by lunch. I think that fits better with the financial updates, and what we have slotted in that 30 minutes is pretty meaty. So that works perfect for us. New business, so we also have some time at the end carved out for new business. And it might be better to talk about it then, after Jamie gives her communications update, because you'll be thinking about board stories, college stories a little different. So just know that we intend to come back to the new business part of the board meeting agenda, not because we forgot, but we think,
We want to hear from.
we think you'll be thinking differently after the next session. So yeah, we have two options. We can take our break now or jump into Jamie's part.
Okay, John.
Yeah, sure, yeah, I'm good.
I'm good? Jamie, are you okay with that? To jump in?
Oh, I don't mind. Refresh your coffee.
They're afraid you're gonna put them to sleep.
They're like, communications, all right. Need my caffeine.
turn it over to you.
All right, well, good morning, and I'm thrilled to be able to give you an update on where we stand with our strategic communications efforts. I'm going to cover highlights, including your first glimpse of our first annual report to the community. I'll walk you through that. We're going to cover all the way through the final spread, so I'm excited to let you see that first look at it. We are still doing our final review before it's ready for print, but I want you at least to be able to see it during our meeting today. I'll give you a brief update on the website redesign, which we've been talking about for 2 years now, so that's very exciting. President's communication plan, what we've been doing with the Opportunity College designation rollout, some really exciting updates around social media and digital presence that I'm thrilled to share with you, and then a bit about our prospective student publication launching this year as well. So, introducing our first annual report to the community. This is our beautiful cover front and back. I love that it is using our new branding and our new tagline around opportunity starts here. We also added the opportunity seal as we were working that into as many communications as we can. We found that it's a very compelling message to audiences, and also that we have to keep that story in order for it to stick. Even people we told it to say, "Can you remind me again what that means? What is that distinction?" And so we're working it in more strategically as we progress. One thing I'll note about the cover, you may or may not be able to see that summer 2026. It's a little blurry for me. And just a quick note, you do have it printed in your slides as well if you want to follow along that way. We, for this first iteration, are releasing it in summer. I've been working with Randy about in future years in earlier publication dates, so spring for 2027 and beyond, to be able to better align with some other initiatives. So it starts off with a broad look at telling our story. So thank you very much to both Randy and Vanessa for their contributions. I think it's great that we kick it off with a message from leadership in this way. And then we move into highlights for you to review. The team did our best to make sure that we're highlighting different aspects of the college. I mean, there are so many exciting things about the workshop that you just had recently, where just the Student Learning and Success Division shared their updates. If you can imagine that times every division in every area, there's a lot to go through. So we did our best to tell a representative story in a way that will help the community understand the impact of the college. We have some exciting numbers around enrollment and growth. And of course, one of the things we leaned into heavily with this publication, based on feedback, is to try to make sure that the images included as many actual students and employees and a little less of our cartoon Aussie or stock photos that in the past marketing has been done. Then we move into student success stories. We did a full spread on that. I'm thrilled about this. We have phenomenal students, as we're all aware. And so to be able to point to these particular stories when you're out in the community or when others want to just get a glimpse of our incredible students is really a great thing. And we don't have in any of our other publications that are printed this level of detail. So if you think about like the At a Glance, for example, that's very data focused and at a high level. And so we were thrilled to be able to get into even just a sampling of these student stories. Moving from student stories, we do have program highlights. Again, we tried to put together, on a well-balanced look. So trying to include CTE and also non-CTE. There are so many phenomenal programs and things going on that narrowing that down in the two-page spread can be tight and tough. And I also think that once our internal campus community sees this annual report, we're gonna get phenomenal submissions for future editions. After that, we move to community partnerships. This is an area of emphasis for all of us, and you'll hear more about it from Randy in the college priority update related to that. But we want to make sure that we are more consistently and effectively telling that compelling partnership story. It goes along with some of the things that we've shared at the board level. If you think about the work session around telling our story, we talked about how community partnerships happen in really meaningful, incredible ways across the college. And we have not yet had a method for telling a cohesive, broad story around that. We've really told it in bits and pieces around advisory boards and those sorts of things. So this is going to be a piece that I anticipate will continue to mature as we continue this emphasis. So on this one, we've spent, a whole page talking about our high school partnerships because that's an important success story and it's a major shift since the years that it has been here, and we want to make sure that we're calling that out. And then we'll continue to add in employer success stories and those sorts of things as we progress. Then we move into the faculty and staff success stories. So in here we have recognition for things like awards that folks have received, as well as some of the great work that teams are doing around AI. So these are just a sampling of stories that we want to highlight. It's similar to the student success stories. There are so many phenomenal employees, and we'll continue to think about ways that we can work this in to get more of the human piece out there into the community.
Tell us more about the story on the right.
So that was challenging for me. The team was like, listen, we really want to tell this story because it represents the fact that the college invests in their people and also that RCC is contributing at a national level, which is important. And I was very reluctant and asked them to seek out other options. They got down to the wire and they said, Jamie, let me ask you this question. If this was Dave, who was serving on a national board and had received an award, would you put it in here? I'm like, no question. If this was Lisa, who received this award or was serving on a national board, would you put this in there? I'm like, absolutely, I'd put them both in there. And they're like, okay, well then we're gonna put this in for you. And so I worked with them to try to write it in a way that it's not like about me and it's more about the college and the way we invest.
You're on the spot, just admit it.
It was awkward for me. I was like, oh yeah, funny enough, my team creates this first thing and there's my face. Hard.
Well, we'll expect another story about you in the next.
Better get another award.
You work out through like everything else.
And then moving to financial and community impact, and I want to express tremendous appreciation for Lisa and her team. They've been working with us as we continue to massage this portion. It's a really important portion that we're trying to tell a very big story in a very small amount of space. And they have been incredible partners with us as we work to get this in a digestible format. One of the things I think about with this, though, is it's intended to be, the annual report is intended to be complementary and an extension of the at a glance. And so trying to find the balance between narrative and story and then that really focused piece is something we're still working through. And I'm excited that moving forward we'll have both mechanisms. I think that will help us tell a more concise and compelling story overall. Then we've got the foundation highlights. There's incredible work going on there. We would like to figure out ways to incorporate a little bit more around scholarship recipients. We were limited to this half page in this, so on layout we're trying to figure out how do we show the faces maybe of scholarship recipients.
This is stupid, so we will, but I like how it's green because it kind of separates it from
Yeah, that's their,
It's us, but
their
it's.
color.
Yeah, but I just think it kind of highlights how it is part of us, but, you know.
Yeah, if you've been into the foundation site, so it's all green and that's how their website is, so there's intentional branding around that.
In the foundation part, and I can't see it, does it talk at all about any comments from donors?
We don't have a donor quote in there, but that is something,
It'd be something for the future.
the donor profile.
So one of the things they're looking at is an independent foundation report that would go out during the year, probably more toward the fall to inspire fall giving appeal. So I think part of their appeal, fall strategy will complement and work on that as well.
And one of the pieces that was on our list, if you remember, I came and gave you, here's the list of 5 new things at the beginning. One of them was the foundation piece. And I was envisioning more of that report style. But when we started working with them, at least for last year, given all the changes and all the things that occurred, they worked with our team and said, at least at that time, what we really need for marketing is a small one-pager kind of front and back that we can use quickly with a QR code that was more about the foundation and the work we do, like a quick piece. And so that is what they requested of us, and we did deliver that on schedule during the fall. And so I'm looking forward to being able to support them with further efforts.
And I do like how this is focused on the student side, right? Which is good for this community, because when you read about the good things it's doing and you hear from a student, for me anyway, I think, oh, I want to be a part of that. Then I can go to the foundation and be a part of that. Sorry, Pat.
Oh, I was just gonna say, it also depends on who the audience is intended.
Right.
Because if you're in the foundation, you're trying to, their goal is to get as much money as they can. So they have to at least talk about the rationale for somebody giving money to the college and why it's a good idea. So if you get a quote from somebody that's giving money, that's always a good thing. But it also depends on who the audience is. So if you're going for the student, absolutely do this. But if you're trying to say we need to help the foundation spur on further contributions, it would be good to have something from a donor.
I think, I appreciate that feedback. As I look at this, I think we'd be really smart to have some kind of just quick appeal in there, for additional details, this website, QR code, something that if somebody feels inspired through the whole report and they get to that part and say, well, I want to contribute, that we don't have to make them look very hard to figure out where to do that.
If CCAS, tell her I said that.
So it's not the intent of the piece, but heaven forbid, we don't allow somebody to feel inspired and choose to demonstrate support for that inspiration.
I got that note written down.
Okay.
The other thing, I was gonna wait till she was done, but since we're spending time on this page, I wanna get a quick response from the board, because the page on the left, we're still working on the wording in that. I've seen in working with Rochelle on it, but essentially what it's doing is calling out the impact of the growth management component and its impact on our funding strategy. And my question to the board is, are you comfortable with us doing that? It's a little inconsistent with the strategy currently underway with the 17. The 17, I will say that we're not consistent, but I've shared with you, I'm on record telling my colleagues, I've got to advocate for my college in its position, and there's truly a lack of awareness on this. I will also add, and I can give more detail on this later on, because it's not about this piece, but I've specifically been asked as part of our OPC retreat next month to demonstrate to the group the specific details that Lisa has done a phenomenal job helping me visualize what I've articulated verbally. So to put that in front of the group and say, here is our issue, which is really our issue that we need to talk about, because it's going to come out during House Bill 4124. So we'll talk a little bit more about that, but I want to make sure as part of this piece that the board's comfortable with us calling out this nuanced funding challenge, because we run a lot in the community, people saying, you must be doing okay because your enrollment's out of the park, and they don't understand that.
I think this our financial health is probably our most pressing strategic issue. So I am incredibly comfortable with
Yeah.
poking the issue a little bit. I think this is the most complicated thing to explain to the community.
Yeah.
It took, I was on the board for 3+ years before I went,
Yeah.
and so I think it's incredibly important to continue to educate our community around how we're funded and what is unfunded, and that means the responsibility falls to the community. Because I think the message I'm getting as I talk about RCC and the need for community giving is they're fun, right? They get federal funds through PAL, they get state funding, they get property tax funding. I mean, what else do they need? And I think it's being able to be very and almost dumb it down. They're not, people who read this aren't industry folks. So that would just be my strategic message for you. I think this is where we're losing, because they see 145 million and they're like, that's a lot of money. Come on, guys.
So the way I address that, just so you know, is I say, okay, yeah, we gained a lot of students, but where are they? What are they taking? If it's CTE, nursing, any of the medical stuff, we can't charge them to support it. You know, if the tuition's seen per credit hour, you know, you take a nursing class where there's one instructor for 6 students as opposed to a writing class where there's one instructor for 20 students. That's a big difference. And I think the public in this community will support CTE a lot. This is the nurses, this is the plumbers, this is the electricians, this is the tradespeople we need. How do we get them out there? And those are the most expensive classes to train, EMTs, everything else. So, not some good examples here, but I think people understand that, okay, I understand why it's more expensive to do that. I like the idea that bifurcated support in the state.
And we'll talk more about this when we get into the funding part of the conversation later, but I think that was an attempt at the appeal we did with the bond issue, right? If you want these programs, we need these buildings, and we, obviously the message didn't get across. It was a terrible political season to try to get any message, non-presidential election across. But to your point, like dumbing it down, making it simpler is gonna be critical. And the difference today, I think, is we need the operational support, not just the facilities support for these programs. And that's what I look forward to this afternoon, talking a little bit about. But for this piece, we're hearing that message is you're comfortable with it and appropriate. We'll work on the message, continue to work on the messaging. Thank you.
Then we move into the final spread here, which is, giving them a glimpse of the future, which we think is important as well. So of course, we're emphasizing transportation technology. We're finding a lot of engagement when we're posting about that on socials and that sort of thing. It's kind of fun to see the future with the renderings, right? So we've included both pictures of actual students with there. Simulated learning is an emphasis for us now and into the future, so we wanted to include that. And of course, a little piece about our website, as that is quite ever, and helping to introduce that to the So moving on to some other communications. Yeah.
So for that publication, what's the intended audience, just like, how's it gonna get out once you're ready for it?
So once it is all buttoned up and ready to go, it'll be available in a few different formats. So digitally via PDF, and we're looking at, the clickable interactive books. It's like, I want it to be snazzy, see if it fits within the budget. But then also we will be getting this professionally printed. This will be available. It'll be provided to all of you as board members, but we'll also keep them on hand for Randy and any other spokespersons in the college who are out in the community sharing message to be able to have those.
You look at the distribution list for the printed copies, very similar to what we did with the innovation report. So maybe a good example of that we might share that list with the board. Are there other community members that you're thinking of? We should also get it, but I will say, you know, my time here, that one piece was the most impactful piece that people say, oh, I finally got something about you. And so we've really been excited to follow up the innovation report with something that we can do annually that's a much more chewable, you know, piece to develop for our communications team than that one was.
Yeah, I can definitely.
I just want to follow up just a little bit more. It sounds to me like the distribution list is, at least the printed version, relatively limited. Like, the person on the street isn't going to come across that. And this may be shocking, but I don't spend a lot of time on social media. And I don't know very many people who do, of my next generation. So, how is the person on the street going to find out about this thing and be able to use it?
Yeah, so we are working right now with our admissions and recruitment team around our saturation pillar. I don't know that we've always done it every year, but it's been every year since I've had marketing and communications. And so I am curious about including a QR code on that since it goes everywhere. We don't want to take up too much of that space because it's really intended as part of their enrollment and recruitment support. But that is something that internally we've talked about as a way to at least get it in front of those who may not be seeking help. They're pretty hefty, so they're costly to print and mail, so we wouldn't send that out as a saturation, but that's just one of the strategies to let folks know that it exists.
Have we ever sent anything to all of the residents in the district? Any jumbo postcard or any?
That's the saturation campaign I'm talking about. It goes to all of.
That's what you're talking about. Okay.
And it's typically a large
Postcard,
front
okay,
and back,
that's what I
full
thought.
color. And it talks about registration and open house and also.
And with the QR code could be there.
We just accidentally leave one at a doctor's office or
Yeah.
stumble get our tires done.
This is.
No, I like that idea, maybe adding it that in some small way, just to, you just never know, yeah.
So let me ask you this, Roger, and I don't use social media either, I'm just trying to think of it. If a QR code were on the card, how likely would you click on a QR code or?
That's just exactly what I was thinking. Okay, what's going to drive me to do that? If there's got to be something compelling in that, you know, that mailer that says, oh, I need to learn something more about that. I'm not sure what it is.
Some messaging.
I really don't know. I'm trying to think, okay, maybe it's similar to, and again, I'm concerned about the cost of this, but, you know, you see things like at Harry and David, you see in your, you know, you walk in the door, the cellular magazine, whatever that thing is. You know, there's some interesting stuff in there, but that's supported by advertising. Obviously, we can't depend on that. I don't know exactly how to get it out to the person on the street.
So one of the things
You need a conversation, you know, I think, in the community.
One of the things we've done, and it's part of this discussion, not this piece, is we've committed to the importance of telling our story and acknowledging that we can do better institutionally. We fell short, I'll be honest with you, in the budget process of identifying that priority and identifying resources to put toward that priority. So, you know, that is something that's a lesson learned. Like if we want to make it a priority, we also have to put resources toward it. I will tell you a small piece of the puzzle, but an important one, is as Jamie's going through the process of identifying a new director of marketing and communications, you know, this is a part of what, you know, is a candidate consideration thing where, you know, it's very common for institutions to say, what is marketing or communications? Is it to generate enrollment? Is it to do this? We don't want to give up. We don't want to take our foot off the throttle of our enrollment efforts in that. Especially, I'm sad to say this is my first term at RCC where enrollment is down this summer, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later as to when we look specifically. So we don't want to give up on that. But we also realize there's never been a more important time for us to just need to tell our story in the community, because we're going to need community support moving forward. And we are hearing things like, everything in the valley is sick except for RCC. So you're okay, so we're going to take care of the ill over here when they look at their resource allocations. And we need to acknowledge that, Pat, what you were saying. So the challenge here with this conversation is we acknowledge that we need to tell our story better. We also acknowledge we didn't put resources toward telling it better. So we need to think about, do we want to find resources, or do we want to do it on the creative and more fiscally responsible?
I was thinking about, what you said about social media, and I think about we're on it all the time with everything. So it is a good way to get out there to a broad sense, but maybe it's like a 5-on-5 with Randy talking about this new publication coming out, or a little thing in the Daily Courier that just says, hey, check me out, and there's some sort. So I think that I like the idea, and I do think we don't want to put a lot of resources towards it that can be going towards direct student impact too, and so there's that balance that we have to think about as far as monetarily, not, spending a ton of money that could be therefore going towards it. But yeah, I think her team is really, really smart, and they're gonna figure it out.
But it's that strategic focus you talked about, Maria. Like, our strategic focus next year is going to be less about how do we create demand for what we offer, and it's going to be more about how do we get support for the demand that exists.
I was just kind of thinking about, typically I hear about things with just a news feed, news break or something like that. It just pops up, and then you say, okay, I'll take a look at that. I'll read that article. An awful lot of people my age do that kind of stuff. You either get it from the New York Times, or you get it from Newsbreak or something.
But it's a good point, because I always laugh. My old marketing communications team, whenever they would give an update to the board would say, well, I've not seen that, I've not done that. And their response was, good, you're not our target audience. We're not aiming for you. But in this instance, we are. I mean, it's that community member, who are the influencers in our community, and different generations look at information differently. So.
Well, that's right, because I suspect that there are a lot of people in my generation who are potential donors.
Exactly. So the foundation really needs to be thinking
Right.
about that.
And this is something that we look at, if I think back to all the efforts that we were undertaking when we were out for a bond, going to the chamber and trying to tell our story in a cohesive way. This is something that you could have in your hands with those.
Absolutely.
That's still a limited audience.
Yes.
I'm thinking the contrarians in our community. I can see a billboard that has a QR code that says, RCC doesn't want you to click on this.
Here.
Yeah.
There actually is a billboard in Palm Springs
Yeah.
that says exactly that. Do not copy this QR code.
Yeah, do not access the QR code.
Great. This is really, I'm excited.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Nice job. Nice job.
Thank you. The team has been working hard, and we've had great partnership through the college. The timing on it is challenging. Everybody's gearing up for commencement as we were trying to finalize the articles. So it'll continue to get better as we progress, but I am pleased that we have one.
Yeah.
Did you, and I'm sorry if you told us, when is this going to be released?
So Randy's requested to have through the end of this week, provide any other feedback that he has. And we'll, as soon as it's ready digitally, we'll make that available to you, and then we'll get it out for print, and I can provide a timeline for when they'll come in.
I think another strategic recommendation that I'll make to you, and it's something that I'm working with my team at La Clinica is reflecting the need language that we're hearing in the community. We're hearing a whole lot in the community about the childcare crisis. And so what is the parallel that we're doing? We do early childhood education. Right? So we don't have, I'm not, it's the debate we're having at La Clinic. I'm not asking folks to rename their programs. I'm just asking them to make that connection for folks who are reading, right? To get closer to what people are concerned about. So if it's I can't get into my doctor, right? Or the primary care, like 6 months to access a primary care provider. Like, what are we doing to impact that? That's just when we think about strategic languaging, like, let's figure out how we compare it back to the concerns of the community.
We are definitely on the same page there. In fact, we used early childhood education as one of our program highlights. I really appreciate your point about making sure that the messaging is something that the community will connect to. So I will give the article itself another look, like through that lens.
What I put down is how, as we move forward, how is the annual report a response to community need versus what we want to showcase? I think that's a challenge. We may have things that are.
Balance of both.
Yeah, well, and ideally, right, we're showcasing things that are responding to the community need. But if we have a piece that looks really cool but feels really irrelevant, then it's going to be hard to then say community, and we need more of your support for these things that you don't care about.
That are not landing with you.
Yeah, that aren't landing with you. That's probably the better way to say it, yeah.
And I think that we talked early on about the piece being really important to set us up as a college of distinction. So we were walking that balance all along, and the context changed.
I think we do it, and I think, right, the strategic plan conversation this afternoon, we're gonna talk a lot about evidence and how we look at how we do environmental scans and that. So I'm less worried about, that being our natural practice, but I think it's an important question just to ask ourselves through the process.
Oh, I was just gonna say, Rochelle, can you go back 4 slides? I just want to point this out. I think this is really good language that's used. One more. So like meeting the need for early educators, like really focusing on what are we doing to support our community, right?
We don't, in the community, we don't call them early educators. We call them child care providers, right? Or primary care educators, right? So I think we're saying the same thing. It's just unless we're in this field, we're not gonna know that is gonna actually help the child care crisis. Maybe, I don't know, I'm assuming.
Thank you all for the great feedback and ideas. I've got some additional things noted. And I'm really excited to get this buttoned up and out to you all. It's been a really fun project. It has, yeah.
It's kind of fun to get to, you're like, oh yeah, we did that, we did that too.
And I think about, like 5 years from now, to have a whole series of things, how wonderful that will be. All right, so moving us along, well, I guess I should pause. It's 9:59. Do you want me to finish or do you want your break?
Let's take a quick little break and then do the website. Does that sound good? Like, how about 10 minutes? Is that enough time for everybody? Okay, let's do it. Because I want to hear it all fast. 10:10. We will.
Excellent, okay. So moving on with our website redesign, we've shared here before that our website really is our digital front door, and it's our single most important resource for prospective students who are seeking information. Our redesign really focused on user experience with prospective and current students at the top of the priority list in a real way. One of the things we're really excited about, when I say we, it means marketing and communications, is that we were able to streamline our content. So we went from a little over 4,000 pages to about 1,500 pages. So really trying to help students find what they need with fewer clicks. We used a data-driven design and information architecture process with our partners that we're thrilled about. We are implementing a content management system. That's gonna make a big difference in our ability to continue forward with the website this way. And we focused on more authentic storytelling, so featuring more student stories and creating assets that will allow us to do that in visual and compelling ways moving forward. The website really is our primary support for enrollment, engagement, and generating interest. So I would say, stakeholders, of course, prospective and current students are the top priority. And closely behind that is as well as employees and other stakeholders. I've included just some brief snips here so that you can see we're on track with our revised launch of so looking forward to that. We also have worked on supporting the President's Voice. So we remember a retreat last year where we spent quite a bit of time sharing with you the first annual President Communications Plan, and this marks the end of that first year. The communications plan includes lots of different strategies, but I've included a sampling here. Randy has been sending termly, typically, emails out to the campus community, which is really an important piece that we get a lot of positive feedback from employees around. And so his emails are branded with the From the President's. It's fun. We also started our first video series, and we've got a few videos under our belt and solid ideas for how to continue to expand upon that moving forward. Videos are Randy's absolute favorite thing, so that's been fun. Working with him on that. We're gonna maybe do some showmanship stuff, right, for the next year, but I think people find hearing his message, we usually talk through at a high level what are the ideas, but we found that scripting him isn't the way, so just letting him talk. Loosely what we've imagined really comes across authentic, and people appreciate it. And so we'll be talking more about what other kinds of videos. So far we've done internally focused videos. Eventually we also want to feature some of these videos on the public facing website for more public audiences. We've continued with the Chat with Randy series. We've had those really since Randy's start, and they continue to be pretty well attended. Sometimes more virtual attendance than in person. It just really depends upon what time of year it is. During budget season, for example, very high in-person attendance. But that's something that will continue into 26, 27. And then other key elements included, just a snippet in service, but I would say any of those keynote opportunities are something that we take pretty seriously with regard to Randy being able to, from the seat of president, give people information and updates about where we are headed. And I think, reflecting back on how we approach some of these things institutionally before Randy, we would tend to have external keynote speakers. And although those things were fun and inspiring, I think people are really responding well to the state of the college style addresses that we prioritize since we started. So continuing that. It also supports the feedback that we received through the employee engagement survey, where people said we want more timely and consistent updates about the college itself. So while we love professional development and those sorts of things, we want to know what's happening here. And so we used those opportunities as a chance for videos. Is there anything you want to add here?
Next slide.
Okay, well, look, it's you, just like I was on that one and you. Opportunity College designation rollout. On the slide, you can see both the fun branding that we rolled out right when it was first announced to us, as well as the seal that we're beginning to implement in the report to the community. right away, we developed a consistent visual identity using these two items and a messaging strategy around it. We have celebrated the designation in different ways, so media outreach, press releases and the like, as well as making sure that it's front and center in campus events, in our presentations and in college communications. What we have found is that we can't tell this particular story enough. And so we're finding ways at sort of a soundbite level. It's interesting from my seat, I get to help prepare Randy for engagements, and then I get the advantage of just sitting and listening while he presents. And he's gotten it down from what was maybe like a 2-minute explanation for what this is down to 20 or 30 seconds, which I think is really helpful. And I hear other people repeating it the same way that he tells it. So we're gonna keep spreading that story and sharing that news. And working on how to better get people to appreciate that, because that's an external validation of the impact that we're having on regional prosperity. So we're gonna continue using that into the future, and it ties nicely with the tagline we adopted through the brand refresh around opportunity starts here. So digital storytelling and social media, one of the reorganization changes that we've made in the last couple of years within marketing and communications involved redesigning some responsibilities to include social media strategy and more emphasis on that. And we've received some great results. So it's a little difficult to read on the slide, so I'll just share that our engagement rate is the one that's most important to call out, has increased by 185%. These stats are January through we continue to reach more and more people. When we reach them, they're engaging at a higher level of rate. And we have continued to receive more and more direct messages, so people seeking information or just reaching out, expressing excitement about something that they're sharing. So these investments are helping. And we know that to Randy's point earlier, our intended audience in terms of prospective students and help people understand that they themselves can be successful no matter what stage of life they're in, the social media and digital presence is where it's at. So it's been fun in my seat, hearing either from Randy, who's heard from other people, or from members of the community directly that they're like, I don't know who you have doing your social media these days, but it is so fun. Or other colleges saying, you kind of copycatted your idea for this thing because it was so cute or whatever. So there is strategy, it's not all just cute, and it's been fun to be able to expand that a bit this year. The next piece that's brand new to the college that we'll be launching soon is our prospective student book. This is actually next month, so I look forward to being able to bring it to the board and have it. This was really a research-informed strategy. The process that we used involved gathering, we had over 100 different ebooks from institutions from all across the country, from different types of institutions and sizes. We came together in a facilitated workshop style, facilitated by Sarah Bristol, our communication strategist, and our marketing team, along with key college leaders and other staff. So we had folks from admissions and recruitment, other enrollment services area, as well as advisors and TRIO staff, just like a sampling of people who are working directly with students and helping them navigate making those decisions or making some choices, and work through, what would be most important to support our students and their student journey. We also made sure that as we went through this, it was in alignment with the work that Dave's teams are doing, and we'll hear more about later, around student experience and student journey. So this should be complementary of those efforts. We will be producing the prospective student feedback annually, the annual report to the community, so that it can stay relevant on other institutional changes. So we're really looking forward to this and to continuing to build it out as a tool for prospective More broadly, since this is a communications update, I wanted to just take a moment to share, the marketing and communications team has traditionally been focused on enrollment and student communications, and we haven't lost that piece. We've just been also broadening the focus in the ways that we described in terms of our story of community level. But we're still here supporting our colleagues in student learning and success. And these are just a few highlights. I'm not going to read all of them to you, but the ways in which marketing communications helps people discover RCC and then ultimately choose RCC, navigate RCC, have a sense of belonging, support student success as well. So if you have questions about any of these things or get more detail on marketing campaign statistics and all that, I'd be happy to cover in the future. These are just some pieces that I wanted to make sure are included in the college communications update. So on our right is the at a glance, which you're familiar with. We're looking forward to the new one with the new branding next year, so you'll definitely be getting that. And then on the left is a sample. We do lots of different pieces that are intended for specific audiences. This one in particular was the one that we put together when we had the Southern Oregon Showcase event, where we hosted 16 legislators from across the state, and they did a tour just to give them RCC at a glance and our story. Now transitioning to the Rogue Report, this is the primary tool for sharing college news and information, as well as accomplishments. So it's a place where we can celebrate successes. And we do that internally. It's been in place since 2023. It was developed largely as a result of feedback on the initial employee engagement survey. People were wanting more updates in general and also more timely updates. So it is a consistent source where people can both contribute to and be consumers of information about the happenings across the college. It's designed in a way to be searchable as an archive. So if I think back to early on in my career at the college, you wanted information about a particular initiative. You had to connect with somebody who could forward you that email from that thing when it occurred, right? In certain circumstances. And so one of the best benefits that we have in a Rogue Report is if you want information on a topic from the past, you can easily search keyword search like you're used to on a website. It also strengthens our ability to provide that transparency, that timely from either as articles came home. And so I think that's been really helpful. In the beginning, we shared with the campus community, like, this is a two-way street. This avenue, and we're going to ask that you both contribute and consume the method. They go out weekly. They include similar information to what you receive as within the news, and that it includes all press releases. And we continue to have increasing open rates on that, which has been really helpful. Early on it was, well, did you read the Rogue Report, right? And now it's more, yes, that was in the Rogue Report. So we've seen that subtle shift. One of the things that we've talked about as a senior leadership team when it comes to strategic communications and also the kinds of things that have come up either in workshops or in other kinds of reflective conversations moving forward is, are we perhaps at a place where simplifying our communication strategy and including the board as recipients may be a more effective and approach than some of the other strategies that we currently have. So thinking about things like the executive team. Could we, rather than having two separate strategies, encourage our college leaders to make sure that all of these really important things that are coming in an 18-person board be shared in the Rogue Report, where it's an archive and searchable, able to be used as evidence for things like accreditation, and then have all of it be there. And you'd see those things and more through the rogue report. So that's something that, you know, we don't have a predetermined outcome, but I wanted to pose for discussion during our time together today.
I'm sure I understand. So getting more weekly reports so that the board report time, it's not a giant supplemental, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, if we transition to that, you would be recipients weekly of that, and then that would free up board time to use highlights versus a separate written report, because in some cases what I've seen is people will spend a great deal of time getting in a report that goes into the E-team report that may not then make it rogue report, or vice versa, right? So trying to streamline it.
I personally like that idea.
So is this the report that identifies the wins and the objectives?
The mission fulfillment report is separate. No, this is like an internal newsletter with all the information about college happenings.
So when you talk about the executive team's report that is incorporated in the board packet, I'm confused. Can you share, like, just help remind me about
The
what?
executive team report is the written report that then we get to the senior leadership team. We share highlights from, and we ask.
Which is an oral.
So historically, the E-team report itself was put together to help supplement and support evidence for how we were hitting mission fulfillment.
That's what I'm talking about.
That connection as we go through the strategic planning process, the accreditation process isn't being made, like, we're not using that piece as evidence to here's how we are meeting it. It's a showcase piece essentially. It's become a showcase piece. And so we're like, well, the showcase is a communications effort and strategy. So is rogue report. So what if we were to explore, because we keep asking people to do additional work at some point in time, it's like, what are we going to pull from them so they can do this additional work? Could we consolidate the E-team report, which has become a showcase report, along with the rogue report, which comes out weekly on Mondays? We're like, well, who are the impacted audiences? Well, what we recognize is the one impacted audience that doesn't get it is the board. So would the board be amenable to stepping away from the E-team report and being included in the weekly rogue reports on Mondays? And then people will have to massage and work through that and say, okay, what I used to contribute to the E-team report, I probably want to contribute now to the rogue report. But it'll look different to the board. You won't get that supplemental packet, but you'll get weekly on Mondays to communicate the rogue.
Get the information in weekly chunks versus trying to read it all with.
Exactly.
I actually think that's a great idea. That makes it so that people aren't duplicating in two different places so that they can be efficient.
There will be some things that you'll just be able to note for yourself as operational. Like, you may not need to know when pesticides are being sprayed at a particular campus. Some of the things are announced. There's also really great information. We talked about including more student success stories because that helps motivate and inspire employees. So you have access to those as well.
And if there's ever something that is informational in the E-team report that needs to be shared that isn't necessarily been part of that, you can almost just.
That would be in the monthly update.
Exactly.
Yeah, from
Whatever.
I bookmark this website and I read it anyway, so.
And it is available to the
Weekly
public.
email is great.
I think anything to avoid double work makes a whole lot of sense.
I just wanted to comment that the website is so valuable to me as a board member to share. It's easy to read and share information with the community on what's going on, to just go in and pick and choose a few things. It's really been helpful. Because a lot of people don't specifically go on the website, but when you share it through social media, they see it.
I think the consensus of the board is, yes, let's
Yes.
try this new way of doing it, and we'll see how that.
timeline.
Yeah, so I believe that we will be able to get you added, time for Monday's session. If not, I'll have Rochelle let you know and it'll be Monday.
And it would just go to your board email, so if you forward that, that's fine, but it'll be, yeah.
I think we already have the E-team report for this month's board meetings, so you'll probably see that over time and.
So August will be the big, we won't see that. The
Big reveal.
We're gonna have a website, we're gonna have reports.
Yeah, I would say one other thing that I do want to flag is the RCC in the news process. We'll talk about that here as well. Included in the Rogue Report are all the articles that mention RCC and as well as all the press releases that we put out. What it doesn't include is that handy list that my team puts together of any articles we might be interested in across the state. That does take quite a bit of time for them to put together for us. I'm curious if the board would also be amenable to removing that part of the process because we get those articles in different ways. So I think all the ORED news, which you subscribe to, other things. But if it's important, find a way to work with the team on how we might. That just is outside of what would be the Rogue Report.
There's a fair amount of duplication between what our team goes and hunts, scrape, we call it scrape, they scrape and find to put there, along with what OCCA puts in there, you know, so like maybe if, you know, we can, if you're struggling to get that OCCA update and there's a way we can streamline that to you, it's easier, but probably 70% of what we put out there is included in the same work they're doing.
Almost done here. I know we're over time, so we had extra time. We took longer, but I really appreciate the valuable feedback. This is important. I won't read all of this to you, but I did want you to have a quick glance at what the marketing and communications team's focus is. So for the next year in 26-27, we're working, of course, on expansion of storytelling, like you've heard about here. We're focusing on how we can support strengthening community awareness. So those are things like the annual report and those pieces that we've talked about, but there are other efforts as well that we're undertaking as part of our marketing and communications plan. We are looking forward to continuing to find ways to better support RCC's strategic priorities. And we have a significant focus around enhancing the digital experience for learners and but also for other users on the website and other digital spaces. And then I wanted to end on a question. If we don't have time for this full conversation here, I'm definitely open to receiving feedback other ways, but I would like to know when you're talking about RCC, what messages resonate most and what information or stories would help you tell RCC's story even more effectively in your role as a board member.
I've provided feedback all along, so I would have waited if I had done this coming.
Surprise!
Yeah, that's okay. But the thing that, the two things I think that come to mind in addition to what I've shared already is that, and this is, I know this is really difficult, but the longitudinal impact, how do we know, right? Especially from a community impact, right? We're investing in these students. Where are they 10 years from now, right? And that is a really hard story to tell, but anything that we can glean around, did somebody go up to U of O and get a college degree and then come back and you know, did something impactful in our community, or whatever the case may be, right? You know, we graduated a nurse and, you know, now they're, you know, running a wing at Asante. Whatever that, I think those are impactful stories that I would love to be able to tell, those long-term impact stories, especially as we're asking our community contribute more of their personal wealth, right, into their communities. That community is going to be important. The other piece I think is around our role, back to your earlier slide, around the support about advocacy, policy work. And I think I bring this up quite a bit, like how do we support you in that advocacy and well-being work, and those key messages that are really, really important, that we're all, and especially if we agree on, here is our lobbying. Lobbying is a bad word, but here is how we're advocating to stay along for our, I think those are messages that are missing.
I think often we adopt the talking points of OCCA, which is great. There are certain circumstances where we adapt the talking points from OCCA to better reflect our community and our needs. And that's something that I know Randy and I will keep in mind next year around some of the items we've already begun to talk about today.
Especially moving into the long session.
We've got, and I don't want to derail this conversation. We've got House Bill 4124 a little bit later in the agenda, and I suspect advocacy and opportunity, it's just that portion of the meeting is designed to have this conversation. So we can take this topic and carry it forward, and we can talk in detail on the topic maybe just a little bit later.
For this, I would
Go ahead.
just say that it's super easy to share things. You know, it comes up if we're subscribing and we see the message and be able to share the message and try to get that broader audience out there to some of our constituents. So I agree. Social media, person being stories and good site ads and those kinds of things make it easy to share our stories.
And I would just add that in my role in bond time as a PAC member, I did reach out to the community. I did make a lot of connections. And what I think people really wanted to know more about is how RCC contributes to the economic engine of the county or the district. In fact, that we are different from a four-year equity institution. Certificates increase people into work, increasing pay, getting more money, salary, advancing professionally. Those are the stories that I think people love to hear more.
One of the things, I appreciate that feedback, and I think that's consistent with, you know, when we ran our last bond measure, it was driven more by the timeline for continuation of the Jackson County bond than it was RCC readiness to pursue. And we've learned a lot in the short time since. One of the things that gives me more confidence about when the timing is right pursuing something, there's a couple things that give me confidence on when the timing is right to pursue something. One is, I believe, even though we keep talking about, I don't hear about you in many instances, there are a lot of people in our community who do feel like in the last couple of years, RCC has been way more responsive to the community's need. I mean, you don't have to look further than the most recent Grants Pass article that we shared that said, you know, it literally said, in some ways, Deloitte is recommending that that SOU is more responsive to workforce needs like RCC.
Yeah.
I mean, because I think it said SOU should be more like RCC in responding to. And that's not to be an indictment, but that's an example of our responsiveness to the needs of our community are more evident today than they were even 24 months ago. So that's one. The other is, I have had people in this community who I trust in this work way more than when we went under recently come up to me and say, I want to be a part of the next time you do this. And I've got input that I think would help you moving forward. And those were relationships that at least I didn't have, and that I don't know that the college was leveraging 24 months ago. But I've had very influential people who are like, you know, I was a part of when the college became a part of this community or did this. I care about your college in a way I want to contribute. Like, that helps. We didn't know those voices, didn't have those relationships at that point in time. So we'll talk more about that, but it gives me a little more optimism than we were going into that one pretty blind and driven by continuation timeline, not have we dotted all of our I's and crossed all of our T's timeline.
I think your annual report is really gonna help us with that.
What I'm finding that resonates is just people learning about the CTE programs that we have, because a lot don't know. And so I hope going forward, when we do like the groundbreaking, that was huge, and I hope we revisit those programs, like don't just leave it at, we had a groundbreaking, it's going, but continue to go back to them and show how they're doing and how they're helping.
And our last bond campaign was kind of, if you want us to do these things, we need these supports. And in the meantime, what we've done is we've done a lot of those things. Now our message will be, if you want us to continue doing these things, then we need this additional support, which at least is hopefully gets a little more vote of confidence where they're like, oh, we have experienced positive momentum if we want more of that. And but I'm going back to your comment, Maria, we have to keep it simple. That's where we start to lose people is in that. But I think our story is very impactful, that we can respond, but in order to continue, I use logic. Sometimes I say, you know, we've moved the needle on approaching problem solving on how do we get to yes. And we've been able to get to yes with greater frequency the last couple of years, but getting to yes is going to be harder moving forward because we have these resource constraints.
And keeping in mind that this November, the safety levy for Josephine County is gonna be on the ballot. That's always competing.
Well, so again, that's another example that there's a funding coming up a little bit later in the agenda. When I think about this, I think about it even as simple as when you're having conversations, is it around, you know, helping people understand access? Like you can access or opportunity. Here's the wonderful things. Or is it the value proposition? You know, here's what the experience at RCC leads to, and I know the simple answer is all the above. And if we were to prioritize which of those, and it feels like the value proposition in Southern Oregon right now is a heavy lift. This is why pursuing post-secondary has value, and it's hard to talk about 10 years from now with people who are addressing immediate needs. Like you're talking about 10 years from now, I'm figuring out how I can pay rent next month.
Yeah.
Anything else from the board on this? Thank you very much for that.
Appreciate your time and
Thank you. We'll swap over, I think, now.
stop. I will give you the baton.
To be your side.
Thank you.
Quite literally.
And to follow along, you do have a supplement for this one.
See, look, we're still on track.
Yeah.
Savannah. It was a good discussion and we're.
Since we have a minute, Madam Chairman, could I take a second to address something Maria said?
Yeah.
About having those stories about a lot. One of the things that we'll start doing was, you know, shout 5 years in the bag, astronaut, I will. And my plan is that once we get to a 3-year mark, 3 times we have done it, we're doing it the second time. We'll have enough of a repository to go into it and reach out, like, you know, 5, 6 years, 7 years down the line. And there are some stories which are coming up. I think that'll be a good base to start from. I did it 6 years ago, and this is what I'm doing. There are some interesting stories, so I'll keep you updated on that. And hopefully it'll continue.
Keep us updated as well.
Maybe. I'll keep all of you updated, especially with the good stories.
Yeah.
Most of the stories have been good. Well, thank you. Right on time, as you can see, 45. I'll take a few moments to talk to you a little bit about where mission fulfillment stands. But having said that, when we move into next month's board meeting in August, there'll be far more of the indicators. But today it's a good time to talk about some of the gives you a really overview. Primarily because this is kind of the tool that we use to see, well, are we overall meeting our mission? So just to recap, what we have 12 objectives, 24 indicators, plus 4 things. I'll quiz you on that later. 24, 12, and 4. Right now, what you're looking at is we do meet the mission. 41% we absolutely met. Another 30, we improved on that, and I'll go a little bit more into that. You do see about one-fifth of those are incomplete. And there is a reasoning behind it, and I'll share it with you right now, that there are some of our indicators which are predicated on all the grades being done, all the completions being done. That will, there are certain processes the registrar has to go through. That will be done by the 23rd of this month, so we'll update it at that time. That's why those are incomplete. It's not that we didn't do it, we didn't take care of it. They're just incomplete. We'll get to it as soon as the information becomes available. So overall, what you see is we're not doing bad. We could do better, but about 70% of the stuff we set out to do this year, we have done. We met some of them. In some cases, we improved, and we'll go a little more into that. But as we go through each of the WIGs, after that, I'll share some specific information on disaggregated data, which I know there is a deep interest here, and we have an interest in that too, so do our accreditors. So I'll go into that a little bit. And finally, I'll end this by looking forwards, both after what we do after lunch, but also moving forward in timeline. That given where we are in mission fulfillment today, how does that relate to our next strategic planning cycles? So that being said, let's launch into this. The first WIG was equitable access. And what you see is half of them we improved, a third of them we met. There was one we did not quite. And as we go forward, I'll focus on those things as well in some of those places we didn't.
Can I pause real quick just for clarity for the board? August's workshop is dedicated to the mission fulfillment report. That's where these dots will be connected. This is just kind of a tease to this is how we look at it today as we talk later this afternoon in the strategic planning conversation. What from this process do we want to borrow moving forward as a strategic plan? But as far as how we made momentum on the mission fulfillment report, that's the August workshop.
And so just showing you the pie charts, then we'll go deeper into it, each of the part of the pie charts. The next WIG, student success, the big one. Here is where you see a lot of incompletes. And as I mentioned, a lot of it had to do with the registrar processes. But for those that we do have, there are 4 such indicators on which we do have information. And we did meet all of them, or we improved processes on our outcomes this year compared to the last year.
Lisa,
Yes, sir.
In this academic year, the data is inclusive of all the terms or not?
It is inclusive of all the terms of 2026 academic year, which we just completed. Yes, it is.
It starts with the fall of 2025 and
Summer of 2025.
Summer of 2025.
Summer 25, fall 25, winter 26, and spring 26.
And spring of 26, not summer.
Summer of 26 starts the new academic year, which we are just, yeah. Thank you for asking me that, yes. And just to clarify, it does include the whole year, but as you can see, some indicators are incomplete because we don't have all the information for them. So.
Will you give this to us in August, more updated information?
Yes, when I give it to you in August, I'm expecting the incompletes will go away. And I'm hoping they'll be replaced by
Green.
And I'm pretty confident most of them will. These are community partnerships. Again, what you see is quite a bit improvement Some of them we did meet, and there's one that we did not meet. We'll get to talk a little more about it. And again, with some of the others, there is at least one indicator incomplete because it is, that one is not from the academic area. That one is actually exactly from my area. So full disclosure, this is the community engagement survey which is out. We will not be finishing up till August 1. But as we move forward, I'll give you some information on that, and the information that we are getting. There are two things about it. One, the response has been quite a bit more than last year. Partly because it's the second year we are doing it, partly because you all have been able to talk to people that you're talking to, and partly because we have a new tool. Look at that. 80% we met. But this is about our professional development, internal employee culture, those indicators. We did pretty good. Across the board, we are meeting it. We've improved in it. And this is something to be proud of. And you know, you heard Jamie talk earlier today about some of the initiatives we're taking. This is a reflection of that we've invested a lot. We're seeing it. So those are the 4 bigs and the KPIs. I'm going to go next into some of the specific ones where we talk about disaggregated information, both from the access side and the success side. Before I jump into it, you have easy questions for me, for that matter.
Only easy questions allowed.
Is one that I just jotted down, can mission fulfillment reporting be generated mid-cycle that might generate meaningful information?
Certainly, Gary. And as you recall, in a given year, we come before you at the board 2 or 3 times with mission fulfillment. But if there is an interest in perhaps doing it, you know, every quarter, we can certainly do that with the disclosure that some of these indicators, as you see, even after a year, we don't have them yet. But so it will not be as many indicators that we can report on, but we can certainly do that. The other thing is, and I'm glad you brought that up, that as we move into the next strategic planning cycle, we're hoping to tweak some of it so that that kind of a thing can be addressed, that instead of, you know, doing it twice a year, can we do it once a quarter, once a term? So that's a point well made. The answer is yes.
And the reason I ask it is because if the board's work is focused on policy, this might be a way to remind us and you about where we stand relative to that policy. It just gives meaning to that.
Absolutely.
My vision would be, and we'll talk, the reason we're kind of throwing this at you this morning's kind of like let's take a look in the rear view, and this afternoon's now let's look out the windshield and talk about, you know, where we're going, but we wanted to spend some time in the rear view. So when we get to this afternoon, we're gonna talk about the timeline and the process for the strategic planning. I can envision this retreat next year being more around what kind of updates on mission fulfillment, strategic planning, this board want and how. Do we want it in workshops? Do we want it in the open meeting and new business to put it there? And we'll probably be discovering some of that along the way. But as we build it, and that's one of the questions we have in mind is how are we holding ourselves? It's been hard under the current strategic plan to tie, because of the lack of, you know, the mission fulfillment report is tied to it, but it's not as intentional as we intend the next strategic plan to be. And so it will be a more natural flow of, well, this is how we're checking updates, progress, momentum. We've forced it into institutional effectiveness. Our goal is that it's more natural with the next strategic plan. But then what's the board's appetite for updates, expectations? If we don't, whatever we don't pick up along the way, we'll clean up in the next retreat.
And, you know, all this is to say that we talked quite a bit about storytelling earlier today. These are the building blocks of it. Little snippets, but powerful snippets. This is what we are doing, not 3 years from now, not 3 years ago, but this is what we are doing here now. And that's a good thing. So going into special focus cuts across mission fulfillment, the disaggregated student populations. And I've divided it up, as you can see in your packets, between the access part of it and the success part. As you look at that, first objective, objective 1, adult learners, we are growing there. And that's also something that we have found in our environmental scan. That's an area that we can grow. And yet the growth is slowing. We had a target of 100, 104, beat the target, but it was not as much as we had the previous year. One of the ways of looking at that, as we talked about earlier today, is, everybody is doing a lot. Are we maximizing that target, given the resources we have? And that's a theme you'll hear me say quite a bit, as you heard earlier today from us. Similarly, objective 2A, again, we continue to grow. And we had a target, 50, additional 50 credit students, Hispanic or Latino. What we got was about 20. So yes, there is growth, it is slowing, but there's also an additional part in it that is there national policy impact and perceptions as we see. I mean, it's not just the policy and the impact, it's also the perceptions thereof. So that probably has an effect on that as well. Pell students, and those, that's kind of the proxy for, disadvantaged communities, the SES factor there. We continue to grow there. We surpass the target. But here again, there's some caution to be employed that not only have we optimized what we have given in resources, but also what's happening at the national policy level. How much Pell is coming out, who's being eligible and who's not, and what is being eligible or not. One of the things we are looking at in the next 3 or 5 years, and I know you have heard of that as well, is, well, should we give out Pell to everybody, or should it only be for certain programs, and should it be the same or not? So keeping a close watch on that. Again, with accelerated learners, we continue our growth, but it's slowing down. And again, that question has to be asked that given what we have we maximized the yield? Given the fact that we have flat resources, or another way of looking at it is not just flat, but if you look at the growth management cap, is it lower? 8B, and there is some connection there with 2A there, as you can see. Slowing growth, we maximize our yield, and again, is there a national policy impact and perception as well? Finally, workforce students, and we did pretty good the last couple of years. We had a target of 500, which we almost met last year. This year, we lost. In addition to the maximizing yield with the resources we have, here's something else. I was talking to the Dean of Workforce, Lisa Park, this morning. I was teasing her, what did you do, Lisa? And the truth is that this is just credit students. In the non-credit sector, we did grow. But when we set this objective, specifically for CT credit bearers, CT students.
I'm sorry, I was.
7B.
Which area was were you saying, in the credit area
In the credit area, we lost some.
Okay,
and that's the credit area. That's how the objective was set up, the indicator was set up. In the non-credit area, we picked up those 4 or 5, actually it was almost 500 students. So one way of looking at this is also, is the same population opting for shorter non-credit opportunities than full-fledged credit opportunities?
I only need this certificate to improve, I don't need necessarily the whole.
I need a CDL, I don't need it. And that's one way of looking at it. I'm sure there's some overlap. It's probably not exclusively one. But all those things, what they're telling me, and I hope that's what they're communicating, is we are, with what we have, we are doing as much as we can do more, but we can do a whole lot more with a little more resourcing. Whether it is at the state level or elsewhere, it's like getting rid of the growth management gap. I'm going to go there, but you know what I mean. The next slide, I'll talk about the success part of it, but before I jump off, what hard and easy questions do you have?
Really appreciate this level of granularity, and I think it's super helpful for the board, for example, when it comes time for budget, to say, oh, we're aware that in adult learners, I'm imagining that is where funding was cut because we don't generate enough revenue there. That gives us information about, whoa, we might want to think differently as a policymaker in terms of adopting the budget. I think this is so rich, and I really appreciate, this is an area of my interest, as you know, and I really appreciate the level of granularity.
You know, we've been tracking 0 to 5, right, in my industry for about the last 17 years, and you know, birth rates have continued to decrease, and so there was going to be fewer high school students.
There already are,
yeah. Yeah, you're tracking, everybody's tracking this, right? And so I'm wondering, as you are looking at the macro and thoughts about strategic, where should we focus, right? If there are fewer high school students.
And you know, we did have a couple of third-party studies which we had commissioned, and that goes far more into depth. But the top-level answer to that is a couple of things. One, you get more of them, which is what, you know, we started trying to do. Bigger percentage of the pie. And earlier, I mean, let's not just go usually junior and senior, let's see if we can go sophomore and freshman. The other place where there's quite a bit of opportunity, and again, this speaks to both the CT, but also especially the non-credit part of it, is that population of which there's a considerable percentage of it which had some college, finishing of it, and having them come back, have that pathway that come back. Some of them just want to do something that they did and finish it. But for many others, it is, I did some college, here is an opportunity for promotion. If I could only go back and get this certificate, I get the promotion. So some college completion, one of those are two areas where I would think. Yes, sir.
You reference in there a number of places is with the resources we have. I realize that our budget is constrained, and what I'm hearing is that a major constraint is the growth gap. Basically, that's our major issue right now that's constraining us from actually putting in some additional resources. Yeah. I guess, you know, we're going to be talking about, you know, financial situation here shortly, and I totally agree that we need to take a serious look at that to make sure that we're not continually drawing from our reserves. And I guess in my own mind, I'm thinking, okay, the major, and I don't know how to put a percentage on this, the major constraint right now is the growth management cap. If we didn't have that, we'd be able to devote more resources to each one of these things, and then we'd be able to solve it. I mean, there's some demographics involved there that we would refer to.
Yeah, I promise I might jump in on that one. So if you think back to when we started adopting college priorities, we said clear number one is stabilize enrollment, and then the rest are equal. And stabilize enrollment at the time meant let's go get more. And so we told essentially all of our team who could create what we call reimbursable FTE, go see what you can do. And that's where we saw a lot of growth, particularly across the board. We saw it in CTE, but we also saw it in our pre-college team and our workforce. And we said, All right, everybody, great job, to the point where we've exceeded reimbursable FTE. And we got to the point, and we did talk about this as part of the budget process, but maybe introduce it a little bit differently. Where now what stabilized enrollment's gonna be is be more strategic about our enrollment profile. And we're gonna have to prioritize the one avenue where there is revenue that can be created, which is basically tuition generating. And there's almost two, because the workforce side still has the contract training, which is, it has its own, neutrality. But programs and opportunities that need to be subsidized to grow or develop are ones that we have to consider hard. So Dave has a list of programs we could add tomorrow that our community needs. The problem is they're not self-sustaining. And so if we're gonna do them, what are we gonna do them instead? What are we gonna quit doing? And we have to consider that as part of strategic planning. So what we have done the last budget cycle and a half, now the last two, because we started it for this year we just wrapped up and moving into the next, is to prioritize enrollment effort strategies around where we can general fund tuition or that credit training that is basically self-supportive strategies that we can't just add and not worry about where the cost for that adding is going to come from, the way we did the first couple of years when we had reimbursable FTE to gain. So that's part of what you're seeing there, and that's the given, it says remain the yield with resources we have. That's the response. And it's going to be a really important strategic question for us moving forward. And that's why I've said publicly, under the current model, we're at least 10 years from being fully reimbursed by the state unless something happens. So hopefully that's what we.
Those are very difficult decisions.
Yeah. And the interesting thing is when you dig into it deeper is there's ways to grow your enrollment and your reimbursable aid. There's ways you could do it with low-cost programs that are less relevant to the community. When you look at ours and you see that we're the second highest contributor of our overall FTE in the state, that is CTE, and you're seeing the amount of completers and you're seeing the Carnegie designation, we have evidence that the way we're going about it is right. And so when we can align that evidence, hopefully with state priorities, discussions that are happening around economic prosperity and all those things, we can start to connect these things to say, if this is what you want in the economy and this is what you want in the workforce, this is what we need to prioritize. When we had the showcase here a couple weeks ago with the legislators, I candidly said to them, you'll never give us enough money that we feel it's enough. We'll always want more. But one of the things you can do legislatively is resource your priorities. You have the ability to say, we want these workforce priorities and disproportionately we're gonna resource those. We're gonna say nursing and hygiene is in more demand than some of these other things that we're funding. So we're gonna resource them disproportionately different. And a lot of states have a model like that where our resources follow our priorities. And I will say that was a welcome comment. So those are the things that we're gonna have to talk about is we're gonna find for the next several years, there's lots of opportunity for RCC. We're gonna have to figure out how do we pursue and make that opportunity, which opportunities do we pursue and
And they have done that with Cal2 and other funding through HEC for apprenticeship programs that sort of outside of higher education. They have funded us to a great degree. It's just, it wasn't directly.
And we have to do that with programs, right? So we in the way like we've told pre-college GED, we want to continue to support your population, but we're gonna have to find a different funding source to help supplement the cost because the model doesn't cover it. That's what we've had to do with nursing. We've told industry, we can't do this on our own. If you want more nurses, you're gonna have to help us subsidize it, and they have to a certain point, to a certain degree. And so that's working with those industries to say, we're happy to be your training provider, but it's not a self-supporting program. If you want it, we can do it in this way. If it means enough to you, we need this support from you, and let's do it together. And that's always important. It's especially important to us right now when we can't even count on state reimbursement as an additional cog in the wheel.
Yes, speaking of programs, one of the things, and I'm jumping a little bit, but again, this is a teaser for that you have our full program demand gap analysis. the front page, one of the things you will see is there are three quadrants. These are programs that you may want to, these are programs you may want to have, these are programs you may want to reconsider. And then on the right-hand side, it is, they politely call it, make sure that the quality of the program keeps up. That's one way of saying that that's a great program, see if you can find funds to expand it. And that's what we're talking about too, that dollars should follow priorities. We move to the next part of it, which is same thing, but student success. And this is a smaller slide, partly again because some of these things have not been completed. But there's quite a bit of good news here. The first time full-time graduation rates. We had set ourselves for 2% increase year by year. What you see is, we went from 9 to 16. That's pretty massive. That's in the recorded numbers that we have going back about 15 years, we've never reached that. And the reason you might ask, well, so what happened since 2022? Well, this is a 3-year goal, so we check it at the fall of 24. And the indications we have so far, we expect to come pretty close, if not more, to 23. This is especially important partly because of all the measurements which are uniform across the country, this is the one that comes to mind first and foremost for a lot of policymakers. Your graduation rates. You can see for yourself, it is, and I'll say this is not random. You've seen the work which has gone into it, the prioritization. Similarly, the other measure which is intimately linked to is Objective 5B, which is, Objective 8A, which is the transfer rates, same population. Again, we saw that we had set ourselves a certain number and we met it. One thing to keep in mind is that generally when graduation rates go up, transfer rates kind of go down because somebody is getting something and they're not going somewhere else. What you see here for 22 cohort, that's pretty good news, both from a communication standpoint, but also the fact that we're helping students succeed. The other big thing when it comes to momentum is fall-to-fall retention rates for that particular student cohort, which is first time in college. Again, we surpassed it. All of you have been in education directly or in adjacent terms over the years, and this, if there's one measurement which is hard to move, it is that one. Even 1% is pushing a boulder up the mountain. So I'm very proud of that. I think we all should be. Similarly, just a smaller measure of that, of a smaller time frame, is fall to winter. On that one, we had set ourselves a benchmark set by all the colleges together. We beat that slightly, but a win is a win. And again, as I'm looking at preliminary numbers at the course level, I suspect we'll be beating that number next fall. That one I think I just copied. We spoke about that in the previous one. Sorry about that. Ignore that. But there are 4 other measures of student success of disaggregated populations, which bringing to in August once we finish the registrar's processes. Talk about it at that time. Pretty hopeful about this. The next slide is about where we go from here, the next strategic planning cycle. But before I do, what easy and hard questions can I answer?
I have one. We set these goals ahead about growth in these different factors. You just kind of wonder, because we've heard for years that the pipeline is smaller. It's graduating students, the population getting older, which I'm one of them. So you kind of wonder, at some point in time, are we going to have to redress some of these numbers, saying that we're not gonna grow by 2% because the population we're working with has fallen by 5%. And that'll be an interesting day. I'm not sure if we're there yet, but I think we at least have to be cognizant of the fact that it may be coming.
It is, and that's a great question.
Is that a hard question or an easy question?
If that one is somewhat easier.
Okay,
And here is why I say that, because there are two ways to look at it. That at the broadest level, we have reached a point, at least for the next few years, that anytime we are talking about, plain raw numbers.
Yeah.
We need to get 600 people from, 600 more people from this population or that, we need to be careful. The other thing is that when we're looking at these momentum things, whether it's retention or graduation rates, yes, that if that population goes down, which is especially with full-time, first-time, full-time in college, we may have to have kind of a window that, instead of having 2% growth, let's have 1 to 2%, or something based on the population itself. On the flip side, and just this is full disclosure that there's a flip side argument in scholarship as well, that, if you're getting fewer people, isn't it possible that, again, given the same resources, we can put more resources towards them, which means the number should go up. So there's that argument as well. Since I made that argument in the past, we'll share it with you.
Because on the previous slide, are other institutions seeing a decrease in student?
Portland Community College definitely is, because I've talked to them. That tells me that some
Something
others
else going on.
Yes.
And do we have is there a way to get a better sense of what's going on? In terms of, I suspect, is that the need and the demand is there, it's just been suspended. And so, it would be great to challenge that and find out if that's true. Because then, if that is true, then the marketing and communication to the students.
There are ways to find, as you can imagine, given the time and environment we are in, a lot of folks will not talk openly about it, even our colleagues. At the same time, there is national scholarship now, which tells us that something is going on. And I think that's a great way to put it, Maria, that the demand is there, the opportunity is there, it's just temporarily suspended.
Timing issue.
It's a timing issue.
And that we can do something to ensure that folks know when you're ready. We're seeing it on the patient delivery side too. We're seeing, and people are just huddling down and they're working, right? Because they don't know what needs their community their families will have.
You're battening, there is, I think that this is what I heard from a friend of mine in Washington State, that we are battening down the hatches.
Yeah,
I heard it called the handprints and.
I've heard that too.
Yes.
All right, got the last slide, because we've got 2 minutes.
Oh.
Keeping you on track there.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Because we're gonna get a lot of information from him in August.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
So this is the takeaway for our strategic plan as we look where we go from here. We'll continue to promote access. I think we have discussed that. That's what we do. At the same time, we also want to focus on success. One, that's the end goal of our mission. Exemplary educational opportunities for student success and economic development. Access is a pathway to success, and measuring success is measuring our execution at the end of the day. We have talked about political and economic uncertainty. I think all of us see that, feel that. Given that, we have more leverage on student success than anything else. Whether it is, momentum in a class, momentum term by term, completion rates, placement rates. We do have more control on that than about anything else that we have control over. So what we're looking at is, the cumulative student success indicator at the highest level, which I shared with you a couple of meetings ago, where we track students based on that success, whether it is finishing a credential, whether it's finishing a GED, and then also track those populations by SES or other disaggregated indicators. At the cumulative institutional level, those big indicators, completions, getting certain number of credits while in high school, the workforce credentials. We want to track all of them. That's what we have asked you to think about and told us as we are working towards it. That is a good goal to have for strategic plan. But what's also good is we build that up with things that we showed you, which we are already doing. Success at the course level, momentums, milestones like those gateway courses, the English composition, college algebra, those kind of things. So what we're getting at it, and this is a question you had asked us, what does mission fulfillment look like in this next strategic plan cycle? It looks very similar. So there's not a radical departure. But what will happen is that, we'll have those 5 big indicators at the top, the cumulative student success indicators, which will be the lagging indicators. We are checking them at the end of the year. How many people got their degrees or finished their diplomas or got their workforce credentials? But also at smaller chunks of time that we talked about, term by term, quarter by quarter, we'll also be tracking those leading indicators, the momentum, the coursework, the milestones, and right underneath that, disaggregated information. Partly because it makes sense, partly also because it is asked of us at multiple places, and really it's very helpful for us. Again, we've talked so much about limited resources, where do we need to put it to maximize the outcome? So what we're looking at in terms of mission fulfillment in the next strategic planning cycle is similar, 15 to 20 indicators, which include the cumulative ones, the leading, then underneath them the leading indicators, and disaggregated indicators as well. Doesn't mean we'll have all 30 disaggregated populations, but what we'll have is what you saw, the most, the key ones, 5, 6, 7 of them. And finally, having that and having the way that we're setting up the strategic plan, we agreed that it was going to be a shorter time frame, about 3 years. But it's also that if the leading indicators tell us that this is where we are having a problem, we can adjust the lagging ones so that we are serving our community better, but also putting our resources, whether it's financial or otherwise, at the right place to measure our success. There'll be more on that as we go into after we have had lunch. But there'll be more on that, a little more depth on that. But wanted to share with you, this is where kind of our thinking is, which is kind of in sync with what you had asked us to do. And I realize I'm standing between you and lunch, so I'll have your
We've got
questions.
another thing. We've got more before lunch. I just want to make sure we're good. Go ahead, Gary.
So, great information. Wonder, can you describe the handshake as the best word I could use between, say, your team and Dave's team to be able to provide folks with the relevant data that might cause them to change practice, to react, to do something differently in order to meet students?
Sure. I mean, I think the infrastructure is in place already currently for majority of the dashboards that we need to leverage on a daily basis. we have met with Assam and his team several times over the past year to talk about what dashboards help us make improvements. So those are already things that we are towards completing and work with Assam's team to help us so that we can have better information and more detailed information. But we currently have, I would suggest, a very robust set of dashboards that allows us to make data-informed decisions for operations. With respect to these types of things, most of what we're looking at are those early term metrics that Assam was referring to, that you'll see probably in the next iteration of the mission fulfillment as well. So the course completion rates and those types of things, those are very important. We look at those and we have the ability to disaggregate it already, by different types of courses, whether it's an online versus an in-person versus a hybrid course. So those are the types of things that we're looking at.
So would the dashboard be more of a dynamic analytic tool?
It is.
That's the plan.
It's real. It is real time, 24 hours in the past. So it is very dynamic. One specific thing I'll point out is something recent which we have done, and this also addresses something you brought up. Now, because of the need, one of the things we were able to do was at the program level. Now I can go, and Dave's team can go and take a look at where the students, where the learners are, right down to the zip code, right down to the census tract, and map it out. I don't know if we can see the streets, but we're pretty close to mapping it out, just like GIS would do. So that's one of the things we're very proud of. Similar things that it is. I hate to use the word real time because it's about 24 hours in the past, but that's as close to real time as we can get.
I think it's fair to say we currently have pretty robust strategy on dashboards for operational decision-making and efforts, particularly on the student side. I know on the other side of operations, Lisa and Jamie are still chomping at the bit to get some more dashboard views in the way we do around student. But I think where the opportunity lies for us is dashboard around planning. So right now it's currently, how does a dashboard that shows what our strategic plan is, and that's where the KPIs will come out with. We may set a KPI, for example, completions. Well, that only really we wrap up once a year. And so, but what we'll say is, while the KPI is completions, here's the early indicators: course completion rates, not just degrees completions, but within course, term-to-term retention. So we'll have early indicators that aren't a KPI that we're tracking to say if we're moving the needle on these, should we expect? So we've textbook done that, where we identified early indicators like course completion rates, course success rates, term-to-term retention. Those weren't really our goals. Students don't come to school to complete a course. They come to school to get a degree, to get a credential in that. But we wanted early ones so people could feel early successes. Now I think in this next strategic plan, it gives us an opportunity to say, what are the things that really are the things that transform lives? And those are our KPIs, and we have early indicators we track along the way to say right direction, wrong direction, right population, and that's where we'll go with it. But we've got operational dashboards that are really pretty robust today, comparatively speaking. I've got a lot of peers across the state who are very envious when I pull them up on my phone or I pull them up on my iPad. They're like, "You have what?" But we don't have them at the public viewpoint that the board sees and the rest of the community.
I would add that there's basically a standard set of operational dashboards that community colleges have just across the nation. And that's what we have that is very robust, right? And so what we've talked about, Assam and I, are like additional things that would be like, hey, this would be really cool if we can do this. So that's what we're working towards at this point.
I'm going to limit Dave to no more than 3 a month.
Including looking at potentially vendor strategies that just say, are we trying to build this all on our own, or is it the point where we might just go buy a product that links it and does it? So that's, the discussions are occurring. It's a decision down the road.
All right. You ready?
Shall we move on to the money?
Do it.
Show me the money.
So what I have planned for you today is we're gonna talk a little bit about the financial update. And so we're gonna talk about 3 different fiscal years a little bit and just kind of tell you what's changed, where we're at, and get you set up for the conversation after lunch or maybe before lunch if we get through this quickly. So we're closing out 25-26, the fiscal year we're in. Some things have changed since we spoke in June about May's financials and different things. And so right now, we're estimating our ending fund balance at 7.9. What we had put in the budget and what we were projecting on for 27 or 26, 27 was actually closer to 7.6. So it's gone up around $250,000, $240,000. I want to bring back the conversation that we were having before about our accounts receivable. Our accounts receivable has been increasing. And we, during the 24-25 fiscal audit, we talked to the auditors and we did not make a large adjustment of around $300,000 or $400,000. We were sending things off to collections and we had an opportunity with the state where they actually take students or individuals who owe us money from their tax rebates. And because the big tax rebate happened, we were able to collect some of those funds. We still need to do a write-off and increase our allowance account around $400,000. So we are doing that. The other thing we've been looking at, and I just looked at with the business office yesterday, was what is our agency outstanding receivable? And it was around $2 million. The really good news is $800,000 of that is what HEC owes us for reimbursement on the transportation centers. $1 million of that is what the foundation owes us for scholarships and other receivables. So really, it's around $250,000. And then we can identify who those are and why they are there. So that's one of the things that we are looking at.
So Lisa's gonna stop right here. So the 7.9 million ending fund balance, is that after taking account the $400,000 write-up? Very good.
Yes, and we're still making adjustments, so this is still preliminary. Haven't closed June. Yeah, so
We're good, we're good.
still moving forward. Again, single audit field work where they come out and test our programs, financial aid. Last year they tested trios. They will be out next week. And then the actual field work where they're here looking at our financial statements and all of the work we've done is actually in October. So we will be making changes and adjustments through that October date. Our last one will be when the auditors are done, because sometimes they come back with adjustments. We're just starting 26, 27, so I don't really have an update other than any fund balance is changing a little bit, so that is increasing. The projections, the 5-year projections that we were looking at in April will change because I will show those here today. It really has to do that with that beginning fund balance. When we actually put the budget together, we were looking at spending a lot of our ending fund balance. So at the end of 26, 27, our ending fund balance, if we had spent all of that, would be around $4 million. And what we're saying is we're making a commitment to have our ending fund balance at $6.1 million. So we will be working on that, and this afternoon we'll talk a little bit more about how we're doing that and how we'll report to you on a quarterly basis. So not a lot for 26, 27 at the moment. It's only been 7 days. But planning for 27, 28, the reason I bring that forward as we're looking at that 5-year projection, some things have changed since the ones that you saw in April. And there's also been 27, 29 is the next biennium. So we are also looking at how the Community College Support Fund, CCSF, will change depending on what happens. And so we're all familiar that Oregon Community College Association requested an increase of 7%. And so business managers, presidents, we all got together, we did calculations, much higher than the 7%. It was closer to 25%, and we all settled on that 7%. A few months ago, the state and the agency came back and said, actually, we're gonna ask for 17% more. They've come back and refined that number. And what they really were talking about between why it was so high at 17% is PERS. We have the PERS bonds that are, the rate credit is going away a year before the bond payments are going
that's really what they're talking about to that 17%. They've come back and readjust that number down to the 13.7%. In our projections, when we had them in April, we were projecting the Community College Support Fund not increasing. And so now we've gone back and we're saying it'll increase that 7% and we'll be able to have some growth in FTE as well. And so that you will see changed on the projections. Tuition and fees that we put in the projections is 5.19%. And what that really is a $4 tuition increase and then about 2% growth in FTE bearing credits in the general fund. And so that comes up to about 5.19%.
So you just reminded me of something. So really there is a bit more capacity in the budget based on the increase of CCSF funding. So the budget that the board did adopt has a little bit of wiggle room. Would that be a fair way to?
This is the following year.
This is
so
the
27,
next.
28.
Okay.
But I'll give you a preview. Yes, in 27, 28, it changed about $2 million with that change in the CCSF. Yes.
And so what, it has more. It just means there's less of a gap we have to address. Supposedly there's still a gap, but it's less of a gap.
You're going to identify that in the coming up slide. But just to be clear, there is no wiggle room in the budget that we adopted.
Let's talk about that.
Yeah, so that's the very next, hopefully we get through this and that before lunch. So that was the first thing after lunch on the agenda, but hopefully we squeeze them in.
Well, both those numbers are premature because the session hasn't started. We don't know where that's going to come
Well, those are the requests, so those are, it's a point in time, right? And the next big indicator is gonna be the governor's recommended budget. But that's still not final, but that's the next big indicator.
These are projections.
We're hopeful.
Oh, yeah. Aspiration.
Hopeful of that 7%, so that's what we're looking for. Again, property taxes didn't change, 4%. The formula has it higher. Remember, total public resources is CCSF and property taxes, so that's there. And then, there's always opportunities for financing opportunities for one-time expenses as we move forward in identifying those.
What it is worth pointing out to what we just said was the agencies were tasked with not requesting dollars above CSL.
Yeah.
So historically, it's been, oh, we'd like this, and then you'd see the governor's budget reduce from that. That 13.7 is defined CSL by the agency. So I don't know that it gives us overconfidence, but it is more than, here's the wonderful things. They're saying in order to continue operating as they are, this is what it's gonna cost. So it is, I don't know what it means today, but that is CSL, it's still a floor.
So again, that number is gonna change. We're gonna hear lots of different things until probably January, February. So this is the 5-year financial projections we usually bring forward. This has been updated with those items that I have talked about. The next page is what I actually think is more impactful and I'm really interested in walking through is to look at what's happening with our remaining balance or our ending fund balance as we move forward. And there are some things in here that I need to explain to help you understand some of these numbers. So one thing, first of all, is 24-25 is actual. So you'll notice there's nothing there for contingency or reserves. Those are budgeted numbers. And when you think of contingency, that's something we use in an emergency. We don't always use our contingency. The other thing is reserve for future. Reserve for future is a budgeted line item that says part of your resources, and it's usually our beginning fund balance, you're not going to spend this year. But to balance the budget, because your resources and your requirements have to balance, you have to put that number somewhere. And so we put it in reserve for future. So that, as we go through, I really want to make sure you understand that that money is there and you can add it to the bottom line. So
would you give an example of what that would include?
The reserve for future, beginning fund balance that we are not intending to spend in the current budgeted year. And that's really what it is. So for adopted 25-26, that was our adopted budget. our projections are what we talked about, where we're at today. It might make changes, but there's your 7.9 million at the bottom, the second purple. On the third, or the fourth column, but the third purple, you see the remaining to balance, or your ending fund balance would be $240,000. You have to add back in, because we're looking at the budget, the 2.8 and the other $1 million. So really, that's your $4.1 million.
You've got a laser.
Does that laser? So these two items, I know, to this, so adding those together. When we look out to 28, 27, sorry, 27, 28, that is not right. Again, we're rolling these numbers forward. The resources, again, those items I talked about have been added in there. So when you looked at 27, 28 in April, you're actually seeing closer from the 6 million, it was closer to 8 million as a shortfall, because that $2 million of CCSF that we think is coming in higher. So right now, what we're looking at is the end of 27, 28, we have about a $6.8 million that we would be utilizing more than our resources. And so part of that would come from our beginning fund balance, which has dwindled. And remember, we've made a commitment that this would go from 4.1 to 6.1. So when you're looking at this, this would be closer to 6.1. So we would use all of our beginning fund balance if we didn't make adjustments. Okay? And then the rest of this is just projecting out that if you keep doing the same thing and you don't make changes, there's a problem. And that's really what that's telling you. That's so far into the future and there's so many unknowns that that's really all that's doing is, hey, you have a problem, you need to address it. And that's what we'll be talking about.
You make a point that every time we look at this thing, the numbers, if I remember correctly, are in the same order of magnitude. The further out you get, the bigger the number gets. And I'm just trying to remember, let's just take that 27, 28 number. That doesn't seem to be, I mean, is it 50% larger than we normally see, let's say, 3-4 years ago? I mean, I realize I'm used to looking at red.
Yeah.
But I'm not, I can't remember the magnitude.
Usually when you're looking into a new biennium,
Right.
it looks higher than when you're not looking into a new biennium. And when you're looking 3 years out, right, or 2 years out, it's the best, it's the best projection we can get with known items now. Again, we're being conservative, we're being realistic in our resources. We're being conservative, we're being realistic in our expenditures.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a feel of, is the situation getting worse than it was, say, 3-4 years ago?
Depends on how CCSF, right? Depends on how CCSF comes in. There's opportunities with 4124. There's opportunities around the funding formula. There's so many opportunities in 18 months, really. Yes and no.
We're going to talk about fiscal year 27, 28 and beyond this afternoon, but the simple answer is absent some kind of intervention, yes. I remember the red when I first started growing as you go left to right, but not to this not to this measure. And so, yes, our expenses growth are outpacing our revenue growth despite enrollment growth.
Yeah. But what I appreciate about this is here's the opportunity, right? And so for us to get, I mean, this is sober, to say unless there is state intervention, then we're not growing. Right? This is clear, the path is clear for us. We will be contracting. And so if I'm a legislator, this is an important piece of information to have.
Carrie did you have a question?
Yes, in the third purple, the 26, 27 projected, does the revenue include the increase from your
this is today's reality.
It's good.
So we're gonna move on and let's talk about, actually the 26-27 budget, where we're at. And remember, we have talked through that we had $4 million of our fund balance. We want to move that back down to around $2 million. So our ending fund balance is closer to $6.1 million. So we're gonna really talk through where we are with our resources right now. So our revenue assumptions are on point for everything we know today. So we've already projected the Community College Support Fund reimbursement at the current appropriation level. I want to just give some highlights here that in the FTE reimbursement, which is around $395 million that runs through the formula for the 26-27 fiscal year, we get about 2.8% of that. When you look at the student support portion and the student success portion, that is around 27 million. And we get 4.9% for student support and 5.9% for student success. So again, there's 3 different components that we're receiving money in 3 different ways and 3 different percentages. So we can still grow because there's no growth cap on that student success, student support. It is a much smaller pie, but we can still grow. The other thing that I just want to point out is that our FTE, what we're reimbursed from CCSF on average for all the community colleges, if you just take that amount, that $395 million, and divided by how many FTE that are fundable, it's around $5,831 is what we're being reimbursed. So when you look at how much we're not being reimbursed on the FTE side of 888 FTE, it's quite a large number. Again, if you introduced all those FTE, that $5,831 would decline a little, right? Because it's one number divided by another number.
I love your budget challenge. So the budget challenge is primarily an expenses structural issue.
Yes.
So could I ask you, could you reframe that phrase, structural issue, into different words?
So our requirements are growing at a faster pace than our resources can grow.
Okay, that's what you mean by structural.
That's the structural issue, and that's for all community colleges in Oregon.
And some of that is maybe self-driven by the programs we choose to add and the cost of those. Some of those we challenge legislators and say, have you thought about the cost driver decisions you've made that have impacted our institutions? And, so that's where the legislative and advocacy conversation will take us.
So really, when we're looking at it, we won't be bringing forward in the next months, hey, look, this is how we're going to increase our revenue. This is really realistic of what we are. So what we're really going to talk about, is here are our challenges, how we're going to address that 4 million, bring it shortfall from 4 million to 2 million. And what we talked through was what our current strategy would be. So before I move on, we've really talked about revenue, a couple of different slides, but do you have questions on the revenue for the budget of 26-27?
So I think the next 2 events that will affect us is, I think we have an October revenue forecast, don't we? And then we have December, that's usually when the governor comes out with their budget. And so those are the next 2 that we should be aware of, and we can kind of plan things around.
Yes, for 27-28.
27-28.
Not for this particular, yes, yes.
Okay.
Lisa, the only thing I want to point out on revenue before you move on is, right, our revenue projections include the anticipated 3% growth in tuition and fees. And we're down slightly this summer. We're down 26 or 30 FTE, 20 of which are nursing alone because we didn't start the spring cohort last year. So that we'd have to catch up plus the 3%. We're flat for fall for right now. So I just want to point out that right now we're not on pace to meet the revenue for enrollment, and it's going to have to we have to make sure that that's a priority if we want to lean on that revenue projection.
there's still time, and I always say it for any who was saying, summer's doing great, I would say summer is not a predictor of fall or what's gonna happen the rest of the year. So, but I do agree with Randy, there's something different, slightly different this year.
I always like the years when fall's up 10% right now and fall's flat right now. So even still.
So it's our job as board members to maybe sign up for a class or two.
Early and often, early and often.
That'll solve the problem right there. It's gonna be expensive though for you.
Yeah, church you got it.
Yeah.
So looking at our strategy for this year, because we still need to address the $2 million, is we are really going to take a disciplined approach, looking at what needs to happen in the next few months, 6 months, 9 months, to really bring that down. The first thing that we're gonna be looking at is that expense variance. So we've been budgeting that at variance, it's about $2 million that's in the budget that we have to look at. I will say that the variance that we budget is smaller than what we actually experience. Will that save another $2 million? Unlikely. Really, when you've watched like the 25-26, we only spent around $1 million of our beginning fund balance when we projected we would spend a lot more. But we made changes when our revenue came in a little bit higher, but also we cut over $1.5 million out of that budget. So that's really how we did that saving. So we really need to do some changes and reductions this year as well. We can look at efficiency, identify savings within the current operating model. Is there things that we can stop doing? Is there one-time projects we were gonna do that maybe we're gonna choose not to do? Are there other funding sources, like when the foundation provided us $400,000 to help with classroom equipment upgrades? Are there other grants? Are there other things that we can look at? Are there other donors that want to invest? There's lots of opportunities of other sources, other things we can just stop doing. The other thing to do is, because we are going to start working on our 27-28 budget starting in November of this calendar year, really we're going to look at the structure of the call. We're going to have those conversations of what things look like. Are there things that we can implement now that we know are happening? One of the things I always think about is if a position is going to be open and it's something we may in the future think about changing, is that an opportunity now to change? Can we have some savings that way as well? So those conversations will be happening as we're moving forward. And then we just really need to monitor the progress and adjust as needed as things change, because things will continue to change. So how are you going to find out what we're doing? We're going to bring you quarterly status updates. And again, you're receiving monthly financials. A lot of the information is in there for you to see. Every month we're looking at what are our spending patterns, what are we doing, how does it compare to prior years, so that we can focus on nothing an anomaly or something weird going on that we weren't expecting. We're really looking at that and continue to look at that. Also, as we start making these changes that we've talked about, we need to update you where we are. So our first quarterly update will be in October. And really, it's going to be early actions and more of a strategy as we begin to talk. So summer term is our smallest term. When you think about December is halfway through the year, we've really only spent just over a third. It's a little over a third of all of our expenses, because faculty, most of them are on 10 pay, not 12 pay. So there's a couple months they're not being paid. So really it's happening fall, winter, spring. Summer is little with our expenses. So January will be our second status update. Again, updated projections. We'll know more from the state for the next fiscal year or in the next biennium. We'll also know more of what's happened. We'll have fall under our belt and we'll know where we're at with winter term. Is enrollment up? Is enrollment down? Where are we with adjunct faculty? Costs, those types of things we'll really know. And then we'll be able to implement the strategies that we've been talking about. April, again, will be our third status update, and we'll be able to build in our 27-28 assumptions. And again, that's where if we need a decision to do or not do something starting in 27, 28, if there's an opportunity in 26, 27 to make that change, that's where you're gonna really start seeing those things. So we're gonna be bringing you along with our planning process as we go, and these are strategically placed as things are occurring. So a lot of things are gonna be going on, and it's going to be important because we're gonna be talking about 3 fiscal years for the next 9 months. So we're gonna keep, for the next 6 months, we're gonna keep talking about this 25, 26, because we're gonna close that up with audit. We're gonna talk about 26, 27, what we're changing to reduce our ending fund balance is higher, and then what we're planning for 27, 28. So the components within there, with each of our updates, again, monthly financial statements, we're gonna give you reserve updates. We are spending some of our reinvestment reserves, and then again, updating our ending fund balance, which again, will continue to change as we go through the audit. You'll have an update on our progress of our strategy, any actions we've taken, any rationale, or impact on the current year and how we're doing that. And then again, long-range planning as we're developing those. And again, those will start more in the January update more than the October update.
Would the long-range planning include the needs on facilities? So that would be good input nuggets for the community to learn that there are some unmet needs early. That way, it's not a surprise to anyone.
They read further in the packet, we're going to talk a little bit about our facility needs and where we are with condition assessment and those types of things. That's not fair to know. So,
I have one question.
Absolutely.
And you may just answer it, I'll always answer my question, so sorry. Will we make a conscious effort to invite our budget committee to the quarterly updates, just as a, hey, we're gonna be talking about this during that meeting, just FYI, not like you're required, but just, hey, giving them a heads up that we'll be talking about it at a board meeting if they wanted to attend.
Or I think for the April one, that might make sense when it's more I think the ones leading up to that are more operational update that the board has responsibility for versus kind of seeing where the winds are blowing, which probably with the April, I mean, but I would caution the board to against, inviting, when you're invited into a conversation, I think the anticipation is your input.
I wasn't thinking about a conversation, I was thinking about a
Information.
view on.
Information, yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to it, it's a different strategy.
If you're interested in attending to hear what's being said versus, I wasn't thinking about like having a two-way conversation with the budget committee, I was thinking more about just.
I believe we invite them in January or February to our status update when we do our work session. It's in February, and so at that February meeting, we can talk a little bit about the January update again, so we'll reiterate some of that and then talk. We can do that.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, the role of the foundation in the evaluation process. And I know there are two different entities, and I think there is a role, I'm speaking as a fund developer myself, there is a role for them in this, and I don't know, I don't have enough of the background information to understand interest or how to engage them.
So that is a great question to an answer I wanted to provide. Pat was able to attend the last foundation meeting, and I had before, but tried to more clearly introduce to the foundation board, our core problem right now is operational costs, where historically the foundation provided direct support to student or capital projects. It's the ability to continue to operate, to maintain the momentum we've been building as a college. There was not a commitment from the foundation board, but there was an understanding and an indirect challenge to, well, maybe what you need to do is ask us for that support. And so similar to the 400,000, I think that they are totally geared up and prepared for us to ask very similar, because they dedicate money for areas of greatest needs of the college. Historically, they used to fund special projects, and sometimes we'd have departments ask for those, and we're like, that probably wasn't a college priority, that was a department priority, and you just change. So we've done a better job with the foundation of like saying, how do we make sure that your support goes to the identified college greatest needs? So I think as part of this conversation, we can anticipate going back to the foundation. I've, in casual conversations with some of them, introduced if we were to approach a strategy like this, we would look at it in perpetuity, maybe like for 3 years while we're trying to get more clarity around the state's current position. Can we count on you for some operational support? And that's been very well received by members of the board.
That was my reason.
Because I'd love for that connection to be a little tighter.
Yeah, I think we've been trying to create, to demonstrate the need and to see how they're responding to that. And the response has been positive, so we've not made the ask yet. I think the ask this fall will be clearer when we have that picture, but I appreciate the response to the demonstrated need.
So I do want to just highlight, and I had it on this last slide at the bottom there, that internal communications will support consistent understanding of the budget strategy. So again, when we talk about employee connectedness, and we were just talking about all of the reports we're doing and chats with Randy, this information will go to them as well. We'll have BAT forums earlier so that we can let them know where we're at and what we're doing. So we're not doing this in a vacuum. We are continuing with our philosophy of zero-based budgeting and including as many people as we can at the right and appropriate time.
Yeah.
So just as we move forward, will be involved.
And so as a reminder, this is the strategy that Lisa has just articulated to meet the commitment we made to the board when you adopted the budget. When you adopted the budget, we said it is using more ending fund balance than we're prepared to use. Our commitment, while you said you passed a budget with a $4 million usage of ending fund balance, we recognize greater than 2 is going to be detrimental to the long-term health of the institution. So we're committing to the 2, and this is the strategy to get there. So we're committed, you're not surprised.
Thank you so much. I think we're at a lunch break time. So we can stop the recording. Wait. There we go. All right, we are back at it for the afternoon. We're going to start with our college priorities, and I think it's the Dave show to start with.
Let me start it real quick with the first next slide. You want to jump to the next? As a quick reminder before we jump into these, one more. There we go. We've used the college priorities as a strategy to help demonstrate what we're focusing on as a college. And this is a neat little way to look and say, what is it we've done over time? So you see like stabilize enrollment across the board, but it's meant something different along the way. Enhanced pathways has transitioned to what we call student success. The third one was really kind of operational things, like when we transitioned into Genzafar, looked at institutional planning. But the last couple of years, we put additional focus into employee connectedness. Community relations has transitioned into kind of more community partnerships with a little more intentionality versus relations to partnerships. And then the fifth one was more that operational one initially with internal communications, KPIs. So for the last 3 years, we've made the last 2 years, we made the determination to continue the college priorities from the year before. I think we've kind of zoned in on what institutionally do we want to be working on and doing. And I think one of the conversations that we'll need to have longer term is how has the recent history of college priorities, how does it fit into our strategic planning efforts? I remember 2 years ago, I thought about sunsetting priorities, and we had a really good leadership conversation, and I think Lisa asked, well, what if we didn't? And then we decided that it was really a good idea to keep them because they resonate well with the college. So what we're going to do is, I wanted to acknowledge that we think it makes a lot of sense to keep the 5 for this year while we're doing strategic planning, but the approach to college priorities as part of strategic planning will probably look and feel a little bit different in years moving forward. So with that now it's the Dave show.
So Randy asked me to keep this really short, like 7, 8 minutes or so, because we want to really focus on a lot of the strategic planning. But I wanted to chat a little bit about, as Randy just mentioned, you know, some of the priorities from past couple of years and how that translated into the SLS division. So if you remember last year, we had some interconnected priorities. We focused on the first 3 bullets there: new students, progression and completion, and the student experience. And all of those things combined into the stabilized enrollment and the student success, kind of college-wide priorities. And that's how we were breaking it down. So those were the 3 things we were focusing on. For next year, we'll be adding workforce training and transfer. And part of the reason for this is some of the discussion that we've had today, but also if you recognize from around the climate from the political side of things, where funding is occurring from the federal government is really in apprenticeship and short-term training. The Big Beautiful Bill, of course, you know, has Workforce Pell, which is gaining a lot of traction. So these are things that are kind of changing a little bit higher ed landscape overall. And it's really forcing us to prioritize these things. And so it's incentivizing colleges to pursue short-term training, to pursue credit for prior learning, so that we have those non-credit to credit crosswalks, so that students can come in and get a short-term training that is non-credit, and at some point in the future be able to apply that to a degree pathway. So those are all requirements as part of this Big Beautiful Bill. In addition, there is a lot of outcomes related reporting and requirements for these students. So when they complete these trainings, whether it's short-term training or even a credit-bearing certificate, colleges now have to be able to clearly report on their earnings being higher than what they've actually paid, right? So the amount of dollars that the students have had to pay financial aid or out of their own pocket even, we have to be able to demonstrate that their earnings are going to be that much more. So this is a really important shift in that higher ed landscape. And so we're really trying to make sure that we're staying on top of it. And because of that focus from you know, the external environment, we've added the workforce training and transfer. So we continue to get more clarity on what all of this actually means as we go forward, because most of this has only been, the workforce Pell piece of it has only been, it just got out of the negotiated rulemaking like maybe 6 weeks ago. So it's pretty new and it continues to evolve. And we just want to make sure that we're ahead of this. And so this is a priority for us as a college. So having said that, I'd like to be able to give you an opportunity to ask questions if there are any at this point. So that's the reason we added that one. Of course, we want to maintain our focus on new students, progression and completion, and student experience overall. So when we think about that, for us, what we're really interested in is a journey all along the way, right? And so where are we thinking about different ways that we can implement strategies to improve that experience for the student? So like, I'll just give you a quick example. One of the things that we've been working on with the business office recently is to make sure that students aren't able to register if they have a balance, because what we recognized is that we're doing a disservice to these students when we're allowing them to register for the next term, and then we're dropping them because they haven't paid, right? Rather than just not allowing them to register right out of the gate. So unless they are on a plan, so we're working on those things to make sure that we're helping them along the way. And that's kind of the idea, right, behind this. And so how are we looking at this from their point of view, and are we helping them along at every step of the way. And that starts from when we first, communicate with them, all the way to the end when they transfer and they go into the workforce. Because we know at some point, if they enter the workforce, they're very likely to come back to us at some point in the future. The other piece of this is when we think about what's going on in Southern Oregon, and I know Randy's going to talk about House Bill 4124, but we recognize that the study that will occur, and because of SOU's predicament right now with emergency funding, it's very likely that Southern Oregon will be a spotlight, within this. So we know we want to get ahead of that. We want to make sure that we are doing everything that we possibly can to demonstrate that we are being good partners. We are doing all the things. So with that, we want to make sure that we're also doing everything we can with respect to transfer. So you'll see in September timeframe a number of initiatives related to strengthening our culture of transfer, which which is a continuation of what we've done. But that is something that will be heightened as we move forward. So having said that, there's a number of other slides in here. I don't want to necessarily go into all of these things because
You can highlight, take time to highlight a little bit.
Okay. So these are just right now, we're working on our strategic enrollment management plan that will drive our strategic enrollment priorities over the next 3 years and also for this year. But these are kind of ideas that may come to fruition for this next year. So looking at recruiting, we have just kind of a number of things in there. One of the key pieces here is converting undecided students into major secure status. And we worked quite a bit this past year to put in place the mechanisms that will be able to do that, which we've just recently done. And now it's about implementation. So that's kind of one example. Advising and onboarding, you've heard a lot about some redesign of our advising, and that will continue. One of the pieces that we're working on right now is altering the positions that students see, so they're not seeing a financial aid advisor and a college advisor. That will be the same person, because what's currently going on, again, thinking it from the student experience lens, a student currently would come and talk to their academic advisor, and then they would be handed off to a financial aid advisor, right, to answer those questions. And that student is then explaining their situation again, right, and again, rather than having one person who can help them with almost all of them, right? And so we'll have a couple of experts on the back end for those really tough financial aid questions. But so those are the types of things that we're thinking about right now. High school partnerships. We will be launching a high school phlebotomy cohort in Ashland, so that's one of the things on the agenda here. And again, the Rural Scholars Initiative is really going to be focused on CTE pathways and in the rural high schools, so that we can really increase and strengthen the access pieces, part of our mission. Again, we spoke about the culture of transfer. I just want to highlight the Southern Oregon Regional Transfer Pathways Initiative. That's what we're going to try to work on with SOU. And we'll include a whole number of things within that, underneath that, things that we're currently doing, but also some added pieces, including hopefully, haven't talked to Isam yet about it, but we need to get an MOU. One thing I found out recently is that we don't have an MOU for data sharing with SOU, which in my mind, but we will get there. So that's a piece that we need to get. They've already identified opportunities for reverse transfer, which means that students who transfer to SOU before they get their block transfer degree, so AOT or AGS, they will be able to send their credits back to us so that we can award them a degree. And the reason this is important, as you heard Lisa talking about the CCSF, the Community College Support Fund student success metrics, where she mentioned we had higher than our regular CCF FTE funding. I think it was like right around 5%. That's the piece that we will get additional benefit from if we're able to capture those reverse transfers. So that's important, and we can't do that without that data sharing agreement. Again, academic portfolio and partnership priorities, really making sure that we're aligning and using a decision screening tool to be able to support that work and really work on clarifying all those pathways for students and what that means for them in terms of careers. And there's some specific areas we want to focus on within that. Behavioral health is probably the #1 priority. And then finally, teaching, learning, and instructional tech priorities. So how do we were talking about online versus in-person classes and those course and the metrics that we look at through the dashboards that Issam and his team provide, but really ensuring that they're getting a consistent quality education no matter the modality of what they're doing. And how do you'll see strategies related to adult learners, people who are working, people who have families and other priorities. So those are just kind of initial ideas of strategies that you'll see as we develop those, but we're working on that. The first step for us was to develop that environmental scan, which really has helped inform a lot of the work that we should be focusing on over the next few years. And then the academic master plan update, which is in draft form. And then from that, our strategic enrollment management plan supporting. And that's where these priorities will be. These strategies. So any questions that I might be able to answer at this point? Yes.
I'm a big proponent of cross-training and knowing that as long as the fewer sets of eyes you have on things, the more errors can happen without someone else seeing it. 2 eyes are better than one. So is there, as you cross-train and have someone do the course in financial and all of it for one student, do you have someone in the background checking them?
Yeah, so there's a separation of duties there. It's a really good question. There's definitely a separation of duties. So the people who will be doing the frontline work with the financial aid and the college advising, they're really going to be supporting those students in helping them fill out their FAFSA, all those types of questions. They're not doing the actual awarding. That's occurring on the back end. So there's a whole separation of those duties. And having said that, we are working through what that looks like and what kind of training we need to put in place initially, but also ongoing training throughout so that they feel supported. We're not going to rush into it.
I would add, I think our SLS team's doing a really good job of responding to where priorities are. I don't think that they're claiming to build the perfect model. They're building the best model given resources where and as they are. We'd love to have, less need for generalists and some ability so that second set of eyes concept is one where, we'd love to have. And in some instances, we probably won't have because we are finding ourselves prioritizing access to the courses and delivering the courses at a higher priority than we are support for students. And that is where we continue to see institutionally ourselves struggle to maintain is, we're adding courses, we're adding programs, but we're losing the ability to support the students who are in those. And that's going to be, you'll see as we talk about strategic, an area we want to focus on. And it's something we talk about at the state level a lot is we are forced in Oregon to put less emphasis into student support and student success than you might find in other states. And that's what's impacting like some of our success rates comparatively to other states.
And as we use more AI and computer software, as we found they do make mistakes and that we have people watching that too.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. We don't have, at this point, a whole lot of AI in the financial aid processing that I'm aware of, so.
I'm just talking overall,
in general.
In general, yeah, in planning coursework or what, as you use computers to plan classes and all.
I
do like the fact that they don't have to tell their story over and over and over. Like I know working with groups of people who have any kind of adverse childhood experiences or trauma in their life, that retelling and retelling and retelling often gets to they give up because it's too hard. And so I do like the thoughtfulness of how can we streamline this from the student experience. I think that'll be good to do both, to have that and those experts when there are those complicated issues that they can tag in.
Sure, and so like I appreciate that comment because this is something, let me explain that this was, we said this is kind of the system that we'd like to have. And we gave it to the directors as the concept, and we said, now how can we make this work? And so they all worked together, and came back with, okay, here's how it should look. And the idea is really to be able to answer about 80% of the financial aid questions up front, but not all the things, right? And it's one of those things where, yes, it's from the student experience and that's great, but it also realizes efficiencies across our institution because now you don't have that person who's spending the time that has to listen to the student's story again, right? To get up to speed to be able to answer the question. It's more like the advisor, the frontline advisor who's with the student can call that back and say, hey, here's the deal. They know exactly how to explain it because they know our language, right? Whereas the student would have to explain their story for 20 minutes to even get to the question. So, realizing those efficiencies amongst our staff is a great reason as well. The other benefit that we found from our discussions with the directors when we got this design is that because we have 3 campuses, right, our staffing is going to be able to be more resilient because rather than only having like 2 people doing academic advising and 1 person available to do the financial aid advising, right, that allows us, when we're combining those roles, we're able to, somebody calls out sick, for example, right? We're not relying on people at other campuses to be able to somehow fill the void. So I think that's an important benefit that we also realized from the discussions that we had surrounding this development.
There are questions? Thank you.
And just so you know, Pat is online, I see him with us, so we'll keep an eye out. Pat, if you have a question, raise your hand. Rochelle and I will be watching.
Right, so moving to our employee connectedness priority. Just a couple of contextual reminders. We completed 2 of the Great Colleges engagement surveys back to back. We used those 2 survey administrations together as the formation of our baseline, which we seek continuous improvement, and in our future administrations we'll have our data. So where we're at, we have moved to a 3-year, so every 3rd year administration cycle. So our next survey will be 27. So I just wanted to ground us in that as I give the update on employee connectedness. So we have learned through the course of multiple survey administrations and other ways in which we've gathered feedback over the course of the last year that of course connection matters, communication is our essential tool. So that has been a big theme of today's meeting and continues to be a big theme of the employee connectedness priority. That growth is important in a variety of ways, and it means different things to different employees. And that purpose is really our strength. So one of the most powerful takeaways that we had from both survey administrations was how connected our employees are in every area of the college to our mission and really committed to student success in this ways. So we had a strong foundation upon which we could build our connectedness initiatives. And during our last board retreat, I spent quite a bit of time helping to tell the story of why employee connectedness or employee engagement, specific items you're looking at, really is foundational for our ability to achieve our mission. And so that is something that we continue to talk about and to demonstrate through our efforts. So student success really perspective. These are some of the examples of actions taken this year. I would say, in our process, which really simplified is data, dialogue, action, and culture. That's the cycle that we use. We're focused pretty heavily on the dialogue, action, and culture pieces, which take time to develop and to mature. So early on, we had more easy wins. So if you think about things like the Rogue Report as something really tangible that we could point to as a way to address communication concerns, right? We are now in the deeper, more transformative, but less easy to explain and identify, at least at this point, absent the survey work, right? So these are some examples. It's not a full list of every action because we have deployed employee connectedness, much like the other strategic priorities, as something that everyone from across campus is introduced to, right? So we have divisional plans, we have departmental plans, and we have individual plans that support this goal. So this is just a sampling of items that I think really help bring you into the story of how we continue to focus on this. So starting with communication, really rolling out the Rogue Report has required not just administrative realities of putting that together, but really cross-functional and cross-divisional engagement to make it meaningful, right? So we continue to build the culture around that. Our president communications plan is something that's very well received by the campus community. It makes them feel more connected and engaged, not just to Brandy as president, but also just to leadership and administration and the direction of how we're shaping up the college for who we want to be and where we want to go. So it brings them into those conversations in different ways. When it comes to belonging, our shared governance efforts, which we provided updates throughout the year, that's something that I wanted to make sure I highlighted during today's session. So we did launch our college council, and we developed our first shared governance framework. And that was what we viewed as a critical effort to strengthen perceived and understanding of employee voice, right? Where is it, how is it, as well as transparency and collaboration from multiple perspectives across campus. We've continued our employee appreciation and wellness initiatives, events, and supports. In some ways, we've expanded them. In other ways, we've continued to make what was already existing more meaningful. And those, I think, are important cornerstones to a lot of this work. When it comes to professional growth, we did successfully launch our Neo at Learn platform. And I'm really excited about the things that I've seen as of late that are taking it to the next level. So as one example, I'm seeing different subject matter experts from across the college develop their own content that's customized to us, and then adding that course for different kinds of orientations or trainings. That is really exciting, and there's a lot of potential for continued development there. While we love having a tool that we can point to when somebody needs, a Microsoft training, it's also really helpful that somebody could go in and take an orientation, understand, the way we do things around here with an actual face and a human. It really supports learning and development, which is great. It also really supports employee connectedness. So that's something that we continue to see development in. And then with regard to professional development, I've shared before that we have a professional development council that's jointly chaired by both myself as CHRO and by Dave as our provost, and that continues to be a powerful avenue for thinking more broadly about employee development and in less siloed ways. So although things like the teaching and learning in service may be led by Dave and his team, we're talking about it together as a council. And so that is bringing more connectedness, more organizational development, and across the institution. So that continues to be important. And then our welcome to Rogue and onboarding, of all of the items that we identified from our original surveys and our action plan, onboarding is the continued item that we chip away at it. It gets better, but it's never perfected, right? So we've expanded our Welcome to Rogue series. We've developed further supervisor resources. One highlight that you may not be aware of is that we have automated our onboarding surveys for employees. So we've created some workflows that have reduced the administrative burden and will lead to more frequent use and learning from the information that we're capturing from new hires. As we think about the future, we're working to figure out how to connect with employees who traditionally have been harder to connect with. So adjunct faculty is really the group that is top of mind for that. But these are improvements for the mechanisms that we've identified, and we continue this journey. The impacts to culture are more of a lagging indicator, but I'm really looking forward to our next survey administration to see where we have made strides, and then also what things are cropping up, because employee engagement surveys are a very interesting snapshot in time of the context, and the context that we'll be in 27, 28 is very different than the last time we administered the survey. So I look forward to partnering with Isam and his team to do more internal sentiment analysis type work that we did not engage with during the first two survey administrations, so we can take our findings to the next level. So looking ahead, I talked before about our framework for the employee connectedness priority, and that is around the 5 Ps, programs and planning and people practices, all of those. For today, I just wanted to try to step away from the framework and give really plain language about kind of what's next for us in 26, 27. Hope that you'll find that helpful. So we're looking ahead to 26, 27, identifying specific strategies to strengthen communication. This goes beyond telling our story. This is more geared towards the internal strengthening of communication in support of collaboration and really achievement of our mission. We are working to find ways to continue to build community. So with so much noise happening around us with things like the value proposition that really kind of create this sort of existential crisis for higher education, we are working towards, how do we build a community around our shared purpose and mission, right? So building community as a tool for employee connectedness efforts. We're continuing to invest in our people, and that doesn't necessarily mean additional dollars. So it's not allocation of resource, it's investment by way of structures that already exist. So we're looking at mentorship programs as one example to support one another. And then until the next survey, we're going to continuously be attuned to listening and improving, right? So although we aren't administering the full Great Colleges survey until later, we're talking about things internally like pulse surveys and other ways of other feedback about our incremental improvements to continue working towards the culture that we envision will take us. So I tried to keep it brief. I looked at how many slides my colleagues had, and knowing that I've been providing updates all along the way this year, I welcome any questions or requests for understanding any of this.
Keep that over there. So I want to tell our resident our fearless leader and timekeeper. I think if we borrow 20 or so minutes from the next agenda item, we're fine. Real quick on community partnerships, not a lot of change in direction, but to see where focus is going to continue to be, and where we've talked about it as opportunities, but I want to highlight some challenges. So continue the momentum of high school dual credit. You can see like this is the headcount trend. Our high school programs team has done a phenomenal job of getting students in dual credit. It serves a couple key purposes. One, it's helping them get that education earlier, which helps whether they're going to move on to a baccalaureate or associates, or if they're just going straight into workforce. I think where our challenge is a little bit, and Esam referenced it in his KPI update, where are we hitting with resources? Part of K-12's efforts recently have been leveraging their Senate Bill 98, their student success funds, to pay for early college initiatives, and they're pretty capped out on those. And those are some of the things that are being discussed as part of the next biennium. So we have to watch like how much access to funding that our partners are providing is made available. What we did a couple of years ago, just as a reminder, we reduced the actual tuition rate for those students in those courses, and we wanted to test, were they going to spend less money, or were they going to spend the same money and send more students? They definitely sent more students, so that was a good partnership on our part, but that's an example of how we're trying to meet them where they are, to say, we can reduce tuition a little bit if you're actually going to send more students. So I applaud them for that. But this is going to be a hard thing to move the needle on a lot more moving forward, maybe with some of our traditional college now, which is their teacher, their day, basically, as we strengthen those relationships. But I think that unless new funding comes to them, we're getting pretty close to capped, and they've gotten pretty creative on their funding strategy. So I wanted to point, while that's been a priority, a lack of continued momentum may not be a lack of effort on our part. It's the resources needed for both parties. Roger?
Just curious, Randy, there's a disparity, male, female, in taking these courses. It seems like we're seeing the same kind of thing in college attendance, not only with us, but most universities. Is that an opportunity somehow, or is that, demographic just not reachable anymore?
It's an opportunity, and it's a demographic, like there's lots of books out. Where have all the men gone? Like in post-second, I mean, there's a lot of things like what is going, we used to talk generations ago, females weren't even invited to post-secondary. And now we're seeing where participation rates are. So one of the examples that we use without overly representing like gender stuff is you look at, one of the things Title IX at its core is equity and access in education. I mean, it's gender equity in education. It's gone a lot with focus in athletics and with sexual assault and stuff, but it's also in CTE programs, where historically programs that were predominantly participated in by one gender or the other, might that do? And so you think about, for example, this building we're in health professions, you'll probably see 70 to 80% female over male between dental, nursing, med aid, and that. Now think about across the street in transportation technology. The reverse is probably going to be true. So as we're building programs that have access, that have traditionally disproportionate representation, that may help. But that is a real question that's being asked across the country, is why are we having fewer males participate in post-secondary? Some of it is, in many instances, they can enter a workforce and get a wage, manual labor, that is closer to what they would get with a credential, and they can get it sooner. So the value proposition is a big part there, but we're seeing it as early as high school. So that's a good observation, and it's consistent, but that's an example of one of the things we're doing. Yeah.
Randy, on this particular metric, are we able to provide training for all the students we want? Are we turning anyone away?
So yes, there are students who are turned away because the districts will have students who would like to participate in something, but maybe it's early college and the district doesn't have the dollars to pay for the student to enroll in that. So for example, with Grants Pass School District, we added CDL. And if they had 6 students enrolled in CDL, they might have wanted 10 who wanted to take it. Or dental assisting is some program that they're adding. So we are turning students away based on their ability to pay for those students is one example. The other might be we may have some districts where we are still working to build College Now instructor relationships. So there might be students who want a humanities course at the high school level, and we don't have that relationship with that district. And so that's what our teams are working to do is how do we get and build that. The next item I have is a little different, and it's community partnerships as we talk about industry. And so we have the program types of examples where we work really hard with healthcare professions, and we highlight those frequently with you. Transportation's a more recent one that's picked up momentum. Obviously, you've seen our investment in it, and we're starting to see a return on investment from industry, but it's a little bit slower coming. But then there are more the theme-based, and I want to highlight an example in workforce partnerships. Today, Rogue Workforce Partnership received, recognition that they were awarded the Healthcare Transformation Program administered by OHA, which is a $5+ million grant that the RWP applied for and received. And it's a 2-year state grant for it's allied health and non-physician workforce expansion. So that's what it's called. It's not RWP getting $5 million, it's RWP passing through $5 million to a number of community organizations. And I'll read off, the collaborators include Rogue School of Phlebotomy, La Clinica, OHSU Nursing, Continuum Behavioral Health, Vibrant Minds, Oregon Employment Department, RCC, SOU, Siskiyou Community Health, Valley Immediate Care. So that's an example of we're part of a bigger initiative within the region. And I think this is where we're leaning a little bit more in partnerships, is we're finding we can't go at a lot of these things alone. If we're in a project, whether we're the champion for it or somebody else is the champion for it, it'll help that initiative go up in the valley. And so we're seeing a lot of the partnership efforts pay off, and we are a part of a piece to a bigger project, which actually gives me a lot of optimism versus we go at it alone. So similarly, that's where economic development's going. I will just point out in the last year, our leadership for both RWP and Soretti has changed. And I would say with both of them, they changed to more innovative and focused leaders. And I think our efforts will align with, because I serve on the boards of both, our efforts as a college will align with where both are going. So it's gonna serve us well as the region's talking about economic development, as the region's talking about workforce. I think we already seen as key players in it, but we're gonna benefit from these relationships. On the right, I just listed real quick a couple of opportunity conversations. We'll talk about House Bill 4124, but that's definitely something when we think about partnerships. Local governments is an area where we're picking up the conversations, but I will candidly tell you there's not a lot of, as I talk to the city and I talk to county commissioners, there's not a lot of, it'd be great if we did this together. It's more, can we just make sure we're not on the ballot at the same time asking for that? I mean, that's really, so hopefully those continue to mature to say how might we work together and different ways to tackle stuff. But the conversations are starting. We just don't have obvious answers. Alternative funders is one where we're spending more time, whether it's philanthropy, whether it's grants. We started the conversation just a little bit ago about how we might leverage our foundation to help with some of our funding challenges. And so these are where those community fits. And we're finding, right, the grant award today to RWP was because of, that's an alternative funding strategy because of a collaborative effort that's there. The other one that I didn't list there that I thought of to wrap it up is I think because of our need, and we've got a demonstrated success here that HEC has been like, oh, we need to tout that more, is other post-secondary. Dave talked about strengthening transfer. Part of that's going to be transfer agreements with institutions that are meeting the workforce needs in our region, where we can be the first 2 years. whether that's existing partners or identifying relationships with future partners. It's also using the example we talked about with like Lynn Benton, where we've added Surge Tech and then looking at Rad Tech to meet our workforce needs, but we don't have to prop up the program ourselves. So those kinds of partnerships, I think, are going to be really key conversations during the next year. So that's a lot of where in the next year partnership efforts on this are going to be. And I would take any questions or let Lisa bring home the college priorities with systems thinking.
So I will be short, but I have some exciting things on the next slide. So systems thinking. When we started, it was just trying to get everyone to understand if we process things the same way every time, things get better. We get to level up this year, and what I'm showing you, you will see that really students experience Rogue as one college. That means our systems across the college really need to be similar. We need to understand each other, we need to work together, and we need to think things through. So I'm going to move on to the exciting things. Dave mentioned aligning the student services process. And what we're really talking about, each department is within that student support process. Think the admin side of a student experience coming to college, not their instructional and working through their classes, but the business side of being a student. All the departments have goals. They have different philosophies of what a successful student looks like for their area. So from the business office or accounts receivable standpoint, we feel a student would be successful if they leave and don't owe us anything, right? Admissions thinks success is the student is admitted into the program. So everybody has a different part of success. When you put all those groups together and you have them working, you can now look at student success from everything from they're coming in, they're registered, they're having a great experience, they're leaving with a degree and no debt, or the debt that they know about. And so that's really what we're talking about when we're leveling up and putting this group together is let's learn to work together, let's put a system in place so that we can actually create a KPI for that group and really look at student success from a college-wide perspective and putting that together. Some of the other things I'll just walk through really quick is Technology Foundation. What we found is our Active Directory, which is how you log in, and it's related to your security and your email and all of that. Our Active Directory was set up in the early 90s, maybe the 80s. We've made changes, but we haven't really ripped it down and started over. That's what we're doing. And so things will connect better. Also improve our security in a different way. So really excited about that. Again, we're gonna start using technology more rather than processing things by hand. We're using systems. We're gonna encounter some bumps along the way as we learn how to use the technology, how to set things up. However, it's still, when we look forward, we're gonna gain a lot. We're gonna gain a lot of efficiencies. And again, we're gonna be able to do more and have students much happier and progress further. The last thing I just wanted to hit is coordinated planning. One of the things that amazing admins put together, and I just have to highlight, is they created a calendar of all the events. So yes, I can look in the Rogue Report and try and take from the Rogue Report and put it on my calendar and say, today I'm supposed to wear a tie-dye. But they created a calendar of all of these events. So rather than 500 people going in and put it on their calendar, it's there. So that's how I know that I'm supposed to wear a tie-dye today, right? And on Thursday, I'm wearing an I Love RCC t-shirt. But all the events are there that we need to know about rather than individually putting them on our calendar or finding someone to create a calendar invite. So amazing things are happening where we're using systems and technology and doing things the same way and finding efficiencies. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
I love that systems thinking thinks in terms of not the person in the chair, but the position and what's the turnover and how can we keep moving forward no matter who's there.
That's really what we're creating, yeah.
Which is awesome.
So, what just make sure we had time to talk about House Bill 4124. It is definitely not a lot of progress to date as far as since our last update. Advisory group has been identified by HEC for community colleges. Our state association executive director, Abby Lee, is serving as the college's contact, and I think she'll do a great job of keeping the colleges updated. They've identified a process and are working with Oregon Consensus to find, to determine how the process will go, but where they're at in the process to date is identifying a vendor to actually lead the project, and so I think they've got the RFP out. I will just remind us that what House Bill 4124 is, because sometimes it's what it is and what it isn't gets talked a lot about, that it's not a restructuring of the colleges as a bill. It requires a comprehensive statewide review of post-secondary education system and charges HEC with developing recommendations. So it's a review that concludes with the recommendations. There's not gonna be a lot of action, but I think there's a lot of apprehension around, well, yeah, but the recommendations are gonna drive, but there's gonna be parts in the process to do it. I've shared with you and with others that, and some of my conversations with the bill sponsor, Rep. Marsh, from our district, that she had shared with me that there might be limited changes to the colleges that is probably looked at to be more focused on universities. And I responded to her that I don't want to miss the opportunity. I think there are challenges within the colleges in our system. We often demonstrate a lot of resiliency, so our challenges aren't made as evident as a university. So I've used examples of, we've made cuts along the way that have prevented us from facing the cliff that they're facing. And you probably don't know how deep those cuts have been. So Dave talked about student success. A lot of things that we've done around supports and access things, deferred maintenance, there's things that we've done along the way that have prevented us from hitting the cliff, but we're faced with the same challenges. And so I don't think it's right for colleges to be punished for making adjustments along the way. And I assert at least that our model would benefit from revisiting and the state really deciding where its priorities are and making sure that its resources go there. So it's been a good conversation, and it's going to continue along that way. I think on behalf of our institution, it's no secret that we feel that the model could be altered in a way that would benefit the work we're doing more. Having 25% of our FTE not reimbursed, and demonstrating that what we're producing is meeting regional workforce needs, I think that needs addressed. And so hopefully those issues will come up and be addressed moving forward. Realistically, I'll give some timeline updates on it. An initial report is due October 1st with final recommendations due April 1st. I don't know what initial report by October 1st is going to look like. I think it's going to look more like an update. We've identified these things, and then between October and April, there's going to be fast and furious. I don't know how recommendations are going to be systemic changes. I anticipate it's going to be kind of like somebody's dissertation, where the recommendations are going to be recommendations for further study. And so I would not be surprised to see at the conclusion of this, the recommendations be, a strategy and effort maybe during the next biennium to come up with a more fiscally sustainable model for the state. I don't think it's any secret. The momentum the state is on is not sustainable. We have a model in post-secondary, both colleges and universities, that is not sustainable. So we either need to inject more money into the system, we need to change the system, but I know something's gonna have to be done. I think it's a threat to many. I also think if we're all responsible stewards of post-secondary system in Oregon, we have to recognize something has to be done different.
I'm just looking at the bill, Randy, and it talks about schools are told to look for and stop program duplication.
Yeah.
So that's a real impact to SEC and to other community colleges as well.
And so part of that conversation is what's duplication and what's meeting the needs of diverse audiences. Meaning, right, like maybe a program is delivered at institution A that's really designed around in-place students who are traditionally aged. and the same program is offered at institution B for working adults. Is that duplication or not? Like that's where the conversation's living.
And region, okay, what's in Eastern Oregon versus what's in like.
Yeah.
Could you envision a model where a course that has a degree associated at both a community college and a four-year school to be offered in one location with staff that would award credit to both institutions? So you have one instructor, one set of instructors, one set of classrooms, so you don't duplicate that.
So not only do I envision it, it's existing. I think it's how do we leverage it more. We have it today. For example, we have an agreement with Umpqua on engineering classes where students from both Umpqua and RCC are enrolled in the same course with the same instructor, and they're receiving credit at their own respective institutions. So I think more of that is part of what we have to look at. We talked a little bit about like programs where there's high need. We focus a lot in healthcare, but not the only ones, where maybe instead of everybody having their own stand-up accredited program, maybe there's a cohort that's based in different areas. So, right, we receive support from Lynn Benton on a couple programs. We also have Klamath students come over for our paramedics. So those kinds of things, yes. I think looking at how we might do it remote and how we might do it hybrid, if you're going to try to reach different parts of the region, is going to have to be more of a key part of the conversation, especially in some areas where you have to go over mountains during snow periods.
I think what the positive view of that, I look at this being an optimist, would be that where there are wonderful new fresh ideas that are working, how to institutionalize that and make that part of the system versus part of the personalities of one small group that have done some great things in one small place in the state.
What's scalable, what needs to be replicated, those are the types of questions that come up. And I think they're great questions. I'll just say it here, it's not gonna be a popular thing, but it's gonna be a reality, is a huge hurdle in this process is gonna be Oregon's current labor. You've got very strong unions at institutions that, good, bad, or indifferent, that when you start saying, how do we start working together in these ways, there might be strategies where you're gonna say, it's not as easy as we think. We have institutional either processes, agreements, and it's agreed upon contract. So one of the challenges that we currently face in the agreement with Umpqua is when we don't start classes at the same time and we get students enrolled in the same courses. And so I think there are things like that where, you know, if we have contracts that are 162 days or 167 days, like what a term length. And so all these are things that they can be addressed, but is there the appetite to address them is going to be the real question.
Your example is both a threat and an opportunity.
Right.
So it's just maybe Pam Marsh wishes to get HEC involved. And this is that circuitous way of forcing that agency to get ahead of the curve and lead an effort that the legislators are saying, you know, we want to put carrots out there for you, but we want you, HEC, to be the leaders in this. And maybe this is that way of doing that.
I think you're onto something, and I think part of the conversation there is what's HEC's role as a coordinating board versus a governing board. So some of the conversation is the university governance structure looked different a lot when it was a state system than it does today with local boards and HEC as a coordinating board. So not much changed with the governance of colleges when HEC came about, but a lot changed with university governance when HEC came about a little over a decade ago. And those are the questions that are coming up and surfacing and what that looks like. At the same time, we've had the growth of colleges that are looking at community colleges that are looking at resources. So I think it's a perfect time to do an assessment. I think when we look at and say we don't have a sustainable model, then the logical next step is then let's assess it. And so the people who are threatened by this, I'm like, I understand a little bit, but nobody's defending the current model as being sustainable and right. So the logical step is then let's assess it. So I see it way more as an opportunity than a threat. And I hope we don't miss the opportunity because people are afraid. Because something has to be done in Oregon's post-secondary ed.
Randy, what confidence do you have? I mean, because let's be honest, there is rank in this, right? Where universities have taken sort of have an assumption that post-secondary education is our realm, right? And we do CTE and GED, and so there is rank involved in there. And what confidence do you have that in this assessment that rank and who's more important will take hold?
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a candid answer. 18 or so months ago, we were having conversations as colleges and universities about how do we work together to look at, better support for post-secondary in general, that rising tide will lift all boats. And we were having conversations with legislators about maybe dedicated funding for post-secondary like we have in K-12 in the state, and just saying, put it toward there and we'll kind of work together on it. Current state of conversations is not us versus them, but it is more siloed than I'd like. And I continue to hear a number of times over, well, you guys are better off than the universities. And that's not 100% true. Like Lisa and I have a conversation with Jim Pinkert, who's the finance guy for HEC, to talk a little bit about the model, the methodology behind the model, because there's things in it that misrepresents how the money is spent in Oregon. I mean, it's an accurate calculation, but we would argue that the calculation, it simply put, it reflects reimbursed FTE, not reimbursable. So it says, well, this is how much is being spent based on what we're reimbursing, but it should be on what we're producing. So 10% of the state's FTE is not reimbursed. We're still producing that. It still costs us to produce it. So there's that kind of conversation that's not helping us. And I have heard from multiple legislators, well, I mean, you guys are doing better in the universities. And so I don't want it to be combative, but I'm seeing it start to go there. I hope it doesn't go there, because we need, those are our transfer partners. Like we need for post-secondary a review. But when there's scarce means, which is what tends to happen, territorialism is more prevalent than otherwise. So my confidence, to answer your question, is it's there, because there are people who will say, well, the colleges enjoy more favor in Salem than the universities. And then there are people who say exact opposite. So it really depends who you talk to. It's going to be incumbent upon us as colleges to demonstrate our position. And moving forward, when you look at the jobs in Oregon, the populations that you want to serve, this is who we are and what we do, and why you don't want to dismiss that. There's a whole conversation around funding strategy, and we don't have local opportunity in ways that you have local opportunity in a number of other states. And we'll talk a little bit about that probably in the funding conversation a little bit later.
Okay. Got a big push for the next part. It's going to be a big chunk of time. Knowing that lunch was a little bit ago and doing the quick break, we did. We can push on. Good. Push on.
All right. Before I push on, I'll backtrack a little bit because of a couple of things that I heard. I think it brings into focus some of the things we talked about. We do have a high school partnership team, which is top-notch. Behind that team, there's also systems thinking. And part of why I bring that up is a question we asked, are we getting our fair share? In this, we did data modeling about it, that in this district, in the 16 to 17-year-old range, high school students, what is the stretch that we can get reasonable? That number came out to be about 2,200. Right now, we have 2,100. We are pretty close to that, which tells me that, you're doing a pretty good job. And again, that means, with what we have, we're doing very good. And we'll talk a little more about it in a few minutes, but that shows us that yes, what the model is telling us. Good. Okay, enough of my initial pontification. So on the strategic plan, just to recap, a couple of months ago, and last month as well, we came and spoke to you at the regular meeting, that what we're looking for is a plan which consolidates our gains. And instead of being transformative, it builds on what we have. Not going to have a revolution, going to have an evolution. In the manner which puts front and center the idea that this is an opportunity college. And if you think about it, less than 100 hours ago, we celebrated a quarter of a millennium in America. And if there's one word which underlines it, it is opportunity for everybody. For us, what that means is evidence-based opportunity to make the next step in life for those who come here and they come here for different reasons. And that's why we talk about the 5 key segments of the students that we serve. And just to recap, I mean, those are those who come in here for GED attainment. They don't have their high school degrees. Those who come in here for degree or certificate completion. Those who come here for not necessarily for that, but to finish as much as they can to transfer. And those who are accelerated learners that we talked about, which we are almost maxing out. And finally, those who are here for non-credit purposes. Those five segments. When we brought it to you a couple of months ago, a couple of you mentioned that, well, weighting them, we were not very comfortable weighting them the way we did, and let's not make additional bonus points for particular majors, which made sense, so we took that off. The other thing that we found out from the community, which I'll share in a little bit from our survey, is that they're pretty comfortable with what we are doing. They also want us to do a little more on workforce credentials, which it's not rocket science to you. You knew it already. So we put that into consideration as well. All that said, last week when the College Effectiveness Council met, a couple of things we pulled all of this together, and this is what we decided so far. We finalized the weights in the index. And right now, and I didn't put it in here, but workforce credential and associate and certificate completions are at 25%, so that's about half of it. And then the rest of it is distributed with GED attainment, transfer success, and accelerated. So that gives us an index of 100. But those 5, we have the weights. We also agreed that the baseline should be. We take the last 10 years, obviously not, that makes no sense. In fact, even when it came to last 5 years, the decision was that too much changes too fast. And if this is a plan which is to cover 3 years, it makes no sense to cover 5 years of it. And just using 1 year as a baseline, too short, too risky. So that's where we are right now. At the next meeting, which will be later this month, we'll be getting the numbers from the registrar, which I've spoken to earlier. We'll have the 2026 numbers, which will let us finalize this X is the baseline for the Student Success Index. And 2028, 29, 30, this is what we are aiming towards. And my boss was right. He did ask me to put in academic year 28 to 30, because it's academic year, not the calendar year. And that starts July 1 of 27, goes up to June 30th of 2030. So if you think about it, that gives us about 11 months to get started. And that is to say that that's enough time. It is also a sequential process. It is not a whole lot of time. It's not a little of time. It is just the adequate time if we go step by step towards this process. Yeah. So that's where we stand. Before I go into the next slide, are there questions on this recap that you've heard from me so far? I'll even take hard questions. So you knew that we had a community engagement survey out in the field, which will end August 1. And we asked, in the survey, we created a special strategic planning module for those who wanted to take it. So if you want to take it, you opted for it. This is what we found. And again, we were kind of thinking this, but this confirmed what you kind of thought and we kind of thought, that our mission is aligned with what our community and the workforce and the local government is asking for. It's almost unanimous if you think about it. 58% think that the mission is very well aligned. Those 93, 58% think that it's very well aligned. If I was rating my students, that would be an A. And then you see continues, about 71% think that we do translate the mission effectively. The other 29 or 30%, they are the ones who say, well, you do a good job. Let's have a little more focus on workforce credentials, which we're already doing. So all that is to say that what we are doing is the community is very comfortable. There is very little desire that I could see. Between now and August 1, all of that could change. We'll probably have another 100 people respond. I doubt it. But what we are hearing is keep the mission, keep the vision, stay the course. So to us, that tells us we don't need to come back and relitigate the mission and vision, at least right now. And so that's what we base what we do, what we have done so far. As you look at it, and there will be more, it's some 36 questions, which we'll bring to you sometimes in August once we've been able to analyze it. Are there questions you have about this set of data? Yes, ma'am.
Of the 29 who want more, was there a specific industry that stood out?
There was no majority. A plurality did say healthcare or manufacturing. Again, something we kind of figured that we would hear, but yes. Yes, sir.
The response rate so far, and you've got another month or less. Are we seeing a fair return? People willing to provide that information, or are we dealing with 1 or 2%?
We are seeing about double the rate of return from last year. Last year, we at the end of the day, about this time of the survey, we had about 60 responses. We are close to 100 right now. So we are seeing more. I'd like to see more. It's only the second time. The other thing about that is when we break down, eyeball who has responded to it, it seems pretty representative between businesses, small businesses, nonprofits, and educational institutions, and government institutions.
That was going to be a follow-up question. Who's responding? That's obviously going to be here.
It's pretty representative. It's not skewed in one way or the other. There's not one kind of, and we ask what kind of organization you are. There is not one kind of business one kind of organization which is a majority. That gives me quite a bit of confidence that it is representative. I still want to see more. So what we are doing and you heard from us and you had the QR codes as well, that every week at a certain time of the day, my secret, we do send out reminders, because that's when we have surmised there's the greatest chance of somebody opening and not saying enough. And that is helpful.
I know Pat's phone calls were a great setup about the survey.
I appreciated that, he did.
Get on the phone.
I could probably do that.
I would help, I could help.
Okay, but not quite yet.
Well, but I think to that point, what what might help, especially like those with social media presence, when we push out, hey, we'd like more response, if you reposted that saying, and then people are like, oh, well, I was ignoring the college, but I guess I want to respond to Indra. And so so I think either the reposting or just resharing, however your methods of, could be with audiences that, you know, if you're in a Rotary and say, hey, if you've not yet done so, love to get your input. It's going to influence the college's direction over the next couple of years.
And I'm sorry, I had to step.
No, go ahead.
Is there an N of respondents? Did you share that?
August 1.
I'm sorry?
How many have responded?
N, a number.
Oh, number, sorry. Almost 100, just under, it's 94, 95.
And out of how many?
We sent out about 600 of them.
So if I remember, the rule of thumb is around 23%.
For this one, it's about 16 or 17 would make me very happy.
Would make you happy.
But there is a caveat to that it has to be representative. In the sense, if I get about 70% from similar kind of organization, then
you know it's.
That's right. Right now, it is both representation and as much as we get. One comparison, one way to put it in context, Gary, is, you know, when we do polls, polls which will start happening in November, I'm sure.
It'll happen right now.
It's happening right now. It's for a population of, 20, 30,000. About 300 is a pretty solid random sample. So I'm looking at that as well. Nonetheless, the more we get, the better. Okay. This is, this and the next two slides are the tentative development schedule with the Gantt chart. You have it in your packet, because I know sometimes it is hard to see.
You should see it in the packet. Even that small.
I can read that easier.
I can read that easier than this.
So the June part is done, which was, which I just shared earlier, the College Executive, the College Effectiveness Council. This month, again, as I shared, one of the things we'll do is finalize the index, because we'll be getting the 26, 27 numbers that we have so far. At that point, we'll have the top level indicators, the lagging indicators, which will allow us to make student success index. And then you see the next parts in these next two slides. Fortunately, what I've done is also gotten separate slides for each of the months. So we'll go there. In August, one of the things we do is we have divisional plans already. They are not going to be massive changes there. As we spoke about, there'll be some adjustments, no major changes, because this is, as we talked about, this is a strategic plan for consolidation of success rather than transformation. We have pretty robust division plans. There may be some adjustments, some reprioritization. But if you think about it, Lisa talked about systems thinking. We already have. What we do is already promoting what we're trying to do, which is student success. Once we have those in September, we'll be consulting those plans for the leading indicators towards these lagging indicators. And the lagging ones are, again, as we talked about, those 5 high-level student success indicators. The leading indicators are those what we talked about earlier. What is the early indicator of that success? The disaggregated information, the course level success. The fact that somebody is leaving college or the financial aid office without any debt, or all our debts are paid off. Those kind of things which give us a direct indication that, well, what is coming up, we have a sense that those lagging indicators will succeed or not. As we spoke about earlier, there'll be the new mission fulfillment report that you're likely to see will be similar to what we have. Have about 15 to 20 indicators, and they will be made up of the leading 5 indicators the lagging 5 indicators we talked about, but also the leading indicators, which are the early warning signs across academics and human resources, technology facilities, and so on. Again, underlining the fact that we are talking about a college system. At the end of the day, a successful student is somebody that everybody helps succeed. October, we don't do anything. Part of the reason we make a pause in this in October is because NWCCU's evaluation panel is really nice. I suspect a lot of the time we have will be spent towards that. But that being said, one of the things that we would like to do as they come here is, their look is retrospective for the last 7 years. They also look at, well, that's great. Hope you're here for the next 7 years. What are you going to do? We want to share that. This is a path forward that we are taking with a very intent focus on student success in a way that helps learners get to the next rung of opportunity. And I keep saying that partly because that's what we are here for. For somebody, in your packets you had received and we had talked about our economic impact study. One of the things in the executive summary you found was something instinctively we all know. Somebody who has high school equivalency or diploma makes more money than somebody who doesn't. Somebody who has a certificate or a credential makes a little more than somebody who has a high school diploma. Somebody who's an associate makes a little more than somebody who has a certificate, and so on and so forth. So for each of these 5 categories of students, what we are making our purpose, our goal is, well, let's get them to the next rung of opportunity. Obviously, for somebody who is, coming here for a GED, for them it is, get a GED to the next level. It's not, well, let's transfer to a bachelor's level institution. It is, so we are being careful about addressing that particular segment of the population. So November rolls around. By that time, we do have a better idea of what the full plan looks like, a draft, and that'll be sent out to all the employees. Part of why we are doing it in November is we are pretty engaged in October with our evaluators coming in. Don't want to lose that momentum. So as they're here, as they're getting ready to leave, early in November, we are going to send out an employee survey. And that'll be not, well, what do you want the strategic plan to be? It'll be more like, well, this looks like a draft that we have crafted with your voices already, because the main engine crafting it has been College Effectiveness Council, which is very representative. Now, are there things that we can do better? Are there things that you can reflect in your work? Are there things we can update here? So it is, a structure is there, and we get the feedback to make it better. So I'm going to pause there, because we're getting close to Thanksgiving there, as you can see. And ask you so far, what are the thoughts going through your mind? Easy or hard?
Lots of work, lots of thoughts.
Yes.
Just a question, do we link, and this is a question for Jamie, do we link our performance sort of on our strategic initiatives to staff? Like merit, performance, pay, bonus, structure, is there any link that way?
There are some links, it's dependent per grade group, so like evaluation processes are somewhat influenced by agreements with associations, but there are links to this.
So they, as we're asking employees we're asking staff to evaluate this, to give us feedback on it. They will understand they've got some skin in the game. Besides the overall performance of the organization, right, of the institution.
And
But maybe
that's
some individual.
absolutely. The questions that we'll be asking, of course, among other questions, one of the, and we haven't finalized the survey yet, would be questions about, well, this is what the institutional plan looks like. What are you doing which you think is supporting it? That kind of thing. So there is slowly the beginning of a skin in the game. And if you, and you recall when we started the modified zero-based budgeting, for every dollar I ask, I said, well, I have to tell Lisa, well, this is why this is linked to the strategic plan. So it is, in some ways, it is already.
It's all connected.
Linkages vary from specific support to wildly important goals to how to succinctly demonstrate our core values and policy values. So with the new strategic plan, we will inevitably also be revisiting acknowledgement.
And one of the thoughts I had, Isam, was our customers are the students. So to what degree are we involving them? And are you more comfortable with an overrepresentation, for example, of that particular demographic group as they give feedback on the strategic plan?
That's a very good question, Gary. And as we go forward, I'll mention one of the places where we'll be inviting them. Initially, we do have a student representative on the College Effectiveness Council. So that's a starting point. But as we go through it, we'll have a couple of other opportunities for forums. And one of the things we are actively considering is having student representatives in one or the other of the forums. Now, overrepresentation, I don't know. I think if it is, can it become overrepresentative? Theoretically, it could. That said, my experience here has been limited, but elsewhere as well, what I've kind of seen is when there are forums and their students are invited as well, they're generally I don't see more than a 2 pizza group of students show up. So you're not seeing 200 people show up. You still see some, and you're right. It'll be vital to have those voices.
Are you thinking in terms of survey?
I think it's pushing the survey out in an app, for example, as part of the registration process. Some way that would get their attention so we know this is what students think about that.
I think that could be, I don't think that's an issue.
I was thinking on the other end of the ones who we just gave degrees and certificates to.
What did you think about this?
Yeah, how was your experience at RCC?
And that is, we are already doing that. But if you're thinking about a survey for the strategic plan, just like we're sending out to employees, I think that's what you're thinking about. I don't see why we cannot do it if the time is there. I'm not sure how much responses we'll get, but yeah, I think we can do that.
It might be a good opportunity to work with our student government to see if they can help encourage and get voice. And there are sometimes simple things, strategies you can do to have really effective responses to literally setting up a table with Post-it notes and just respond to this and take a piece of candy. You get really good responses that way. It's really, sometimes low tech can be simple.
Or pizza with the president. You can only have a slice if.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just have it's kind of a philosophical comment, because we talk so much about success, but it's so subjective. Whether it's employee or student, success is so different to everyone. It could be just getting your lifelong achievement of a GED. Or it could be a big money, making so much money. It could be just finding a passion in work that you like. It's kind of hard to
It's hard in general. It's really hard for community colleges. Because if you go to a university, you basically enter with the same goal. I want a bachelor's degree. I want this graduate degree. When I go to a community college, there are so many end goals. I want to improve this job skill. I wanted this certificate. I wanted this degree. So it's hard, but it's also incumbent upon us to determine how we want to define success as far as how it influences our strategic plan. One of the struggles, I will tell you, walking into the job I had was our current strategic plan. We really had no idea to determine if we achieved it or not, or what momentum we were making toward it. We created it as we were flying the plane, and what we're trying to do here is we're going to have to define what we're saying success for this plan is. It's not an end-all be-all, especially for a comprehensive community college, but we're gonna have to own, this isn't every definition of success, but for this plan, this is how we're gonna measure it. And that also means that's where our resources and our priorities are gonna go during that plan.
And your point is very well taken, Andrea, that it is, in some ways, it's a balance between being comprehensive and being efficient. One of the things we also thought about, you're right, I mean, sometimes just the act of finding passion and figuring out what your major is success. In fact, not sometimes it is in almost every case. At the same time, we are also looking at what is the definition of success for this group of students when it comes to getting that person on the next rung of opportunity. What can she or he have in their hands? And often it is, well, here is certificate, here is the GED, here is my transfer paper. So it doesn't encompass 100%, but we suspect it'll encompass about 95% of those who eventually come here and step out somewhere. And more than anything else, something like this, it lets us, the president mentioned, it lets us year by year measure, well, are we delivering on our mission? Are we successful in this? Because as you go out in the community, the skeptic asks you, well, yeah, I gave this much of my taxes, what have you guys done? And I'm sure there are people like that who do that. And to them it is much easier. You can pull out our 4 big 10 objectives, 24 indicators, or say, between last year and this, our student success went up 10% because there were this many more people with degrees, this many more people with credentials. And by the way, 10 more people went to work with you.
Right. And that's our job because we know a GED isn't going to get him, to the level of success in life that they could be. So that's where all these wonderful people come
But if we
in,
see
guiding them and
that there's this,
helping them achieve more.
but that's part of where we're talking about like layered indicators and stackable. If what we see is what our end goal is to have more completers of certificates and degrees, but we realize high school completion is a problem in our region. They're like, we're gonna have to help address that problem to get to this. They'll never get here if they haven't done this. And so sometimes we take on an earlier challenge, even if it isn't, our desired outcome is like, but we're not gonna get to the desired if we don't help lift this piece here.
That's the leading indicator part, which becomes part of mission fulfillment. Here are the leading lights, or here's the warning lights, or here's a light which says it's a green light, keep going. So before we get to, at the end of the year, you made that 10% success, one, we would know that, hey, are we on the path? And two, do we need to make some adjustments? And by that, I mean this, that if, for example, we are seeing, these 5 student populations, we are seeing one population, let's say those who are here for certificates in automotive. That's an area where we see continuous softness in, the milestones, the English composition, the college algebra. We would know that, well, this is going to affect this, so might as well do something about it, whether wraparound services or trio. So in some ways it's narrow in that we're intently focused on evidence-based student success. On the other hand, it's also very comprehensive because at the end of the day, almost all of us, the college system, the system thinking is ready for?
Yep.
So we get to Christmas and New Year. And as we get there, you know, I shared with you earlier that the process is sequential, and it's also, we are a little pressed for time in the sense that by July 1 we need to launch. So we want to use December and January when quite a bit of the work at the college either slows down or their finals or there's time off to turn around to the community. And our plan is having at least one on-site forum in each of the 2 counties of the district. Ideally, we want to have about 10 to 12 people, broadly representative, business industry, nonprofits, elected officials, school districts. It'll be really nice if a couple of you could show up in each of the forums. It puts the imprimatur of credibility there and helps people open up. I mean, after all, it's like the president works for you work for them. That helps. We'll be putting together a list of those 10 or 12 individuals for each county. But if there are individuals you're thinking about very strong, this person would be very helpful. Or for that matter, just the opposite. If you share it with us, I'm sure we can look at it, recreate that. I mean, could it be 100 people? Sure. Would it be efficient? Probably not. 10 or 12 engaged people, representative of the organizations here, is probably the best thing in something like that for us to check their comfort level with this. Equally important, as one of you pointed out, that 2 eyes are better than 1. Absolutely, I mean, I've created something and somewhere in the middle of it, it says 2 + 2 = 6. A group like that would be able to say, wait a minute. So that kind of a sounding board thing, this opportunity is for sounding board.
And I think some of the feedback we've got from people that we would suspect being on the list are folks who are like, I'd love to give you feedback on the plan that you're developing. I probably don't want to be part of a build from scratch. Like my time, energy, I can't commit that much to you, but I definitely would be happy to help, follow a model like this. The old days where you brought all the superintendents and the county commissioners and everybody together and did SWOT analysis and tabling and forums. I mean, those are hard to come by these days.
I was wondering, do you envision this to be like a breakfast or, something very simple with some food, like a 7:30, where it's leaders in the community, you build it as such, potentially with foundation funding if need be. But I'm just thinking morning coffee, something early where people are in and out and they get an invite that is a special invite signed by the chair, inviting them to this RSVP please. I think it's a terrific idea. This idea. My idea is just.
I like that too. I'll never shy away from donuts and coffee.
Well, that's an interesting concept. I guess I just default to the evening, but I don't have any reason why. You're probably right. People's evenings are more competitive these days than the people looking at their morning's tied to work, their evening's tied to life, and
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, they can come in, early part of the day, have
a little breakfast, maybe 45 minutes or whatever, and then
everything is fresh in their minds. I like that idea. It'll have to be high-class coffee. not the gas
we're
station.
Thinking about like chambers, county commission, like folks like that
City council
represented, their representative voices of, not just, one industry or this one particular leader.
Now we're in the new year.
And potentially even a couple of heavy hitters on the foundation side. So big donors, maybe that's a separate group. You want to hear from them as well.
Chairman, do you want me to move to?
Trucking.
Similar idea for employees in February and March. We are somewhat into the term. And it'll be a similar thing, except that we want to do it in each of the major campuses. And just like we're hoping that the board will be at these community forums, we're hoping the members of the E-team will be at each of these. Unbeknownst to my boss, I've just signed him up for all three. So I'll be there too. But similarly, these are informal forums. And I mean, I thought about what you just said about the previous ones. I think it makes sense to have, I don't know if they should be at 7 or 8, whatever it is. It may not be a bad idea to have some food. Normal thinking woman or man turn down food. I certainly do. I think that makes sense. Thank you for sharing. And similarly, we ask, instead of throwing everything at them and say, well, let's build a strategic plan, and we come up with a draft, ask what policy changes are important. I mean, any reasonable reason. What can we do to help them reflect this strategic plan in their work? So it is, again, that connection becomes stronger. And that brings us to March. Do you want me to go forward? And then it's you guys again. So we are hoping that, by the time that we get to the April board session, we have a pretty solid idea of the plan, the leading and lagging indicators, the evaluation timeline, the champions, if we go in that direction. It is pretty much a solid draft, which is ready for your hands-on, full-fledged engagement. So in April, there'll be a work session devoted to this, as we talked about earlier. And our expectation is that any major updates, changes, corrections, or for that matter is any sudden change in the operating if you becomes governor, something like that. We can address it, or you can address it with us at that point. We want to get out of the work session in April knowing that we have something in our hand which is pretty close to press time. So it puts a lot of expectations on us to do the groundwork. It also puts quite a bit of expectations on you. This is where we do the last part of the making of the cake, so to speak. So mind you, after this, there are only 2 months in the academic year, and only 2 of your meetings left. Want me to go forward? Yeah. So whatever we have come up in April with, your feedback, our engagement together, at the regular session, we'll come back and we'll let you know, this is with your stuff, this is what it looks like. And this is when it kind of becomes close to a wedding. Either say your piece or but it is, and I'm sure, again, given the example of 2 + 2, at some point you see something major glaring, of course you'll let us know, or anybody will let us know, and we can update that. It also provides just a little bit of cushion of time, again in case there's some kind of an emergency of some kind. That we have not put it here that you approve it here. We put it till the next board meeting, and that's just a cushion of time. But in all practical terms, it is our hope that by the time we leave the May meeting, everything is good to go.
It follows the spirit of the board policy approval, where you have a first reading before approval.
I like when you were talking about in April doing it as the work session, because that's typically, I remember at like budget presentation, so that we can make sure that we are aligning.
That's right.
What we want to have happen with resources that we have.
So true.
whatever it's worth, that will also be after the April 1st House Bill 4124 report. So is our strategic plan any at all consistent with what we see at the state level?
And the May forecast.
So at this point, you say, I do. That is a good set of movies, by the way. And in July?
Very nice.
So, there's another point where I stop and ask you, what questions, easy, hard, or medium do you have?
I appreciate the month-by-month rollout, and it helps me to better visualize and understand what parts are happening at what time, and the why behind why we're doing employees at this time and these groups at this time. That really helps me to champion the work that needs to be done.
It's well thought out.
Isam, will you go back to the first slide? If oh, I'm sorry. Good direction. If we can, I'd like to talk through what's on this slide as far as what we see as an outcome with the board. So we, what's some of the rationale that is listed here that Isam stated. So you see, consolidates gains instead of transformative. Our position and thought has been, based on recent momentum and efforts and limited resources moving forward, we're probably not at a position where we're going to be transforming as an institution. And we're getting feedback from community response. Yep, you seem to be going the right direction. And the interesting thing is what they say they want more of is where we have put efforts. And so we could go back to them and say, yeah, you're telling us you want more. This is what more will look like, but it's a great conversation. So we want something that is achievable, that is kind of North Star, is less transformative, but hopefully is equally, or if not more, meaningful. And we talked a little bit like I always reference it to the North Star goal. I always love. You've heard me say it before, the Kennedy trip to the Space Center where he's asked the janitor, what do you do? I'm sending a man to the moon. I would love every employee at RCC to tie to, this is what, I work at a place where we blink. We do this. This is what we're about. That people know that is a simple thing about our college, whether it's the strategic plan, whether it's the tagline, but we are looking at it as less transformative. As your materials for today, you also received a significant amount of the evidence that we're using that is informing the plan, like the environmental scan that Dave's team put together and the strategic enrollment plan. Like, these aren't things we're just throwing together and hindsight. We've done a lot of the back work. The facilities master plan will be things that will align with what we're doing. We are intentional about saying probably a 3-year plan because there is so much uncertainty with the future of post-secondary in Oregon, that much beyond that. So it's, in some ways, I would say it's a strategic plan that is hold down the fort and try to continue momentum, but that's not very inspirational. So we kind of want something that
We don't want.
that feels more inspirational, but is the unless we hear differently, and we haven't to date, we are heading the right direction. Realistically, our strategic plan is going to be, how do we maintain the momentum given the headwinds we're facing?
And I thank you for that, and I will tell you from my perspective, our partners down south are having to do transformation because they have no choice. Like, I love this boring stuff that we're talking about, and we're on the right track. Let's continue to be very methodical and stay on this track. That's perfect for us. So don't apologize for this is not inspirational, but.
Well, and I don't want to apologize. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page, that this is what we're doing, why we're doing it, the how, what it looks like is TBD. But if we had board members who were like, no, I really thought this strategic plan was an opportunity to be transformative, then I wanted the opportunity for you guys to provide that feedback as part of this process.
I think this is not new to us. I think we've heard you share these ideas, and we've given an acknowledgement to ESOM and to you that, yeah, there's nothing broken here. And we want to build on the success that already exists. And for me, because the board is a policy-making body, this is the new policy. This becomes the new whatever we're replacing. And that way the board can then say, yes, we put our stamp of approval, we want to monitor the degree to which are through your KPIs or mission fulfillment. So all the pieces are fitting together really well. So this is really great work.
Roger's
Roger's gotta think, it's thinking based on, I like it.
Well, I like the thought. It bothers me a little bit to say, gee, what we're gonna do the next 3 years by not screwing up. I don't wanna get that emphasis to say, we're just gonna try to protect what we've got, and I know that's not where you're going, but that could be the message.
Well, and that's why, so the words I used that we would probably want to lean into a little bit more is continuing momentum. So we want to continue the momentum. So that's not screwing up or holding down the fort, which is kind of what is also what I said. But it's to continue in the momentum that we're going to need a strategy and thoughtfulness and support to continue the momentum versus the conversations that are had throughout the state around how do we reimagine what we're doing because we're challenged. And so we're seeing high demand for what we do. We're seeing more limited resources to be able to do that. So I think it's that continuing momentum, and the evidence we'll want to give is, right, we're seeing increased graduation rates. We're seeing increased participation rates. We've got a strategy to respond to regional workforce need. So all these things of thoughtfulness we put in place, we want to continue that. And I expect that we'll set a bar that tomorrow is higher than what we've achieved today, and we've got higher rates today than we had yesterday.
I'm used to an organization, you either grow or you die.
Absolutely. And Roger, I mean,
you need to keep the momentum going rather than just saying, we're scared.
I like that visualization for me is, we have our foot on the gas, we're gonna keep going,
But we're on the right track.
but we're on the right track. Yeah.
and the goals that we'll set, if the index is 100 today, the goal we'll set is not 100. It will show that, well, this is not just random and protective. It'll be ambitious without being extravagant.
But it'll be thoughtful in ways that, like, some use the example where we're pretty close to what we might expect for a penetration rate for high school participation. And absent the state committing more, us setting a self-imposed goal that may not be achievable isn't right either. So I think part of what we're gonna have to look like is, where is opportunity? How can we seize that opportunity and move forward? Like, no surprises are going to be. We're gonna align our programs, our commitments to where our needs in our community are, and our story's gonna tell that. One of the reasons I like a student success plan more than a facilities plan or a programs plan is that both facilities and programs are going to be very dependent on resources that we don't have clarity on right now. Whereas student success is going to be dependent on resources, but there can be commitments. I think we have more sphere of influence on student success in the next couple of years than we do on some of the other things that you might see a plan be focused on. There are capital plans, there are even access. Like, part of what you're seeing is us focus more on success than access as part of this plan is what we're recommending. Not that we're going to give up on access and we're going to quit. I see Pat's hands raised. Not that we're going to quit focusing on opening opportunities to folks, but ensuring that, through transfer that Dave referenced, we're going to have higher participation, higher completions. And so I'm excited for what it will look like. It will definitely be different. But one of the things I'm most excited about is we can measure our progress toward it in a way we can't under the the plan we're sunsetting. And that's where your board reports, your mission fulfillment reports will tie into what's our mission, how does our current plan help us achieve that mission, how does our current mission fulfillment report make progress toward that plan.
All right, Pat, what you got? Oh, wait, we can't hear you. Hold on. Oh, still no. Rochelle's working on it. Hold on.
Let me,
It says my room volume's all the way up, so I don't.
let me try, if I join it, if I can hear.
Pat, can you read?
Oh,
Yes.
there you are.
No,
No.
it might be Pat's mic.
It might be, Pat, it might be
It
you.
sounds like a Pat thing.
Try this. Can you hear me now?
There it is.
There we go.
Okay, I had you on earbuds, and I guess I'd probably have the speaker off. Yeah, my only concern about strategic plans, not only this one, but all other ones I've been involved with, is that make sure they're not on the shelf and left there. They have to be dynamic, and they have to be reflective of the circumstances you have in front of you. So as time goes on, we don't know what the next 2 or 3 biennium is going to look like. Now, if this is a 3-year plan, you're going through one whole biennium and half of another. We don't know where that's going to lead us. So we have to be able to adopt or change or modify the strategic plan accordingly. So that's my only cautionary note, is that it can't stay on the shelf and just sit there. I like the idea that we pattern our actions accordingly around the strategic plan. I think that's great, but it needs to be reviewed every year about how accurate, how pertinent it is. Those are my only comments.
More frequently than once a year.
More frequently than once a year is good.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
And it's more, at least parts of it need to be, or will be, if we have anything to do with it, will be reviewed once a quarter at least. Part of the nimbleness of the plan is just that, Pat, that given the external environment or the internal one, if we do see that, and this is an extreme example, but bear with me. If, for example, we find that, going forward in the next biennium, no money from CSF is going to come for accelerated learners at all. That will be a major change. But it'll also allow us to go back to the index and pay it down proportionally to what's happening. But that's a very extreme example. If something like that happens and something less drastic happens, we have some tools in our inventory to address
Okay,
You get all that?
Not far enough.
Almost. Was that the end for you?
Husky said, let's go, so yes, it's good.
All right.
Unless you have something else now, I think I'm good.
Okay, yep. I think now's a great time to take a quick break. Let's go be back here at 2:50. We will get the rest of it done. Sounds fine? All right. Yeah, good luck.
Good luck.
Michelle, I'm gonna stop recording.
Which means.
Record. Thank you for that update, Sal, and we are moving on to facilities master plan update. And we'll start with Randy. Let's start with Randy.
Who's gonna hand it over to Lisa?
Last time I tried to hand it directly and he took it.
I told him to mix it up for you.
Oh, man.
I think the clicker broke.
Let me try to advance it one and then see if it'll.
You erased the little marking, so it's just given up.
It's just gonna be.
Fine.
Okay. Okay. So we're gonna have an exciting time talking about facility master planning. I put this slide up because it took me hours to create some of that little drawing. So rinse and repeat. I'm gonna rinse and repeat that a few times.
Plus, it's just so good.
Yes, thank you. Lovely colors and pictures and, all right, so we're gonna start off and.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to this one. Now try.
Hit the play and those buttons on them. I was messing with them earlier. That might have done something.
It depends on where I have the mouse, but I thought I had it in the right spot. But maybe I don't know. Don't know.
Did I touch something?
Went away for a second.
Oh, okay.
Back.
Okay, I clicked it, okay. So we're gonna start off talking about the facilities condition assessment. We talked about this a few months ago, but I wanted to show and highlight a couple of numbers. Some really wonderful, amazing accounting, financial numbers. You guys love that.
Really exciting stuff.
Very exciting stuff. It's 2:00, it's 3:00.
Yeah.
Time taken up, but I wanted to come back to what the definition of. So renewal, scheduled systems equipment replacement based on that facility condition assessment, FCA. You'll see throughout the rest of the slide presentation a little bit. Non-renewal is unplanned corrective action repairs or one-time campus improvement projects. So think it's not in the facility condition assessment, but it's something we wanted to do, or it broke along the way. Capital construction, think transportation centers, new stuff. One definition I didn't put up there because I didn't think we need it was just capital equipment. So think security cameras, presentation systems. So Greg went through this, but I wanted to show you numbers kind of with the renewal. So this is the facility condition index. And if you look at the very top line, the facility condition assessment that happened, they said this is the amount of money and all of the things that you need to replace over the next 5 years. The grand total of that was around $11 million. We know that we can't really invest $11 million because this isn't the only thing that we need to do. And so you can see there the second line, the numbers that are in black are the things that we budgeted. And so all of these projects have taken place over 1 to 2 years. We've budgeted them. That means they will happen. It might not happen exactly that year, but it will happen. And so for 2026, for renewal maintenance, we're going to spend around $802,000, and I've kind of listed the projects by campus of what's happening. When you're looking at the blue numbers for 27, 28, and 28, 29, what our projections are saying is we're just going to carry that number over, and that's kind of what we're assuming we're budgeting. But you can see there with what we've done over that 5 years, we're only covering a little over half of what the condition assessment says needs to happen. With any capital projects that we do, transportation center, or say the project for the transformation, I'll use that word, or not that word, of TRCA building, changing all of that around the grant that we asked for the state, that would take care of some of that 5 million. So there's other opportunities. We also know we can't do all of this work in a fiscal year or even in 5 years. We just don't have the capacity to get that all done, not to mention the dollars to get that all done. So, but that is what we have in what I would call deferred maintenance, things that aren't getting done. When we look at the total amount for, it says capital and it has all of the different things there, but when you think capital, think non-renewal, renewal, and then the capital equipment. This again, the blue is what we anticipate is in the budget because we carry it forward. And then the black numbers for 24, 25, all the way from 26, 27, those are what we budgeted or have actually taken place as well. And so you'll see that in the capital equipment line that it goes from in 26, 27, 602,000 down to 175,000. We just haven't identified other items. That's what we call action packs when we put the budget together. We know there's 175, we're not sure what other items are there. You can see the non-renewal and capital equipment projects that we have budgeted for 26, 27. So the non-renewal are again, those projects that need to happen or we want to happen for a particular reason. Some of them are the majority of them are action packs, but some come from the facilities department, some come from other departments. And so you can see there, we're anticipating about $9 million is what we'll spend over those 5 years. Of that, 26, 27 to 28, 29 is about 4.5 million. So remember that number, I'm just putting out there how much we're gonna spend potentially in the next 3 years. All of this is important because when we talk about the facility or the facility master plan, knowing what is deferred, what kind of projects we've done, all goes into creating that facilities master plan. And so these slides have a lot of writing on them, and I kind of want to just overview what's happening. So between now and October, really what the architects will be doing is establishing the base of all the information we have to figure out what those projects should look like, what needs that we have. They're gonna look at that condition assessment and say, these things were really done. Here's, this number is accurate for what still needs to happen. They're gonna look at that. They're gonna look at how we utilize rooms. They're gonna look at all of those things, and they're gonna come to a board meeting in October and say, here's what we think is happening and how we need to move forward. So you will have some information. I want to highlight a few things that are in here that we probably haven't talked about. And number 8 is really the one I want to talk about, is wayfinding assessment and identified needs. So wayfinding can be very difficult in TRCA, also at Redwood, just at different locations. And so having a really good wayfinding system is something we need. So we were able to add that into this project so that they can at least give us a base of what that looks like. And so when you think wayfinding, signs are great, but if they're only in English in writing, that doesn't help. We've done colors, but some people are colorblind. So there's a lot of different philosophies out there, and that's what they will be helping us with, of how do you do really good wayfinding so everybody understands, you know, where to go and what that means. So that's the first report you'll receive in October. In March, February, March, the final report will come to you. And again, while between now and October, they're going to meet with college, they're going to meet externally, they're going to put all of that together. And I can go into more detail. Right now, we're putting together our calendar, but I just want you to know it's just not this group. It's very robust of all the places that we will be talking and inviting people to come in and communicate. Again, I guess I should come back to this. Number 5, public engagement materials and community input summaries. They'll have some things left over so we can talk about what's happening. When they're talking about the workshops with stakeholders and also the community, we know that people are unlikely to drive from Medford to the Redwood campus to have a conversation. So how else can we engage? So we're talking about surveys or links or Zoom meetings, just different opportunities to really have a robust engagement with individuals. So that is happening. So when we get to the final report, it's going to include the concepts for the campuses, facility recommendations, campus systems and site planning, district-wide standards, capital planning. We're going to do a 5-year plan and a 10-year plan. So we look at the 5-year plan, we can make an assumption that the project that we sent forward to the state for $12.5 million, it's a $25 million project, that will probably be in that 5-year plan within the campus master plan. Now, how we move forward to make that happen. In addition, they're going to have what they call takeaways or leave behinds. So documentation to talk and have an information campaign about these things. They are going to also provide some of those things and documents that we need to see under the additional work products, public and board materials that we're talking about, formal presentations that we can provide, some financing support materials that we'll need, and then the assistance with the digital solutions. So lots of information is going to come from them so that we have a complete plan and we can move forward. I don't know that we've done this in our prior master plans where we've had the documentation then to go to the next step. So questions for me about, I mean, that's really quick concept, but I think the next conversation. The important piece is to build you up and kind of show you what's happening with that process.
It's a great planning tool and strategy. I love the idea of having your capital, having our capital projects stacked up and ready to go. Because opportunities will be ready for whatever comes.
So one of the other things, the financial support materials, they will be helping us also with how would you finance this? What would you do? Those types of things. So I'm gonna pass the.
That's weird. That's projecting a little differently than it is on the slides. I love formatting. Glad we have a fair amount of time here, because I envision this being a part of the meeting where we get to engage in some meaningful conversation. You've seen today a projection of where our budget is looking to go, absent some type of intervention as far as how it's not sustainable. Our current budget isn't. So there are a couple different ways we can address it, and maybe it's a combination of some. And really wanted to start a conversation with the board, knowing that our operational expenses are outpacing our operational revenues. And we're doing a facilities master plan that's probably going to introduce to us some meaningful opportunities to leverage our facilities to meet our community's needs. And what we want to start the conversation with the board on is, where's the appetite to address these things? And so I've started it by, I like redo, or maybe redo is part of it, but it should be part of reduce expenditures. There are three obvious paths or combination, right? One is pursue additional funding. Probably we get to influence that decision the least, is the most optimistic, but looking at how the state, what local opportunities, tuition, students, philanthropy, any of the above. So that would be one way, is to say, let's just stay the course, but we'll go get more resources to cover the course. Another way, and could be stopgap measure, but it only lasts for so long, is to leverage our reserves. We have a reserve position that we can use strategically. We've even said administratively, we think, and we've introduced this to the board in the past, we've got some strategic reserves that we could use for strategy. But if we use them for operations, it would look a little bit different. So that's definitely a consideration. And then thirdly is to reduce expenditures, which at this point, when we talk reducing expenditures, we're moving past what would we quit doing that's not working to, in many instances, what are we doing that's working that we can't prioritize as much as the other things that we need to justify. So no obvious answers here. But it includes things like, I think the major board considerations, to be honest, are how much appetite is there to go after additional funds, which is looking at bond measure potentials, and or how much appetite is there to leverage our reserves, and how much expectation is there on administration to operate at a reduced amount. And so I throw all that out there really with the intent to get some feedback and response from you, because we don't want to bring a strategy to you that's inconsistent. And I will say, in doing so, sometimes that's when you start to get other stakeholder groups, whether it's community, external, whether it's internal employee groups, who come and say, you're not leveraging the resources consistent with how we think you should be. So I think this is an opportunity for both the board and the administration to get a clear understanding of how we're going to address our long-term budget situation, not for this fiscal year, but beyond this fiscal year. Roger?
One of the things that comes to mind, and it's been a while, we ran through something similar on the Redwood campus. And that's far enough along now that we look at those things probably overtaken by events. But it seems to me that at that point, I remember looking at that as far as space utilization. you know, there's a lot of capacity that could be repurposed on campuses that, you know, you look around anytime during the day, and, oh, that classroom's empty, you know? You know, those kinds of things, I assume that that will all be incorporated in this study.
That's part of the report. Where it gets trickier, we'll find, that just in my experience in working with space utilization, is as you grow CTE, you know, it's easier to use a classroom for math than history than social science than it is to use a welding lab for lab science. And so that's part of what we're facing, is where we're growing, where our communities express need, are the high cost to deliver one time or on.
That's kind of.
Yeah. But the space utilization will be a piece of that.
You put it in a better way than I did, because you're right. I mean, you couldn't use this classroom here to do some welding. That just doesn't make any sense. But again, we have a lot of space that's not being anywhere near usable.
Well, we talk about that, right? We have empty buildings in Medford, and so, and we're building new buildings in Table Rock, because delivering automotive and diesel in downtown Medford isn't a very realistic option for us. So, and there's part of this whole process is going to be, and the priority around the facility master plan is better leveraging existing square footage. So you can anticipate looking at how we leverage the blue room and A building and the D building over, here's the brand new buildings you should build. So the priority is around leveraging existing resources over or build more.
In the application that we put forward for project Table Rock, we provide information that those classrooms were utilized 90, 80, or 90% of the time, which really means they're at full capacity. So I think when the space utilization, because we have that project happening right now, available for the master planning process, that we'll see more of that as well.
We could add lab sciences tomorrow, because there's so much demand, but we don't have lab science space to teach it. That would be an example.
Brittany, I think to get back to your question around these opportunities, right? These are the options, right? You know, pursue additional resources, leverage existing resources, and reduce expenditures. I think of that first one, it would be so, I have this assumption, right, that we're at saturation level, right? That, I mean, that if we increase tuition, that we start cannibalizing growth, right? That people just will just outprice them. So there's a priority in my mind around both the opportunities and the challenges in all of those four areas. And it would be wonderful for us to get on the same page around what those are. So what is the opportunity for state funding? We've talked about it today, right? And there's also some headwinds to achieving them, right? And you know, at what cost, right? Will additional funding come with regulatory requirements that may evaporate some of it? There's opportunities for local through a bond measure, and where are our opportunities there? What are the headwinds? I think that it would be great for us to reach agreements on those, if my assumptions are correct around tuition, right? Like what are the opportunities and what are the headwinds? And both in and also in philanthropy. It would be great for us to have a discussion about all of those potential new revenue, so that we're all, I'd like for us, or I recommend for us to get on the same page around these pieces. Like, if we're going to pull on any lever, in what order? And because I think there's a lot of opportunity in philanthropy, but I'll tell you, that takes time, right? That's the headwind, is that it takes, you have to build relationships, right? There isn't anybody out there that's gonna give us a $2 million check today, right? We might have
And
the
there's so many competing.
and there's competition, but is there potential? Absolutely.
Well, and I think I'm always gonna defer to you when it comes to philanthropy. But one of the top conversations that we've begun is around historically philanthropy at RCC has been focused on direct support to students and specific capital projects. And now what we're talking about, our shortfall is operational. We went to our foundation with operation. Interestingly, we had a really good conversation yesterday with a significant donor who's challenging us to say, to continue supporting this program in this way, what kind of endowment are you looking at, right? Like that is supporting your operations, knowing the costs today are the staffing, and the staffing aren't going away for this program. And so like how do we look at endowed efforts to support operations? And those are things that historically, in my experience, donors get frustrated. They're like, I don't want to support your operations. Your operational are supposed to support, you're supposed to work in a way. And so how do we tell that story in a way where it's like, they like to do buildings, they like to do direct support to students, but if you can't manage your own operations, why am I donating to that? And that story is, I appreciate the challenge yesterday, and my challenge back was, how do we get more people like you asking these questions of and to us?
Yeah, bring your friend.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. I completely agree. And I think that there's an opportunity for us, the conversation about the 25% of students who are not being supported by state funds, right? Those, like, what is that amount, right? What is that loss? And like, I would want to go to a funder and say, make us whole, right? You're not funding operations, you're funding these students. These students are already here. We already have the operational expense. Without additional support for this 25% that are not getting, they've stepped outside of state funding.
So
that's what we want.
So for next biennium, if it stayed at the $5,000 per FTE, just around 10 million for that. Now again, it's gonna shift, right? It won't be that full amount, but I would assume at least 6 to 9.
I was thinking about what you said, also in terms of local, what's our community's appetite for a bond? We've tried before, and I agree, we can do a better job telling our story, but even that operationally is challenging. Like to get a bond for operations, like unless you're Ashland or Lake Oswego or River, like those bigger, it's hard to do that for operations versus a capital project for students. And knowing how our economy is right now, like when is the right time to do that? And what's the price point, right? That pushes it over the edge where people aren't going to be willing to.
And that, we've seen a couple schools, and this is where Lisa was my Debbie Downer. We've seen a couple schools who have been able to effectively go out and succeed in a bond campaign by saying, help us with these deferred maintenance issues, which takes pressure off of the operating budget so we can add these programs for you. And this debt, repayment strategy for previous projects we've done that are capital. We don't have debt for capital. Where she was my Debbie Downer, she's like, there's not that much of our deferred maintenance that could fit into a bond in that way. But, for example, if we were to use a successful bond measure to pay the match money for our state capital, that might take some of those reinvestment reserves that buys us some time for some operational things to catch up. So there's ways we can go about it, and that's really what we want to try to figure out with the board is we don't necessarily get to control the timing when the timing is right to go out and say, when might we pursue additional local support if that's what we want to do. But I think we can collectively come up with our readiness or our priorities, so when the timing comes along, we can jump in. I think part of lesson learned is don't force it into the wrong political timing. I shared up here, this has been a really powerful, this is what I referenced earlier, Lisa has helped me, build. And what I'll point out here to you is over time, this is our percentage of the CCSF, and this is our percentage of the actual FTE that we produce in the state. So going back to pre-pandemic, we've always received less CCSF percentage than we've produced, and a lot of that has to just do with our local taxes, over time. What ended up happening, and I had this conversation with Abby Lee, and she's like, Randy, you've got to demonstrate this to all the rest of the presidents because this is the best pictorial of what it is. Between the wildfires and the pandemic, lots of schools experienced a drop in enrollment during during this 2-year period. I think the state average was 20%. We lost 36% of our enrollment over that time because we also had the wildfires. So the model allowed us, because it's lagging, because it's a 3-year average, it allowed us to drop our percentage of the CCSF because of our drop in enrollment. But while we've rebounded in enrollment, the CCSF model's flat. It's not letting us rebound. That's the problem. So I went and looked at all 17 schools, because Lisa built me a really cool tool. And there are 2 schools that have increased enrollment and less CCSF, us and Umpqua. And Umpqua's at 1/10%. I mean, it's basically flat. We are the one school who the model is completely broke for.
So who got our money?
So it's piece all over. And so there's only one school where it's flipped. Every other school, and so the stress test I asked was, if they're down in enrollment, are they down in FTE? And the answer is yes, yes, no, no for every school but one. And that is Mount Hood. And Mount Hood is down in enrollment and up in FTE. But the 3-year average is going to catch up to them. It's where they're at point in time. So the model's working for them. Southwest is a really interesting school when we look at this, because what you see is this is what the model's supposed to do. It looks crazy as heck, but when their enrollment drops, their CCSF drops. When their enrollment increases, it lags there. So it allows for them the lagging to occur, but it's broke for Rogue.
Yeah.
And for every other school, their support is consistent with their enrollment performance. And what the feedback I got is, Randy, everybody's heard you, but they've not seen this. Let's see this and see what happens. So I think, that's where some of my optimism comes from, is like this is why the problem. The model allowed us to drop during a very difficult time for our college, and we did receive some one-time funds. But we've lost more than those one-time funds annually because the model is at the point where we have 10% of our FTE across the state isn't funded. So it's not catching up anytime soon.
So the question I would like to ask everyone who supports us and who is a stakeholder in our success.
Go ahead and repost that.
Is who's gonna fund that variance?
So if it's funding that variance, it would be changing the model.
Right.
Now, some people will say, well, maybe what we need to do is get new money, and then new money could be directly proportioned that way. Well, that's going to be hard to do. This is where the conversation in a distribution formula versus a funding formula comes in, is because people can feel somewhat empathetic of our scenario. But other schools, because of other fiscal pressures, are experiencing, we were brilliant by setting up, and this is pre-me, so I mean, truly, we were brilliant and setting up our side account for PERS. So when the PERS side account went away, our reserve is helping us. You've heard Lisa say over and over again, we're going to be able to both pay our debt and our 1.3 millions in the same year. Not every school's doing that. There are schools who have laid off personnel because their PERS bill came in. And so when they're doing stuff like that, they feel sorry for us, but they're like, we're faced with completely different challenges than you. So the model isn't working for us, but because of our fiscal responsibility, the pressures aren't as hard on us. And I'm empathetic to their situation, but I would also assert that long-term is we need to put our resources where our priorities are, and our priorities should be around building the workforce, meeting the needs, and doing these things. So there's just, these are the conversations where we start talking about evidence and performance. I mean, if 4124 provides us the setting to say, what are we going to prioritize in the state? And if it's equalization and it's today's model, I'll be candid with you, that's going to hurt RCC long-term. If we say, no, it's really making sure that the resources go to responding to the region's needs, and we might have to think about the way we look and do institutions differently, I think that'll help RCC because of our recent success, our recent priorities, things that we have done, that I think that will be in favor of where the state might put resources if we change them, is fine. But the current state of lack of prioritized funding, or the way equalization and how we have schools in the state, I won't name them right now, but we have schools in the state of their total public funding. The disparity is one school gets 85% of their total public funding from the state, and another one gets 30%. And so that puts a lot of pressure on one set of taxpayers and a lot of relief on the other set of taxpayers. And so it's not really equal. So there's a lot of these conversations that are to be had. And you always wonder, when do they come in, when do they come in? I had asked candidly during 4124, I literally, I asked Ben Cannon if the plan could specifically call out fiscal model and funding, and he said, I hear you, but no. So he's like, it'll work its way into it. And I'm like, I wanted it to call out. So I will say I am way more bullish on this than others in the state. One, I think it's the right thing to do. Two, we are crippled by this. All to say though, even if the model improves, it's not going to fix our current state. And so I think we have to think about,
We still have to.
yeah, what are the things that we want to do in other states? A lot of the programs we prioritize are in response to what communities need. We don't have the ability to go to the community except for capital levies, which has historically basically been tied to new buildings, to say, if you really want us to continue doing this or do these things, we need this support from you. And I wonder how our community might respond to an opportunity to say, we want to do these programs or these opportunities for you. It might cost 4 cents to prioritize healthcare, manufacturing, whatever, tie it to what our region's workforce needs are for 5 years, similar to what RVTD just passed with their operating levy, what Ashland School District just passed with their operating levy. Like, how might our communities respond to, well, we want RCC to do that for the next couple of years. We don't have that mechanism to pull. So the only lever we get to pull if we're going to add a program or increase revenue is students. And that's hard.
You mentioned, so the foundation, we might be able to get help from them for operation short term. Would they be in a position to set up endowments for specific CTE programs?
That's exactly where it would go. It would go through them. So.
And would the industries that benefit from those, the healthcare, the automotive, would they, labor type industries seem to be doing really well, and they can't get enough workers. Would they be willing to invest?
I think it's very industry specific question. So, right, our top two that we referenced recently, healthcare and education, where they have really strong credential requirements in for entry and progression. They would say we would love to, but those are two that are hurt really hard with, I believe it's very true for La Clinica, but the most visual example people have used recently is the letter put out by Asante that shows how their reimbursements come. Right, 14% of their patients are paid by private insurance.
Which is their best payer.
And I think, and that's about that's the best reimbursement rate. They have 75% on the Oregon healthcare plan. And so they're like, yeah, we need workforce, our formula, so we, like healthcare in our region, have increased demand, but we don't have resources for that demand.
Because it's hard when a bunch of people can't even afford to get healthcare, right? So you have community people who don't even have healthcare. So to ask them to pay more, I get as a tough climb.
It's the same
It's hard.
as raising tuition. You end up pricing people out of care.
And we've done that. I mean, we've increased our tuition to make it about the same,
No, thank you.
The food has gone up and people still go to the restaurants and pay $25
Yeah.
for a hamburger.
I think one of the things that,
So, I don't know.
the reason I advocate for the allowance of a local option is it allows us to go to our community and call the question to them. You want us to add these programs, this is what it'll take, vote. And if you say yes, then we'll do it. If you say no, then you can ask all you want, but you demonstrated you aren't willing to provide the resources. I had a really good conversation with a community individual who feels like he was an active champion for RCC's presence in Jackson County, and he's a great historian. It's John Watt, for those who know John. And John said, what happened in Jackson County was we put on the ballot, do you want to keep the community college? Yes. Do you want to pay for it? No. So they had to go to the legislature, and the legislature was the one that made up the gap to get the community college. So I think we get that a lot where people are like, yeah, we want you to do these things for us, but we need to be able to say, but are you willing to pay for it? And if they say no, then at least we have something. But right now, we just say, yeah, you want it, but we can't even ask you how bad you want it, except for to go to philanthropy or to grants, and those aren't sustainable.
Right. And they're not at the scale that.
And so I think part of our question is we're prepared to advocate at the state level. We would love board support on that advocacy. I know Pat is on the call. Pat is serving as the OCCA chair for the next year. And so he and I are having a talk about how does he represent the 17, and I'm the cranky college who happens to be his president. So it's going to be a really fun conversation where I may live up to our name and go rogue, and Pat's going to try to be the representation of all 17. So we're going to advocate at the state level. We can't go too hard after tuition. I think we talked about $2 increases, and we're probably going to move to $4 increases and hate doing it and know that it'll still keep us below the average. But it's not, there's nobody in this room that feels good about that strategy. So we can't add more to that strategy. I think the question becomes one lever we can try to pull is local. And how much interest is there from the board in not committing to, but exploring what that local would look like, whether it's supporting the facilities master plan, whether it's offsetting operational, expenditures so we can continue. I think that's part of the question we're asking you is we don't want to put a lot of work into something that you don't want to consider, and we don't want to not do something that you expect us to do.
I think that's I would say yes, go explore. If an operational support is possible, what would that look like? Let's just test it. I don't know if we have many other options.
Well, it's either raise tuition or get the funding. I mean, that's what you're asking people. You want, we can raise tuition, that's like the only other option, right? Basically, besides cutting staff and then that's all.
Reasonably reliable info as far as, okay, is the community going to accept this or is it not? Before we.
Yeah, we tackled that with the polling last time. Now, the interesting thing was I talked to our poller afterwards. I think there's a couple lessons learned from our last experience. One, right, we tackled that bond on the continuation timeline, probably less than the preparedness timeline, like we're fully ready. Another lesson learned, I think, is we're going to be better served going in May instead of November. And I think some of the education that I've received locally is in our local, we're better off doing in a May. That's not a presidential election year, so it's not a heavy it's not the heavy primary there. So you're often looking at odd Mays, basically is where that puts you. Then you start looking at who else is doing one. But for the last one, it was interesting because if you remember, what we had was a 2-question. The first question is, would you support a bond? To which the support was no. And then the second question was, when you learned what they were doing, would you? And that's what moved us to yes. So we knew we had to educate. And interestingly, what our poll consultant said afterwards was they were unable to move the needle in any of their campaigns across the state. However, all the rest of them polled barely yes. They all performed upon first question, but none of the campaigns were effective because the last political season in 24 was juiced with other politics. So you couldn't get initiatives like ours to pick up any momentum. So I think that was part of our lesson learned, is that's why May is a lot cheaper to run, but you're competing against fewer narratives. So I think but I think we have more local contacts now. I mean, there are people that I trust locally now that we didn't know we could turn to at that time. And that's not to criticize supports in Portland, but I did hear shortly after recent our commitments were made, our politics are different. And unfortunately, I think the election results reflected that.
Pat wants his hand raised.
Go ahead, Pat.
So, I've thought about this a lot because I knew you were going to ask the question, Randy. So my position is that, yes, I'd support it barring any major changes in the funding formula where we get increased revenue, I'd be in favor of it depending on the timing. And much like you, I wouldn't do it in a presidential election. I'd do it in a May election. That would be my only response. And I'd sure want to have better feel for it than I did last time. And I'd be glad to help.
I think what we could commit to doing is building a strategy that said what would go into a bond measure as early as May. And then May of 27. But I think simultaneously what we have to do is to say, is it right to go in May of 2027? So there's both the what would go into it and is the timing right? And we might have to put what would go into it on the shelf and revisit that as the timing moves forward. But I will say that the facilities master plan team is working on a timeline that would support if we were to go that way, and what's in the facilities master plan would be part of that. So I share that's part of this, like, what's going on in your head is, well, how does the facilities master plan influence that? Because we just talked about the plan, but there's not conflict between the facilities master plan and what might go into a bond campaign. But I think those are 2 questions: what would go into it, and is the time right? And if one of the 2's not right, then we're not ready.
I would be interested in that. Okay. See some heads nodding, some wonderings.
It'd be important to show, I think, because Josephine County's, we're losing some more businesses. Fire Mountain Gems is going to be losing another 103 jobs. So it's tough times. It'd be really important to show, if you're going to use it for operational, that the efficiencies are there. That it's as efficient as can be, and it's not overstaffed, because that's what people look at. You can always cut down. That would be important to put out there, I think.
I just need to be really clear, sorry. We're going for a bond levy. You cannot use that for operations.
No, so you can't use it for operations, but what you do is it's for capital, but we understand if we do it, it has to support the capital projects but the reason we want to support for capital is because it frees up our dollars that allow us to prioritize operations. So it's not an operations levy, it's a capital levy, but this capital levy allows us the flow of operations. And so that kind of parlays into literally what my next question was, thank you, Lisa, is the board's position on our current reserves and how we would look at and approach our reserve strategy and our, again, we've got a strategy for 26, 27, but as November is when we will be sending out board budget expectations for the next year. And I think between now, and we don't have to decide this today, but between now and November, we need to be on the same page about how we want, what expectations we have for the 27, 28 budgeting process and beyond. Is the expectation that we reduce expenditures? Is the expectation that we want to use reserves to buy time to see what happens? Is the expectation, again, that we're going to chase revenues? Is it a combination of the above?
I was, as you were talking about using reserves, I was starting to just because the uncertainty is so great going into this biennium of what is going to happen. I would not want to see us using up our reserves in that way. I would like us, for me personally, to be much more conservative in our reserve use, just knowing we don't know. Being very conservative in that, especially with hers, with just everything.
And if we don't use reserves and the revenue isn't there, then the only level.
So Roger's got a good face on right now. I want to.
No, I'm just trying to think, is there, granted, there are a lot of unknowns right now. But let's say we look at this thing in 2 years, we're still gonna have unknowns.
There's always a
zero
money, any cushion, or?
No, that's
To me,
true.
that's, I guess,
It's just the
my-
decision process. I don't like the fact that we're gonna be eating the reserves, but I'm thinking, okay, is there a way we can minimize the unknowns? And right now, I don't think there's a way, but maybe at some point we can get a better handle on what the probabilities are, the expected, better than what we know right now.
I want to respond to that, but I know Lisa wants to contribute something, so why don't you contribute and then I'll respond.
I've been here doing this for a really long time in Oregon. We have been in a place where we had absolutely no reserves, no beginning fund balance. We made it. We made horrible decisions.
Was that fun?
Not at all.
Let's do that again.
I'm right there with you. And or unless Oregon really changes something, we're always gonna not know what's happening in 2 years, right? I mean, there really has to be a dramatic change, which I hope that we're able to get. But there's opportunities that I would hate to miss, or for Rogue to miss, with the fixing of the facilities so that we can use them to the optimal levels so that we can continue to increase FTE at a more strategic way, hopefully not increasing those operating expenses as much. But the way that we're doing it now, we're missing those opportunities. And so I am not in favor of spending all of our reserves. There's strategic ways we can do that, but not being able to use that $12.5 million, gonna be very positive and say that we're gonna get awarded that this next biennium and we'll be able to start that project. That project, I feel like, is a kickoff to being more efficient and having the use of the space, fixing some of this deferred maintenance and things that we need to do, and then kicking off, students can come here. They're gonna save on parking. So even if tuition goes up, it'll be a little bit different, but also we can add more science classes, which is slowing us down, right? So there's really opportunities that I would hate to miss that will a good impact long-term.
I think for me, I was thinking conservative, not zero, but looking at it as the big picture and doing what you're saying, like how can we leverage
what we have in such a way that we can make what we need to happen for students so that we're not increasing tuition $15 you know what I mean? Like, so yeah, I agree in not missing an opportunity.
My preference would be to do capital improvements with state money, state capital money, and a local bond measure. That's my preference. And to use reserve for program to retain program and job preservation. That's my personal preference. As much as we can make that happen.
Also something Brooke hasn't done, other than your loan, but you can do debt financing that you pay back with operations, that you could then keep your reserves, say we can't go in 27 for a bond levy, but we could still issue debt, make sure the payments are low up front, refinance once we are able to pass a levy. So there's other opportunities where you're not strapping yourself. Again, debt is not something that we've done, and it does potentially harm your operations because that debt's gonna come due.
It's gotta get
You have to pay, but you can structure it so you have time and refinance, there's options. So I hate to take that, we've just not done it, so I don't even know if it's on the table, but it's something to think about. There's strategic ways to keep your reserves and still move forward.
In a scenario where that option might be more attractive than otherwise might be, we want to finance now because we think we've got a strong levy story, but we have a bad time. And the timing will be better because then you could pay off that debt with the levy under the right conditions and that. So then you're still not just at operations. But so I feel like there are a couple scenarios, and I think we're all on the same page. I just kind of want to make sure we verbalize we're on the same page. Like there's a scenario where we can say we just need to keep operating the way we are and just spin down and ignore the problem and then we'll just operate that way. There's a scenario where we say we need to cut down any and everything until our ongoing revenues meet our ongoing expenses. There's also a scenario where there's a couple different scenarios that are in between, which are around we can look at those reserves as reinvestment reserves, kind of what we talked about, to say, okay, if we spend this, it may be one time, but it's for something that will help generate a future moving forward, not just for continued operations as they are now.
An investment.
I think that's the preferred one, and I think the sliding one we're talking about is Oregon and many states are always under the uncertain future times. I think we're at an interesting, that's part of what we talked about earlier with the foundation conversation. We are at an interesting moment where in the state, particularly with 4124, the question is being called. So one of the things we have to think about is, do we want to cut ourselves all the way back to where our revenues and expenditures are equal, so we're not leveraging ending fund balance, and in doing so we might lose community confidence, and then the model changes and we're in a better position. They're like, okay folks, we're back, the doors are back open, and then they quit coming. So I think part of what we're trying to do is, how do we maintain the confidence and the momentum that we built, knowing the resources aren't there, the questions are being asked, unfortunately not as timely as we would like as far as the answer. And so I think that's what we're looking for, response from guys. And
I think about it, I think of the third option you gave. Whichever was secret option 3. Using it strategically for one-time things, ongoing expenses, being thoughtful about it. That's the one that resonated the most. About the rest of y'all.
I guess I'd like to see a proposal about, rather than just kind of talking over. I don't feel comfortable about that. I'd like to see it in front of me and say, okay, and what's going to happen year by year as we go down that road. If we do this, if we do that, it's going to look like this.
I think we can draw up some scenario proposals or opportunities, but I think it is, this conversation's important because it allows us to say, as part of that, do we include what we could try to lean on for a bond measure or not, or, looking at reserves or not. We're preparing ourselves to do the work. What does that work? Jonathan, you've been quiet. What are you thinking?
Still processing.
It seems to me that at least from the conversation, I think we're all interested in taking a look. I think that, like, again, I'm speaking for myself, I don't like your first two, options. And so we've got to come up with something else. Let's take a look at, okay, what are the possibilities?
And you've done the hybrid approach this past year and this current year where we have leveraged ending fund balance, right? We're leveraging it, with the year we just wrapped up, we're leveraging more of it this year, but that's not a sustainable model. We said we wanted to do it because we wanted to maintain momentum, but that's a wave you can only ride for so long. And I think the red numbers to the right earlier show it's not a long wave we can ride.
Can you put numbers together showing what tuition rate increases would look like? Would they ever cover operational? No, never.
Dollar of tuition is like $125,000 for.
It won't cover the other end.
So we've mostly just depended on the state.
And local
And
funding.
local past.
Well, local is still with us.
Well,
Still
yeah,
got local funds, it's on property tax still.
Not our level, not our level.
What we currently draw locally and what we currently draw from the state and our current dependence on students isn't sustainable. And the only authority directly that you have is to raise tuition. And we are saying that one, it doesn't produce enough. Two, it's probably putting the pressures where they belong least. And so then the question becomes, what's the creative strategy we could do with local? And I think that we're hearing, we can workshop that, talk about that as we move forward, and how important it is for us and where our opportunity lies with the state.
You're talking about state now, not state in the past.
Yeah, we're not,
State in the past, along with tuition and local was enough, but it's not gonna be going forward. It used to be enough.
The current model's not concurrently sustainable.
It's never been, sorry, no, it's never been.
So
We always make cuts every other year. We made big cuts. I mean, if you go back and you look at what we've done in my 29 years, every couple of years we were cutting. Large or small, we are always reducing staffing, and then the state would give you more money, you would add positions, then your expenses would exceed your resources because they grow at different.
So we've never been sustainable. So what you're saying?
The way that community colleges are funded in Oregon, this is your structural problem. And it's not just Rogue, it's all colleges I haven't. It's just the way it is.
The cost drivers are outpacing your revenues. And so when you look at compensation and benefits, those are your two biggest cost drivers, they're outpacing. You add to that today's cost of and dependency on technology and the way technology prices increase, it's those drivers are outpacing your revenues. And it's hard in one conversation when people say we should be getting more and because we're producing less, but it's more difficult in a conversation like ours, like we're producing more, where's the resources that follow it? So I think we've got.
Here we've never been.
It's the way we fund community colleges in Oregon. It just really is. We're not a for-profit business that you're going to be able to sustain long-term, right? And our growth ebbs and flows, and so that's the other point. When you have a recession, we're growing. The state was giving you money, then they pull back money, but you're still kind of growing. You know, it's going in opposite directions sometimes. It's kind of just an interesting.
And we've compounded the problem, because if we were playing the let's chase the budget game, which is a competition, we would be saying we need to be adding low-cost FTE generators. That's the solution from a budget standpoint. What we prioritize is what are the programs of need, and the programs of need cost more. And so there are a couple schools that are in a lot less severe situation than us, but they've prioritized the high-cost programs less than us. So that's why I'm a fan of weighted funding. Like, state, you tell us what's important. We're receiving less of the FTE funding, but more of the support and outcomes funding. So like I put our results and our priorities up against many of the others when I look through that lens. But you know, first institution I worked at was a really small school, and we played that game. We did all the lower lit division. And then anybody who wanted to do nursing school and add sophisticated welding, that's where you go. And we would ship them over there. And we were brilliant. And we printed money for a small school in that way from the state because we took advantage of the model. Here, what we do, and I'm really proud of, is we respond to our community's need. And our community's need costs more than it generates.
Sort of that financial state because we're responsive.
Yeah, because, we're responding to community need, not to what works with the budget formula.
Because we train nurses.
We train nurses, we train dental hygienists, we train welding, we train diesel. We train these things that are programs of need in our region, and we do less high school dual credit taught by their teacher. You know, I was at a national conference a couple weeks ago in Seattle, or months ago. I was at a national conference a couple months ago in Seattle, and it was a college. It was I'll just say it was Laramie College, and their president said, you know, we realized we were doing a lot more graduates, and we were really proud of ourselves. But then when we dug deeper and realized our graduates were going out and getting the jobs they could have got had they never stepped foot on our campus, we really felt bad. And I you know, I take pride in that. That's not what we do. We offer programs that will transform students' lives because that's our commitment. So, well, I think, you know, at this point, we've got what we need. If we can move on to next, I think we'll recapture this in the next topic. So.
Go ahead. Before we drop this entirely, I just want to make sure that I'm not misunderstanding. I think I've heard a couple of different options. We're going to get an opportunity to look at the impact of more than one. It's not going to be just one result. You either take it or leave it.
Yeah, I think, no, so I think we'll huddle up as a leadership team and think about how to best deliver this to you. I'm looking at, like, for example, the work sessions for the board moving forward, and I know that in November we have penciled in testing the bond waters. That may be the right conversation then, but for this question here, we're gonna have to make that determinant before we enter the budgeting process for 27-28, and we're planning that in November. So we're gonna have to find a way to get to you how to continue this conversation, given what we've already got on deck.
So the bond last time, we asked so much because it was a matching or something. Would this be?
We've mentioned the current rate we have for Jackson County.
So the 9 cents was based on the continuation of 9 cents in Jackson County. Now, I will tell you, sadly, full disclosure, you know, most recent bond levies in this spring, there was a state report that said basically continuations were successful, new asks were unsuccessful. And so we moved from a continuation to now we're in new ask territory. So it's not promising. But yeah, so the 9 cents was determined on the continuation versus this is what we want to do for you, and it costs 5 cents, 7 cents, 11 cents, whatever it may be.
Okay,
So we'll find a time and bring that back to you.
so our last piece of business today is to talk about further board topics. I did see one correction on our working list, and that's moving that strategic planning draft up to April instead of May.
Good catch.
It's like, there was a hole there, so it worked out okay. But here's sort of a draft version, you all have it in front of you, of our potential work sessions. We conversation, discussion around, it should be
On the
underneath,
table?
yeah, well, it's right underneath this.
Is it a separate sheet maybe? Oh,
There you go.
thank you, thank you.
So we typically don't do one in July. It's a little bit like what we've done in the past, right? Historically, here's some of the topics we've had at this time of year. Plus a few little new ones.
Yeah, these are the things that we talked about that are either things that we've done in the past or things that we thought from a senior leadership team that would be of value and benefit to the board. I'll be very transparent. I just teamed my friend Lisa over here, but she hasn't looked at it yet. So no, that's okay. One of the options is the work sessions are prioritized with things the board needs to do, and secondary things we'd like to make the board aware of. If I follow that logic, I wonder if the September workshop would be less back to school and more financing strategy, because that would give us time before November, so we could continue this conversation with modeling and that, and then we would ask Dave's team, maybe either as part of the new business or part of his report, to highlight their stuff. And I don't want to discount what we're doing there, but I think we need to give you the information you need to take the action that you plan to take, and that might be more timely at least.
So
September might be future funding strategies or some kind of language around that.
And then your September report, Dave, will just be in your section.
And could we include updates on we have the revenue projections by then?
The next month.
We'll have them in October.
Revenue projections for our tuition and fees, is that what you're thinking?
Revenue projections for the state.
The state's quarterly, when's the next one out?
Sometime in September.
So are you talking 27, 28, or are you
There's a
talking?
long session.
For this biennium.
The governor's budget comes out in December, maybe January, so is that what you're talking about?
So I'm tracking with you. We can update you when those come out, but I will say that when those come out, they're gonna influence decisions for the remainder of this biennium.
Right.
And the conversation we're bringing forward is beyond this
Right,
biennium.
no, I'm wondering if we'll have enough information for us to be able to have some context for what the state is going to do for the next.
I don't think the next indicator will be the governor's
Okay.
recommended budget, and that won't be until December, January, yeah. Anything that'll be interesting. Last biennium or two, the governor's recommended budget's just that, it's been a recommendation because they have adopted a budget different than the recommended. It was to our favor for this current biennium.
So changing our September one to funding strategies, or however you're gonna magically put that wording on there.
Yeah.
Does that mean that you need to, for testing the bond water that you have in November, is that too late?
We can switch October and November.
That's my wondering.
Well, so I think we want to keep October for facilities master plan.
Okay.
I think if we were to put we thought November would work here. We felt like if the board had interest in moving forward with a bond, a decision would need to be made by probably December is the timeline that we're working on to be able to build
But that-
campaign,
that-
and that's a tight one. I
That'll be a
mean,
little bit part of the funding strategy also is to sort of, I mean, that's one of the options, right? As you're giving us our funding strategies potential.
yeah, what you'll see in September is what different things could produce. Then in October, you'll see
Facilities.
the facilities, and so then November, you guys will have had 2 prior months of, ongoing operations versus opportunity for it, and I mean, we'll have to be doing work behind the scenes as far as readiness. Anyhow, we'll be working with, so we realize we might be doing readiness, and the timing may not be right, and have to put it on a shelf, but we won't be, we can't wait to start till you might make a decision by December.
Okay. Other months, as you guys, as you're looking at them, look like a good solid draft.
I think probably, so when you look at like March, knowing that what's suggested in May, the strategic plan's moving to April, March is flexible, so if there's a more timely thing that we need to move to March, we can move that item to May. Most of the others are somewhat time focused.
Okay. Well, it sounds to me like May will be floating. There will be nothing there currently, but we have a lot of year to potentially put something there based on what we need.
Yeah.
And this last May, we got the student success information, right? Remember what we just did in May, or was that June? June. Because I love that.
Yeah, there are a couple things in there, like the cultural competency, the facilities condition, and we have some flexibility on when those are done. So if there's something more timely, we can flip-flop those.
Okay. All right. Any other new business or communications?
I wanted to say the new business item I promised you, or scared, or threatened, whatever it works, that we would revisit this. So for example, Lisa referenced that our team we're working with on facilities master plan is going to present in October. And I would offer, and I've seen it this way definitely in the past, is if you take new business, then old business, then board action, you make that presentation as part of new business. And so your guest presents as soon as your regular reports to the board are done. So
Isn't that what we talked?
we'll talk about it in exec committee, but that's an example of things that could go, those are kind of updates that could go into new businesses, partnership reports or activity reports. We've had board meetings that went really long years past. More recently, they've been really efficient. So we'll introduce new business. We'll introduce these types of things during new business. And so it's not action, but it is updates and information and direction.
And then what was other communications? I can't remember, sorry, my brain went to what that was about.
I think this was just kind of a housekeeping thing as far as, is there anything else to the day? Parking lot items?
I think we got them. Well, I just personally want to say thank you so much for all the work you guys put into presenting to us today, giving us more in-depth information. I want to say thank you to our board members who prioritized this, and those of us that are working. We had to use up some of our personal time to get to come and listen, but it was worth it. And so I just want to say thank you to the board, fellow board members for the time they took to prioritize this as well.
Thank you for lunch.
And thank you for all of
the support,
all the magic you do behind the scenes.
Especially the Fig Newtons.
All right, well, with that, we will adjourn. Thank you so much, and we will see everybody
Thanks,
in
Vanessa.